Pranesh M., one of India's brightest rising stars. Dmitry Andreikin, a battle-hardened grandmaster. Nihal Sarin, a speed chess sensation, lightning fast with razor-sharp tactical instincts. Hans Niemann, bold, fearless and unpredictable. Alireza Firouzja, a fearless super grandmaster, unleashing creativity, aggression and world-class brilliance. Arjun Erigaisi, India's attacking powerhouse, bringing explosive chess and an unbreakable fighting spirit. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the Uzbek prodigy, combining ice-cold precision with championship-winning composure. Gukesh Dromaraju, the youngest world champion, fearless, relentless, and ready to conquer every challenge.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. We are here joining you from Chennai, and this is going to be an exciting day after what we witnessed on day 1. I have my good friend and co-host Sahaj Grover with me. Sahaj, welcome to day 2.
Thank you so much, Sahil. I think yesterday was an insane day. I feel there were a lot of results brewing in the air, but then it was a peaceful draw in 3 rounds. But it felt like that one match between Alireza. I think Alireza took him down with the black pieces in a very, very simple, clean fashion. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, very clean at the end. And it felt like he was playing on intuition, basically. He could have converted that in bullet chess, forget classical. And at the end, the time control really showed. The time management really matters at the end. Gukesh was close to trouble. We saw, Nihal tap his head with his hand as well at the end on the missed opportunity. We saw other exciting games. The Hans Niemann game was quite exciting as well. But of course, day 2, I think, we know it's only 7 rounds. The stakes are much, much higher now.
Absolutely, and I think something can be said about Pranesh as well, because he was handed his first loss. He was the winner of the previous editions, the challenges edition there, and handing the first loss with the white pieces is always not a nice feeling. So hoping he can make a comeback. He's playing against Dmitry Andreikin today. We're not going through the matches right now, but still hoping he can make a comeback.
Yeah, we're just 8 minutes away from liftoff. So I think this is the perfect time to check out the standings once. What happened on day 1 is the question. And there we see the standings. Alireza Firouzja, the French number 1 in first place, the only guy who managed to win on day 1. Sahaj, this is the clean start for Firouzja.
Absolutely, and I think only Alireza was able to capitalize on his advantage, from the middle game there. Everyone else, kind of fought back, and rest of the field, just a very, very not such a peaceful draw, but it's still a draw.
Yeah, at the end you have half a point against your name, but okay, I think most of the games are very exciting, so it's going to be very interesting to see what happens on day number 2, and I think we're going to have the pairings in front of us any second now. These are the 8 players. The games begin in just 6 minutes from now. Exciting, Sahaj. I think all the players with hopes of winning this event in Chennai.
Absolutely, and one interesting fact is that all Indian players are playing with the black pieces today.
Oh wow!
We have Hans against Nihal. We have Alireza against Gukesh. By the way, that's an insane match. And then we have Andreikin versus Pranesh, and then there is Nodirbek versus Arjun Erigaisi. So all Indian players playing with the black pieces today. They say that having black in chess is kind of a disadvantage because your opponent gets the first move. They get to drive the game. What are your expectations?
Oof, I think, we've seen a lot of online chess and maybe the colors matter less there, but in classical chess, they definitely do. We know players have come with their seconds, so the preparation has been top notch from most of the players. So the white pieces will matter, and it is India versus the world, Sahaj, so to speak, today, with all the Indians having black pieces. So let's have the pairings. Let's look at who plays who today, Sahaj, because I think day 2, if we can have a couple of wins, today, they will be exciting. And of course, we might know who might be the leaders of the tournament. And, there we see it. It's Hans Niemann versus Nihal Sarin. So Nihal, after that, well, we won't say a missed opportunity, but at least some potential yesterday. He has black again, 2 blacks in a row.
I'm hoping he doesn't go for that E4, D6 that he did yesterday, because Hans will be super well prepared for that. Such a tactic only works when your opponent is, a bit surprised. However, amongst all the matches, we have, of course, Hans versus Nihal, we have Firouzja versus Gukesh, we have Andreikin versus Pranesh, and Nodirbek versus Arjun. Sahil, I'm going to put you on the spot. which match do you think has the most potential of a result?
Oh, wow. I think I have to go to game 2 there because Firuzja, coming off from a win yesterday on day 1, now playing the world champion, has the white pieces, has the incentive to defeat the world champion on his home soil, Sahaj. That's impactful in your mind at least. And of course, Gukesh had a little bit of a scare yesterday. I think he defended very well at the end, but still, it was not the dream start for him with the white pieces. So can he defend with the black pieces is the major question. And of course, Nodirbek versus Arjun. Nodirbek again defending so well yesterday, Sahaj.
Yeah, and he is, I believe, getting a double white now, in contrast to Nihal getting double black in that sense. And Nodirbek's first game with the white pieces was not as great because I think after move 10 or so, he was already in a worse position against Hans. Against Arjun, I think similar things could happen if you're not careful in the opening because Arjun is a very aggressive and very well prepared opponent for anyone.
Absolutely. And of course, let's not forget Enriken, who found that brilliant, not a repetition exactly, a 4 sequence of moves that led to a draw against Arjun. He plays Pranesh, who's the only one who has 0 against his name right now on the scoreboard. So let's see if we can get that point. So Sahaj, we are 4 minutes away from liftoff. Chat, let us know, what are your predictions for today? Who will be the leaders after day 2? Sahaj, do you think Firuzja continues his lead or do you think some people join him now?
For Firuzja to continue the lead, he would have to beat Gukesh with the white pieces. Now, it is possible. On paper, he's about 30 points ahead of Gukesh. But of course, Gukesh's strength, I think he's a little bit underrated right now. I think he's a lot stronger than 2717. So I think on paper, Firuzja is definitely the stronger player. But I think in practice, anything is possible. Gukesh does go for the wins, very similar to Firuzja there. One thing I'll say is though, don't get into time scramble and don't let Firuzja get into time scramble either because none of that works well for Gukesh.
Agreed. We have a lot of precedents for that. We see the players, we see Nodirbek, walking in the player hall. We saw Arjun just enter as well. So the games are about to begin any moment now. And Sahaj, I think the hall looks absolutely stunning, right? I mean, there's so much space because only 8 players. So they have a lot of room between the tables there.
Absolutely. Also the hall here, even the commentary hall it's absolutely amazing. I think I'm loving the place. And there we see India number 1, the madman as they call him, adjusting his piecing, waiting for his opponent, Nodirbek, to show up on the board. What move are we expecting from Nodirbek?
Oof, good question. I think we saw yesterday it was
D4.
Oh, I have no idea.
He went for that Ragozin, I think,
yeah.
Which did not end up, let's say, very well for him because Hans, I think, got the better of him in the opening. But Nodirbek fought really, really well. So even if Arjun gets an advantage, I think he would have to, still fight on till the very, very end. But there is a match, Hans versus Nihal. That's a match that I'm very, very excited for because I think both of the players had a winning position yesterday and both of them ended up making a draw. So they are kind of hungry.
And both are on the rise, Saj. I think this year has been great for both. In fact, the last couple of years, I would say. So it's going to be exciting to see who comes out on top there. And of course, we see Nodirbek there taking his seat against Arjun. This is a very important match. If Nodirbek can win this, I think his chances of winning the event go astronomically higher. And there we see maybe the star game for today, Sahaj. Firuzja showing up again in a hoodie versus the world champion who's meditating right now.
Absolutely. And love the style, love the hoodie. Firuzja always have this, interesting, I think, style to his, not just his games, but
Gucci
also,
Reza, yeah?
Exactly, Gucci Reza, indeed. It's going to be an exciting match. And, we see Gukesh meditating, we've seen Prag meditating before. I think it does have benefits because you want to compose yourself before this long battle that you're about to have. Do you think a result is possible in this game?
Absolutely. I think Firuzja's opening choice.
Let me rephrase my question. Mm-hmm. Do you think a result is most likely in this game?
Oof. I would usually say maybe it's not that likely, but I saw what both players did yesterday. Like both of them had interesting games. Like Gukesh tried to push against Nihal, but couldn't find the best way forward, then struggled, but then defending the best way possible. So I don't know about the result, but I know one thing for sure, it's going to be an intense battle between these two. So it's going to be exciting to watch. And what's your prediction for move 1 here, Saj?
I think it's Firuza. Firuza usually goes for e4, but of course, at that level, you can be flexible. You can play anything, and as long as you're well prepared. I mean, we saw Burke defense being played out, and Black was the one who, ended up in a better position there. So anything is possible. But I think I'm going to go with the safe one e4 as my option, and I'm really hoping for some Sicilian and something like that. And by the way, we have the inaugural move being made by Mr. Depraj Mukherjee, the general manager of the Western Chennai, where this event is being held.
Yeah, and E3 is a very solid choice though. We've seen Magnus Carlsen play it before, so it's not something which is the best have played it, yeah?
I feel maybe the general manager really likes playing with the black pieces. So if you play E3, black plays E5, and then you can just flip the color there. That I have seen people employ this idea before. One of the most interesting things I ever saw was that there is a grandmaster from the US. He played A3 on move 1, and his opponent played E5, and then he played C3. So I just went up to him and I asked him, why did he do that? And he says, I just love playing Karo Khan.
Oh, wow. And there it is. Handshakes, lift off. Firuza pushes the e-pawn. There it is. Move number 1 on day 2 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. Sahaj, I'm expecting e5 from Gukesh.
Oh, and you are 100% correct. It is e4, e5 indeed. Now the question is, this is the question we will ask every single day: Italian or Spanish?
Oh wow, that's a good question, I think. And we saw, I think, Italian yesterday, on one of the boards. Knight f3 on the screen, of course. Knight before bishops, a well-rounded chess strategy. But now the Spanish bishop to b5. I mean, Spanish is the order of the day. Yeah, one in finals, one on the board.
Absolutely. Some culture there. I think a6 or the Berlin could be expected from Gukesh. If he plays f5, I will be a fan of Gukesh forever, because I would love to see these openings being played out at the highest level, because it is possible, but it is also a huge risk at the same time.
Yeah,
let's see what he does. Gukesh is taking his time to think though, which means maybe he was more prepared for Italian for today. Yeah,
that's a fair assessment, I think. And of course, he would have kind of prepared for the Spanish as well. One of the most strategic chess openings. I think, for the last 20 years, there's one opening, Sahaj, which has been played at the top level consistently. I think it's the Spanish.
Absolutely. I think the most popular opening in the world, for that matter. And I think Gukesh thinking, of course, he knows what to play here. There is a6 and there is knight f6. I think those are the two options that Gukesh would be considering. Knight f6 would be the Berlin defense, the famous Berlin draw, as most people, would know it. Of course, you don't have to go and take the Berlin draw. But still a very solid choice.
Sorry to interrupt you, but can we head to the Nihal camera? Because Nihal has still not played his first move. And we saw him come a bit late yesterday and today as well. I think is he drinking water?
I think maybe this is a strategy. Just try to make the moves a little bit, in 2 or 3 minutes, and then just blitz out the first 20 moves. That's what he did yesterday against Gukesh, and it worked like a charm.
Wow. So Nihal Sareen, by the way, Chad, I don't know if you know, but he's apparently on his Instagram profile, he's mentioned he's a professional pickleball player. And yesterday he went and played with a few guys, and he played, I think, 7 or 8 games and won every single one of them. So he's not somebody you can take lightly, in any sport.
I spoke to a certain grandmaster, I'm not going to say who, but I spoke to a certain grandmaster yesterday after their pickleball game, and I asked him, do you have a better chance in bullet or pickleball against Nihal? And his answer was bullet.
I thought it would be neither, yeah. But I think that's a very good assessment. I think he's very good. In fact, he talks a lot about that sport, loves it as well. But for now, he is playing chess. Maybe we get to play pickleball against him later tonight. But as of now, he's thinking about his first move. Seems to be a conscious strategy, though, to kind of delay the first move, calm his nerves, and then play that.
Well, actually, I think Hans is very well known for Italian. I think he plays that Italian structure quite often. So maybe d4 was a slight surprise for Nihal. In itself. By the way, he has played his move as well. I think it is knight to f6, keeping his options alive. White goes for c4, and now comes the committal decision. Do we go fianchetto with g6 into King's Indian, or do we play e6?
Very interesting question, and e6 it is, yeah. So maybe the Nimzo Indian coming in after knight to c3, maybe Queen's Gambit as well. Very solid choice by Nihal. I think yesterday as well as today.
Absolutely. And by the way, there we see the Nimzo Indian by Hans. So some targeted prep from what it looks like. If Nihal goes for bishop b4, and he does, Now Hans has a plethora of options here. There's a3, there's queen c2, there's e3, knight f3. I mean, there's about 20 moves that you can play from the white side here. And oh, this is my favorite actually.
wow.
Out of all of them from the white side. We call this a Samish opening. Well, not really, because a3 is kind of a Samish, but it transposes into one another, and something that I have played my whole life with the white pieces. So
Wow.
Hans, I think, has prepared really well.
Yeah, and he played it very, very quickly. And Nihal yesterday was, I think, for the first 15 moves, he barely thought for a second, and now you can already see him in a slight thing. So as he thinks about his choice, let's jump to the next game. That's between Nodirbek versus Arjun, and we have another one e4 on the board, e4, e5, and another Spanish. So that's the opening of the day for sure. A6, bishop drops back, bishop to e7, d3 defending the e4 pawn, preemptively, d6, and now this is the live position set. What do you make of this?
So I had learned that knights before bishops when you develop, but Arjun says, no, I heard something else, because he has denied the development of the knight on g8, and that could only mean one thing. He wants to play f5 and then play knight f6. And this is a very Arjun type of an idea, to create something. Or maybe he wants to play g5. I mean, if you go short castle, is g5 possible here? Since it's Arjun, that's why I'm asking this question.
Okay, I mean,
is it possible?
I'm going to check, holding my heart there, but I hope it's not possible, because then I really don't know nothing about chess. Let's say I castle. Is g5 a possibility? Let's check it out. Okay, it's not working. Thank God for that one. Thank God for that one.
It's only +1. I mean, Arjun is okay with that usually. So, but actually, short castle is a mistake here in this scenario, because you can play b5 and knight a5, and you can target the bishop on, the Spanish bishop on a4. And I think it would get taken. So I think you should go for c3 or c4 instead. And then maybe Arjun will go for f5, I'm guessing.
Wow, so that really is going to raise the stakes, because usually when you push the f-pawn, even before you have castled, you've really opened up this diagonal. That means whenever black castles, it's going to be, first of all, tough to castle itself. And even if you do, they're going to be tactics. Your king is likely going to be under threat for the rest of the game. Even in the end game, it can be a nuisance. But you, of course, gain some attacking chances. Your rook's file will be open on the f file. The knight can come in. You can take on e4, pressure this pawn. So pros and cons, Sahaj, and Arjun is ready for the battle.
Absolutely. And ready, I think, is a small word here, because I just looked at the stats. Well, maybe I didn't have to, but bishop a4 had about 132,000 games. And bishop e7, Arjun's response to it, has about 100. So this is a move. I mean, it looks pretty natural, because after knight f6, you play bishop e7. So maybe Hans was expecting him to play knight f6 and, transpose the position. But Arjun has other plans, it seems. So he has once again managed to find something different, something new. In a mainstream opening, which is quite refreshing to see.
I love that approach. Only 6 games after c3 in this position. So an f5 was played in 4 of them. So Arjun again coming up with these interesting ideas, which, Nodirbek did not play the best chess with the white pieces yesterday. So good chances his confidence, will be decent, because he held at the end. But at the end, in the opening moves, he might be a bit shaky. And this f5 move really is going to force him to think. And there it is. The f-pawn is up the board, and now Nodirbek has to be very careful about how he moves forward.
Absolutely. And I saw the pawn movement from Arjun, and I swear I thought he had played g5 there, and I thought, okay, something crazy is about to happen. But f5, I think, looks equally crazy to me. And if I can look at the bar, usually, I can look at the screen over there, and it shows that as it is completely equal, maybe slight advantage to black. Does it mean that it is already, at least equal for black?
I have to agree with you. And my question is, let's say if I was a noob, right? And I said, okay, I'm going to castle. I don't believe in this stuff. Black can play knight f6. Let's say I defend this with knight to d2, for example. And you can see with natural moves, slowly the bar is headed down, Sahaj. So white needs to come up with a concrete idea, and that idea seems to be taking this pawn at the right moment. That would also bring the bishop in. So it feels like there's going to be a dynamic position where white might try to go for d4 and black might have some kingside initiative.
Absolutely. I think that's a great breakdown there. One thing that I would love to compare this position to is this opening in the French Steinitz, when you play knight c3, knight f6. Generally speaking, when you, in that variation, you go long castle, and whenever you go long castle, black has this option to play c4, like c5 to c4. And I see this position as similar to that, because if you want to go short castle, and if black can play f4, That would be a bit risky because then g5, g4 just comes automatically. You don't even want to take the pawn because then you open up the g file and then the king becomes a bit exposed. You don't really have any. I mean, there is a chance to break the center with d4, but I'm sure there would be ways to kind of keep the center intact there. So some difficult decisions for Nodirbek, I think, already.
Yeah, and that's a great plan, Seth. That's why I think the bar was really recommending taking that pawn instantly, because if you allow black to play knight f6, castle, put the king here, then maybe, black is absolutely ready for that f4 g5 plan, and that d5 counterplay might be too slow. So interesting position. We can see Nodi already thinking, and he's already 5 minutes behind. So this is going to be an interesting opening battle here, worth observing. And meanwhile, checking out the final game once more, that's Andrekin versus Pranesh. And we have one c4, not something we see that often. e5, knight to c3, bishop comes out to b4, knight attacks the bishop, bishop drops back to d6, d4, and now knight to c6. What do you make of the opening move, Seth?
So I believe this is kind of like the Rossolimo, but black has not played knight f6. So if we could just go back to the original position, white, let's assume white has played e4 here, like in the original position.
Okay.
If you go e4 here, black goes c5, knight f3, knight c6, and then you play bishop b5. Now this is what we call the Rossolimo in this position, and I think you got the exact same structure but reversed. So in the game, white played the move c4. Yep. e5, knight c3, and bishop b4. Now assume that black's knight was already on f6, and then if you play bishop b4, that's exactly the Rossolimo. So this is an opening that is quite popular, but however, bishop d6 by Pranesh is a surprise. I think that's a move I have not seen before. Usually you play a5 or bishop e7 is a very interesting move. I think Vishy sir has quite a few games in this position. Even a5 is quite interesting as well. Bishop d6 I'm not very familiar with. How many games are we looking at?
Actually, there have been, I think, thousands of games in this position, and only 33 games saw bishop to d6. And the worrying stat is for Pranesh here that white has a spectacular record in this position after the move white played d4. Like, he has a splendid record, only one loss, majority of games ended in a win, and the bar and the stats kind of favoring white here. So the only thing saving him could be that maybe this is his prep, he has prepared deeply, and maybe he can outplay Andrekin here, because we're already on move 5, we are in uncharted territories to hedge. Only one game on chess.com in this position right now.
Wow.
And there white played knight to f3 after just 4.5 moves.
Wow, 4.5 moves being played out and just one game. That's an insane stat. And if we look at Pranesh's time, he has an hour and 31 minutes, and I think he's still very much in prep. He looks pretty confident to me as well. I think knight f3 makes the most sense since your pawn on d4 is hanging. You don't want to take on e5 because black can maybe capture back with the bishop, and that would be quite active. So knight f3 makes a lot of sense. Was after knight f3. Did black play e4 maybe?
Now that does look tempting. In the game, knight e7 was played, and that's one of the decent moves as well. The best move, in fact. If you do play e4, there is knight g5, and somehow I think this pawn could rather be weak as well. So I think it's not as easy for black, for example, to maintain that structure, because he doesn't have any pawn in the center, and the d pawn is now blocked. f5, of course, would be risky as well. So I think a tough position ahead. And Andrekin, though thinking, he does seem to be out of prep. So Pranesh maybe can confuse Andrekin in the opening and get equality.
I see an interesting stat here that after knight f3 in the game, black played knight ge7, I think. And now already there are a couple of games here. So we are arriving at the position from a different move order. Now I'm not sure what that move order is. By the way, he does go for knight f3. I think we will see knight g7 instantly from Pranesh, because if this is prep, then he should know this.
Yep.
And we see on knight f3. It should be fixed very, very soon. I think this is a pretty natural looking move, unless it was a mistake.
No, I think at the end, of course, knight f3 feels like a very logical move, right? Maybe the best move was c5 here, according to the engines. That's very hard to play. After c5, you're going to put the bishop back on f8, and it's a very confusing position. And in likelihood, I think this is what black must have spent majority of time preparing, right? So you don't want to enter your opponent's hardcore prep. So I think knight f3 very logical, and knight e7 on the board.
I don't understand how you play bishop f8 and not bishop e7. Chess is so weird sometimes. It is so weird, but okay, knight f3 makes more sense, at least logically speaking, and knight g7 immediately played. So Pranesh does know that game. that existed, that one game that we were talking about. And now it's a question, what does white play? Because e3 or e4 are the two moves that I'm considering. But with knight g7, Andrekin has to think about knight takes d5 always. Like with every move, he has to think about that move, because once you take on d5, your central knight is gone. If you go pawn takes d5, then I can also take the pawn on d4. And that would simplify the position a bit too much for my taste, I think.
I agree. I think both the knights will be traded off, right, for each side. So without the knights, maybe I think it's simpler for black to hold. So maybe the opening prep would work out for Pranesh. Very interesting opening here. I think Enrique is going to take his time, and we're going to jump to the other games as well. Sahaj, quite interesting openings. Let's jump to Hans against Nihal very quickly, because the queens have been traded off. This is where we left it. Your pet opening f3, and now d5 was played, a central break, a3 attacking the bishop. Bishop drops back, of course. e4, complete center in white's control right now, takes on c4, bishop c4, c5.
Wait a second. D takes c4 is a surprise here. So firstly, bishop e7 is a surprise by Nihal. Usually you go bishop takes c3 in this position. That's like the main variation. You play c5 and there's like thousands of games. Bishop e7 is the first surprise. After e4, I believe you play takes, and c5. Or you play c5 straight away. That's the idea. You never take on c4 here. In fact, if we look at, or if we compare this to any kind of queen's gambit position, black always delays d takes c4 because white's bishop is on f1, right? You wait for the bishop to develop to e2 and then you take on c4. So this is like a surprise within a surprise that Nihal has prepared. D takes c4 looks very, very interesting to me. Please take it away.
Yeah, and D takes c4 would have been the natural choice, and really, impressed by Nihal's preparation here. Now D takes c4 played instantly. Comes bishop takes c5, challenging instantly, because if you don't challenge this center, white can quickly develop and then just dominate the game. So now comes D takes c5 by Hans. Maybe, kind of figuring that Nihal seems to be in prep. The queen trade is happening with the loss of castling rights is not that relevant for white here. Bishop takes c5. Pawn to b4 attacking the bishop. The bishop has to now drop back. Choose.
Oh, I think it's a tough call. I think I will choose maybe b6, because I like that diagonal. I like the diagonal that it's open, but bishop e7 also has its uses, because you can defend the knight on f6 when the bishop inevitably goes to b2. That diagonal would be a problem to solve as well. So, but bishop b6 just logically makes more sense. But more importantly, Sahil, I feel Hans is really well prepared here. He has just blitzed out all of his moves so far. We are in the end game. White does have a better structure with that e4, f3 and g2 kind of restricting that knight on f6. I mean, it feels like Nihal almost cannot play for a win anymore.
I have to kind of agree. I think the structure is symmetrical. White has, more pieces developed. Even though the king rather looks, dangerous on d1, it could be attacked, but actually it's a very active piece, can be used in the endgame. Black king, okay, I don't know where you put it, because if you put the bishop on e7, then the king can't come to e7. And if the king comes here, then there could be some irritation, with bishop g5 and e5 ideas. So I think white's slightly better, right? Slightly better, and very hard for black to imagine, winning this game.
Absolutely. I think, but bishop b6 maybe. I think very hard to play for a win here, like from the black side, because everything is symmetrical, like you mentioned. Only white having slightly better pieces, slightly better pawn structure as well. It looks difficult for Nihal to play on for a win. But the first task is to equalize. So let's try to equalize the position first, and then we can think afterwards.
I think talking about equalizing, Sahaj, you can see the smile on my face. I've seen something crazy. I'm going to jump to that game very quickly. It's Nodirbek versus Arjun, and talking about equalizing. So how is this attempt? And Chad, let us know what you feel about the next two moves by Arjun. This was the position. In normal circumstances, all of us would play knight f6, would castle, then think about the bishop and the rooks, and it would be a logical position. But Arjun says no. First pawn to f5, and after bishop b3, pointing out the flaw in Arjun's position. How are you supposed to castle here now? He says castling. Who wants to castle, brother? h5.
I'm not sure what is more surprising, the fact that he played h5 or the fact that it was the best move in the position.
Oh, wow.
It was the best move in the position, by the way, like h5. And I'm guessing it has something to do with, not allowing queen h5 check in some, deep computerish line. And at some sense, I feel he's also asking Nodirbek, where are you going to castle? Because I cannot castle on the short side, but maybe white cannot either. If you go short castle, f4, g5, g4 looks absolutely deadly.
Absolutely agree. And I want to point out there's only one game in this position, and there white actually played pawn to a4, and black won that game. After, let's say pawn to a4, black played the best move, pawn to f4, and Sahaj, you can see bishop g4 incoming. As you mentioned, g5, g4 on the cards, the knight can come to f6, and white also has to wonder, as you mentioned, where do I put my king in? So what is the best move here? We can see Nodirbek deep in thought. He's 12 minutes behind. The best move actually seems to be pawn to h4 to kind of block this advance from black. But then, of course, are you really going to castle on the king side anymore? Because this pawn is always hanging now.
Absolutely, and still I can play f4, and bishop g4 looks a very nice square for that bishop on c8.
Oof.
Even knight f6, knight g4 looks quite nice, and from white's perspective, you can't play knight g5 because my bishop is on e7.
Yeah. Oh, and also, by the way, knight g5 seems to be very interesting. Bishop g5. I think the stakes have risen, Sahaj, in this game. And if Nodirbek is not careful, this could really backfire, because h4 is not something that comes to your mind as the first candidate move, right? You might think about other options, development, castling, maybe a4, the game we saw, the only game in this position. There's a reason why the top player played a4, because it makes sense. It keeps all options open.
You were talking about what is a logical move to think about in this position as well. I have no clue, because this is not a logical position. Because he has made 5 pawn moves in 7. We're only on move 7, and Arjun has made 5 pawn moves there, and 2 of them were f5 and h5. Now that's something I don't think that is possible in any other opening. Well, if we are calling it an opening.
I think Arjun, not even at the seat, tells a picture. And look at Nodirbek, fully stretched. Chat is also letting us know that Nodirbek looks really stretched. And by the way, did he play a4?
Yes, he has gone for a4. So that is one of the best moves. I think kind of makes sense as well, because he's keeping room for that bishop to go to a2 if black ever goes knight a5. Also, he's trying to restrict black's queenside play with b5. And he has made 5 pawn moves. Why not a 6th one, right? With b5 there. So a4. But the good news for Arjun is, if this is preparation, I mean, of course it is preparation. You don't play h5 without preparation. Then he would have seen the game on a4, because there was just one game in this position. So he would ideally know what f4 is here, because that was the move, I believe.
Yes.
Now,
if he knows one move in this position for white, it's going to be a4. So 100% he's seen this. So the main question is, how many seconds does it take to play his move?
Maybe he's pretending that this is a new move, or maybe this is some psychological stuff going on over here. But for sure, Arjun knows, I think, this move a4 here.
Yeah, Oscar level acting.
Yes.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised. Wow, pawn to a4, never seen that one before. Yeah, only in 4 or 5 seconds I've seen it. But anyways, I think f4 makes a lot of sense here, because you're kind of building up this attack. So my question is, let's say Arjun does play f4, which he's going to play very likely, right? And let's say white is going to play a normal developing move, knight to d2. Okay, maybe it's not the best plan here. G5 indeed. Wow. So black is going all guns blazing on the king side. Forget about the king. Forget about the development. Forget about the queen side. Look at all of the black pieces. By the way, only 2 pieces developed right now for black. And you can hardly call this developed, by the way. And this knight has no squares. And somehow black is better.
It does not make any sense. Absolutely does not make any sense. But the move f4 also has some practical uses, because once you play f4, you are also in some way referencing that white cannot develop his queenside pieces, because either you can develop the bishop or you can develop the knight. Now both of them can only go to d2. You have to choose one piece to go to that square. You cannot play bishop e3 anymore. Yeah,
that's a very good point. The bishop's natural square has been taken away. The knight's natural square has been taken away. So this pawn is like a minor piece killer, Sahaj, I think, in this position. So Arjun thinking right now, he's not played f4 on the board. I expect him to play it very, very soon. But if he does, after f4, again, the move for white seems to be h4 to stop this pawn march by black. But then, as you mentioned, that gives away the g4 square permanently, Sahaj. That's not easy for any player to decide to do as such a committal decision.
100%. And I think there is another thing that we should mention, that a normal looking move like knight f6 here would be a mistake, because knight f6 restricts that bishop on e7 and it allows white to play knight g5. And now we see why that bishop is sitting on b3 and it's connecting with the knight on g5 as well. As you pointed out, the f7, e6 squares are incredibly weak. So I'm thinking, instead of knight f6, let's play bishop f6 rather. So f4, h4, and then we play bishop f6.
Okay, yes, in that position. f4, h4, and now bishop 6.
And now we can put the knight on e7 instead, keeping our g5 square in check.
That's a great plan, actually. And I think white is really lacking moves. As you mentioned, these bishops and knights don't have a square. So where do you put the king? Where do you put the bishop? Where do you put the knight? The best move here seems to be bishop c4. Again,
What?
Yeah, that's the best move because you don't really have.
Can we play like something like knight a3? Just wondering, because I just want to develop my knight in some way.
And now, because you've played knight a3, you don't have knight d2, and this pin is really uncomfortable, Sahaj.
Wow. And I just took a peek in this position. The best move seems to be knight b1 back.
Okay.
You just played knight a3 to develop your piece, and now you have to bring it back to b1 and play knight d2.
What the second best move is? Bishop to a2.
Oh, wow. So basically all logic is just out of the window. There is no logic in this
that
position.
was the first one that came to my mind for sure. So funny chess, I think at top level chess sometimes can be very interesting. Kudos to Arjun for finding this opening idea. I'm really hoping now he goes for f4 because I want to see this, these interesting opening lines on the board. That'll be hilarious to watch. As he thinks, Sahaj, we want to look at the Gukesh game very quickly because this is where we left it, I think. Castles, bishop e7. We have the Spanish again. b5, bishop e3. More normal stuff, yeah. We do have the bishop on e7. We might see the pawn on d6 as well, which we do. But no h5, no f5. This we can at least comprehend what's happening.
Absolutely. And I think Gukesh initially intended to play what we call the martial attack. That's why he kept his pawn on d7. Usually you wait for white to play c3 and then you play d5. It used to be, I mean, maybe it's a gambit because you do sacrifice a pawn, but at the same time, it is quite sound for black. And this is why you will see that Alireza played d3, not c3 here. This is what we call the anti-martial sort of a system. And now Gukesh finally plays d6 because, okay, he cannot play the martial anymore. White goes bishop d2, keeping that knight f5 idea in check. And now we see Breyer's idea with knight b8, rerouting the knight to d7 and pushing c5. And okay, it's a proper normal looking game.
Yeah. Both the players have played this a million times. Knight d7 is the move expected, and there it is, connecting all the pieces now, and of course, this is tension. White can take on b5 at any point, whenever he wishes. And then, of course, the knight on b1 has to be deployed as well. And white usually, I think, will be very solid. Black will be solid, and it's going to be a long strategic game, Sahaj.
Yep. Long strategic game indeed. And that knight on b1, as you mentioned, is going to be this is something you have to think about, where to put that knight. Now, generally speaking, you want to play knight c3, knight e2, knight g3, something like this to keep some pressure on the king's side. But that knight on d7 is constantly threatening knight c5. And in Spanish, you don't want to give up the Spanish bishop ever, because that's basically, it's kind of like the soul of the position. Like in Catalan, we have the g2 bishop, which is like the soul of the position. In King's Indian, we have the g7 bishop. Just like that, in Spanish, we have the Spanish bishop, which is the soul of the position, and you want to protect it as much as possible. So I think Alireza has just played a move.
I think he just took on b5 is my guess. Let's have it. Oh, knight c3
Knight
played, by the way.
c3,
Oh,
interesting.
Knight c5 is possible, but maybe bishop a2 then, yeah? And if you do take, if you do take, I think maybe, let's say knight a4, pawn a4. At some point, I'm likely going to get the pawn back, right? It's a double pawn, it's a weak pawn, maybe bishop c4 or c3, and then I pick this one up.
Absolutely. And I think if I go b takes a4 straight away, like I keep the knight on c5 as it is, then maybe bishop e3, and you put some pressure on the knight on c5, and okay, so at some point, you're going to retrieve that pawn back.
Agreed. So I think very nice to see by Firouzja. And by the way, we have no moves since then in the Hans Niemann game or the Andrekin game. So let's jump back to the Nodirbek Arjun game, where he's still thinking, Sahaj, no moves after a4. Do you think this is actually just Arjun kind of recalling his prep, or is there a genuine possibility that he's out of prep here?
Arjun, I think it is possible that he's out of prep, but it's a bit unlikely. Maybe when he was looking at the variations and such, he stopped after h5, but it's very hard to not see the only game in that position. So maybe he knows a4, maybe this is a little bit of Oscar level acting, who knows, but I think he will play f4, because f4, it looks like the most natural move anyways in the position, because you can't play knight f6 because there is knight g5. You can't really develop your bishop to f6, I guess. Maybe bishop f6 is possible, but you don't want to give ef5 there. Maybe bishop f6 is possible, I guess. But at some point, you'll play f4 anyways, right?
Agreed. I think it's only going to be a change in move order. I think the plan will be similar, even at bishop f6. And also, I think, let's say if you were to go g5 directly, then I think give white the option of taking this pawn. And also h4 again is a kind of a nuisance here for white, I think. So I think f4 kind of limits those pieces as we discussed on the queen side, or bishop f6 should be the natural choice. Maybe Arjun has seen a couple of moves, Sej, and he's trying to decide which one is the best one, yeah?
That is a very good, I think, reason for why he's thinking here. I think that's something I can actually believe. By the way, after g5, if you do go for h4, black plays g4, and then there is knight g5, I believe. So this is the difference. If you had your pawn on f4, this would not be possible anymore.
Yes.
Because your bishop would be restricted. But now, since the pawn is on f5, this is a very real threat in the position.
And now knight f7 is a game-ending threat. So, and if you play knight f6, pawn to f4 from white now is the best plan. And suddenly, it's white who's attacking. So you have to be careful. As we mentioned, this bishop is a very, very strong piece, should be highlighted in bold blue because it could decide the game. Black is really underdeveloped right now. The knight on h6 is passive. Bishop on e7 right now, okay, seems to be doing a defensive job, but cannot really support on these light squares at all. So interesting position. Arjun cannot afford to go wrong, but so can't Nodirbek.
Absolutely. And I think we do have an update on the Hans versus Nihal board. Nihal has gone for bishop to d6 and he spent quite a bit of time before he played this move. We can see an hour and 13 minutes on his clock. I think his plan is to play bishop to e5 and to pin that knight on c3. So if white plays bishop b2, black can go bishop e5 and okay, you have some pressure along that diagonal. And Hans, who was definitely in prep until this point, is taking his first time to think.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the first thing that comes to mind, right? Because knight b5 seems to be a tempo, but then you realize, okay, bishop e5 is possible and maybe you're absolutely fine, if not better. But I understand Hans, I think. Not a move you probably have looked at because it's an endgame and you probably think it's equal. Now, I think Sehaj, though, white is not really doing badly at all. I think knight e2 at the correct moment, then the king can go to c2, even b3 or b2 at the right moment. The bishop comes to b2 or e3, depending on the circumstance. Then the rooks come in. So white is really doing okay here. I see no issues for Hans. It might even be a 2-result position in my head from white.
I think for me as well, I don't know, with black, I think getting such a position is a bit, I think, frustrating because you cannot really play for a win anymore and you just have to defend in some sense. But okay, the game is still on. It's still an end game. But it looks like Hans is definitely more comfortable for now.
Agreed. So Hans even, of course, missed out on a huge potential win yesterday. So I don't know if that's playing on his mind, but I think he still has the chance. He has the white pieces. He can still, get some points on the scoreboard. So let's see how that turns out. Meanwhile, going to the game of Andrekin versus Pranesh, we have a few moves. Knight e7 is last where we left it. So he took the knight on e7. I think that kind of helps black, right? Because you have less space, you exchange a pair of pieces. While he gives that check first. Nice intermediate move, yeah? The knight is sitting on e7 and you don't even capture it.
Actually, you couldn't capture back with the queen because white would play c5 and I think the bishop on d6 was trapped. So it's a nice little intermezzo there and bishop d2 happens and now he takes on e7. It's completely equal, no?
Wow. So the opening gamble really worked, I think. Pranesh should be very happy. Look at the time difference. 25 minutes already. Sehaj, I think we've not had any predictions today, surprisingly, because that's a go-to thing. But I'm expecting a draw in this game now. This looks very comfortable for black.
Absolutely. I mean, comfortable is, I think this is like the dream Budapest gambit.
Yes.
I think because you get you sacrifice a pawn with e5 there and usually you have two knights in this position and white generally gets a lot of development by the time black takes the pawn on e5, but in this case white's bishop is on f1. I mean the rook is on h1. It's going to take you a long time to develop your pieces there, but there is a nice tactic in this position. If black does go for knight takes e5, by the way, play, what happens? Question to the chat and question to the audience over here, what happens if white plays the move a3? I'm just attacking your bishop. Anybody want to take a guess?
Okay, I'm going to push that pawn and let you enjoy the bar going down. There's
so
a deep dive.
This is a trick I think a lot of us have used in Bullet, in Blitz many times.
Yeah, this is, by the way, the favorite trap of the famous comedian.
Anyone want to take a guess? Sorry? Exactly.
Yes.
Knight d3 is not just a check, it's a checkmate.
And all the white pieces kind of taking away squares from the white king. So there's literally nowhere to go. And the game is over, Sahaj. That's it. So that would be great for Pranesh, but not going to happen, I think.
Yeah, just look anywhere but the center after you take on e5. So now I think Dimitri is kind of forced to take on e5 because he has to avoid this knight d3 checkmate. And then you take on d2 and then you take on e5. And isn't this like a dream Budapest gambit position? Like I feel you are completely fine. Maybe white still has I don't even think we can call it an advantage, but looks too equal.
Yeah, I think this is a dead draw set. I think I know white has a c-pawn, some central control, but at the end with just one bishop, space advantage is not that much of a problem. And I think this one, I think Pranesh should be, comfortable in holding. And his opening preparation was spot on today.
Absolutely. You have this d6, bishop f5, short castle. I mean, such natural looking moves. The queen on the center of the board. Generally they say don't bring your queen out in the opening. But here there is nothing to kick the queen. So the queen in the center is, I think, the perfect piece because you cannot really kick it anymore. And whatever you play, whether it's e3 or g3, I think black is just already completely equalized. There is this very cool idea in the Budapest gambit. You play a5, rook a6, and you try to attack on the king side there. That could also be possible.
Yeah, I think very interesting opening from Pranesh. I think it's going to be very likely a draw. So jump into the game of now. I'm checking which game shall we go to. No moves in the Gukesh game actually so far. So both the players having their thing. No moves in the Nihal game as well. Jumping back and still no move by Arjun Erigasi. Okay, now I'm really confused. If this is Oscar level acting or this is genuinely he doesn't know what to play Sahaj.
I mean, I think if you don't know what to play, I think you are looking at bishop f6 or you're looking at f4. Because knight f6 you can just kind of eliminate because there's knight g5. You already addressed that. Then bishop f6 becomes the only other option because you do want to develop that knight somewhere, right? You want to play knight g. If you cannot play knight f6, let's play knight g7. That way you keep the g5 square in check and you keep the d4 square in check if there is some breakthrough happening with d4 in the near future. That's what I would expect from him. But it is a bit surprising that Arjun is thinking so much.
And I think the best way to sense, which side has the momentum is to look at the expressions of the players. It's Arjun's move, and Nodirbek could have gotten up. He could have chilled, had a little walk, looked at other games. That what usually players do when it's not their turn to play. But he is more locked in than Arjun. So he's sitting there, with his head in his hands and really focused, calculating about the position right now because he senses there could be real danger incoming. And he also senses how important is it to save that time on the clock. So using Arjun's time to his benefit, and Arjun for the first time in the game has gone below Nodirbek on the clock.
Yeah, I think it's a tough position for both sides because not a single piece or a pawn has been traded so far. We are in the end game. We exchanged so many minor pieces in some other games. We're in the end game on the Nihal game. But here, not a single piece, not a single pawn has been traded. So a lot of complications, yet to arrive. So I think it's very important to create a proper plan from the black side and from the white side as well, for that matter. Because after bishop f6 or f4, there is no move. I don't see a logical looking move for Nodirbek anymore. Yes, h4 feels logical, but after that I'll play f4, but there are no logical moves after that. You were mentioning something like bishop a2 or, knight a3. I mean, those moves, I'm not really sure what's the idea. Maybe he wants to go bishop c4 and b4, b5, something like this. You attack me on the king side, I'll attack on the queen side, something along those lines. But surely this is like anyone's game, yeah?
I feel like both sides are preemptively attacking, yeah? Because there's no king on the king side to attack and there's no king on the queen side to potentially attack. So it's all preemptive attack there. But also I was wondering, because white has h4 as the move, could black play h4 here as an option or is that too risky?
I mean, I would play something like h4 if you had a pawn on g3 or maybe because now I can play h3 and I think that move g5, g4 is not going to have as much venom. You want that h5 pawn in.
We'll have the move very soon. I think I see a piece on f6, like it's going to be the bishop.
I think it was bishop f6.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so I think that was one of the best moves in the position. Now, knight ge7 is his plan, and then where the king is going to go, we don't know. I think most likely the queen side, but I think Arjun is facing the same dilemma as Nodirbek here because if you want to castle on the queen side, where is that bishop going? And if that bishop is going to d7, then where is the queen going? Because the queen also has to get out of the way.
That's a very good question, actually, because I'm going to take this square for the bishop, this for the knight, and the queen is basically just stuck on d8 for the rest of the game. Maybe if I play f3 Sahaj, can we do that typical maneuver somehow? I've seen many top players do this, but here maybe it's not as relevant. Yeah.
I think this is an idea inside Italian where black plays a5 and you go for some queen b8, queen a7. But usually you do that when your bishop is on c5.
Yes.
So you can kind of put, can we call it an Alekhein's gun, or is it like kind of? Somewhat. So, but the bishop is on f6 in this scenario. So if the queen does go to a7, you'll always have bishop e3 to kick the queen away, and that would not be the best situation for Arjun there. So maybe I think instead he could go for knight g7 and then he can try to play d5. Now I know it looks dangerous to open up the center since your king is undeveloped, but white's king is also in the center. So, and also you're stopping, maybe you're allowing short castle, maybe you can play bishop e6 afterwards. Looks tough.
Yeah, and I think Chad is telling us, that bishop s6 and h4 both have f4, both have the same eval. That's true, because I think most likely he's still gonna play f4, and it will just be a move order change. Because again, if you do, the only way to prevent f4 I see is taking on f5. But I think that allows black to develop quickly. Look at the bishops kind of looking very nice here, and of course 97 next also makes it very easy for black to develop all his pieces now, right? The queen has a very comfortable square on d7 potentially. I think black would be very comfortable.
And also there's d5. Like I think if you take on f5, if I play d5, then I can also castle on the short side, potentially speaking, and black will have full control of the center. This would be, I think, an amazing capture for Arjun there. But I really doubt if Nodirbek is going to go for it. He would not have gone for a4 instead. Maybe his plan is to just play a5 and move the bishop away, play b4, and then he's going to think about, okay, where should I put my knight and all of that. But very easy to go wrong, I think, from both sides.
Agreed. Would you consider a move like a5 here, Sam? Just to kind of push this pawn, gain some space, have bishop a4 as an option. Again, not committing to anything, but again, because now black's plan is simple, right? We know what black's going to do. So white does need something at some point to counter it. What is the something? Is it d4 at the right moment?
I don't really see the need to play f4 as black anymore. Maybe it was before because I wanted to play g5 and g4, but after bishop f6, I have a plan in my head, right? I want to develop my knight to e7. So I would first consider that, but I'm thinking now maybe there's bishop g5 or knight g5 type of ideas because my queen's view is restricted on the g5 square.
Yes.
Is there any concession there?
Yes, actually knight g5 seems to be kind of, again, I think somewhat working for white. So knight not easy to develop until you play f4 and take this square under control, Sahed. So it feels like f4 is kind of coming whether we like it or not.
But so hold on a second. So after knight e7, you play knight to g5, and let's say I play d5. So I'm restricting your idea of knight f7. I'm assuming you're going to take the pawn on d5.
I would love to take the pawn on d5.
And now
knight takes d5 now.
Takes d5.
And let's say I castle now and I want to play rook e1, pressure this pawn.
So I cannot take on g5, of course, because at the end you're going to take the bishop on, take the knight on d5, and you're going to be.
Then I think this bishop is really strong, threatening stuff on both the parts of the board. So I'll just keep the position like this. And now if you castle, then h5 is hanging. And if you don't castle, you can't. The bishop d7 loses the knight. Bishop e6 is not possible either. If you move the knight, then knight f7 is incoming. So it's not about the position, but the practical play here, I think, favors white a little bit for me.
Hold on, we do have a move by Nodirbek. Wow. I think he has gone for a5. I saw something, being pushed forward.
Wow.
Oh, he plays knight a3. What?
Ooh, that's the move we thought about, Sahaj, right? Because f4, bishop g4, knight b1 was the best move back. So that is an inaccuracy on move number 9 by Nodirbek.
Wait, so that's the second game Nodirbek is playing with the white pieces, and he has a worse position after move 9 or so. Yeah, so this is second time that this is happening. Maybe it's something that he's doing on purpose, more or less.
I mean, maybe yesterday because it was mainline theory, right? Today, I think maybe it's just Arjun's opening prep that threw him off. But now knight is like, that's the move you'd play, right? You want to develop your pieces. We know already the basic principle. You don't push pawns on the side where you're weaker. And white is clearly weaker because black has complete control on the king side right now. So you don't want to create hooks by playing h3. As you mentioned, g3 would invite h4 automatically. So knight a3, a developing move, makes a lot of sense, but it kind of forgets the fact that after f4, I cannot play h4 anymore because I would give the g4 square permanently, and then this spin is really uncomfortable. I cannot play d4 anymore. So where's my pawn break coming from, Sahaj? I think white will really lack resources here. So I think Nodirbek will have to really counter some very, very tough decisions in the next 5 moves.
I'm wondering after f4 because surely he must have calculated something, right? And I want to go back to that idea you mentioned a bit earlier to play d4. So let's say you play f4, and what if I go for d4, just shooting in the air? Like what's your idea now?
So I'm thinking, I'm tempted by bishop g4, I'm tempted by g5. I don't want to take necessarily, is my understanding, because then suddenly you have e5 ideas. So
f4 also is hanging.
Yeah,
That's another
so
thing.
that
Plus
doesn't
you
make
give up your
sense.
central control.
So one is, I think for me, maybe bishop g4 comes to mind, like as an option, but I saw the bar shoot up a bit. Because S3, and again, I think I might.
But you cannot take on d4 because again the f4 pawn is kind of left
that's
a
the
bit
problem.
loose. So maybe a natural looking move like knight e7, but then no, okay, this is fine, yeah, not really.
This is fine, but
Or was it g5?
yeah,
Wow.
g5 is the best move, and if you don't take, I'm threatening g4 anyways, right? My plan is pretty clear, and if you try to take here, now d takes c5 even works, Saj. Even the queen trade does not really release the pressure for white here, because g4 incoming anyways, knight will come to f7, d6, pressure c4, and this knight on a3 feels like, again, out of play for me right now, and more so the bishop. Where is the good square for the bishop's edge?
Absolutely. I feel the queen trade is only going to help Arjun because it is black's king which is more exposed right now. It looks like Arjun is attacking for sure. By the way, he has made a move. Is it f4? I don't think it was f4. No, he plays queen e7.
Ooh, queen e7.
Okay, so now I think we can safely say that both of the players are out of book, essentially.
Yep. I think both the players playing it safe, but queen e7 still, I think, maintains a slight edge for Arjun. And I think he's also keeping this bishop e6 idea in mind, right? Now the e6 square is controlled. f7 is also controlled now, so also safe in his king a bit. But that does mean there's not going to be knight e7 on the board, Sahaj, the move we're considering. So maybe the knight is going to stay on g8 for a while, or even might come out via h6, especially if white were to play h4 at any moment, because then I get to g4 anyways. And the part doesn't matter really, whether it comes via this path or this path.
Wow, love that breakdown, by the way. And if I wanted to play something like knight c4 with the idea of knight e3, is that possible at all in the position? Nice. Or do you have f4 there anyways?
Yeah, f4 anyways. And again, like this square is not available. But maybe you can take Sahaj now if you really want to go for this.
But wait, I don't have e4? After ef5, I'm just wondering in this position. After ef5 also I was thinking.
Interesting. Do you play with the queen now? Because queen takes, I have bishop e3, and certainly maybe white is okay, yeah?
Yeah, bishop e3 is a bit annoying. So no e4. So bishop f5 will keep the pressure in the position. So knight c4, and now the idea is to go knight e3, kick the bishop away and play knight d5. So can we go long castle? Just ignore everything?
Oof, long castle really is going to raise the stakes now, yeah? So knight e3 now, let's say...
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6, let's see, you take...
Oh, you don't play knight d5?
Oh, I would love to play knight d5, but queen
f7. Oh, yes, the bishop on b3 is hanging because if you move the knight now, then bishop takes b3.
And you attack the queen, yeah? Intermediate move. So, and by the way, once the bishops are traded off, even let's say bishop e6, queen e6, now white's pawns are also free, right? Black's pawns are also free. So it's going to be a race to checkmate, Sahaj, in this game. And it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. One wrong step and the game is over.
Absolutely. At this level, we very rarely see players castle on opposite sides. And I think it's even rarer when no one castles. But that's what's happening so far. I think no one has castled. But it looks like Arjun's going to go for the long side and does not feel that that Nodirbek is going to go on the long side because he has already committed this move a4. I was thinking about this idea as well that Arjun also has the possibility of playing b5. Like at some moment. Because after you go ab5, you cannot play knight b5 because the rook on a1 is pinned.
Agreed.
So that's another, just the idea to keep just in the back of your mind in case you need it.
Yeah, that's going to dissuade Nodirbek from going queenside for sure. There's no chance of that happening, I think, at least for the foreseeable future. So quite an interesting game. I think Nodirbek and Arjun both taking their time now. Both seem to be out of prep. And let's see how this game progresses. Right now, the only game where black seems to be slightly better on paper. Now, jumping to the game of Nihal Sarin quickly, Sahaj, because we have a few moves. You can see development from both the sides. I think this is where we left it, right? The interesting move, bishop d6, and Hans completely ignores the bishop. He just goes on his merry development, very smart chess. a6 controls the b5 square. Nice move by Nihal. King to c2. Pawn to b5 attacks the bishop. Bishop comes to b7. But maybe it's not so happy about, being there because it's completely blockaded by the pawn chain there. Rook to d1 attacks the bishop. And now the crucial question, right? Do you put the king on e7? Because then suddenly, the black king is also quite nice in the center.
I'm thinking about bishop h2 actually.
Oh!
And I'm thinking about, the very famous game of Bobby Fischer where he went bishop h2 and, in the world championship. But maybe white has g3 here as well. And I think that does trap the bishop. I was thinking some h5, h4 type of ideas, but sadly, we are not in time for this plan.
Yeah, this seems to be knight c6. And if you play rook h1, there is knight e5. And you have some sort of compensation because you win this. You might even win this. But I think that's just kind of
unnecessary.
Unnecessary, exactly. That's the word. So for now, rook d1. I think king e7 could be the choice for black.
No, king e7. We have to look at rook takes d6.
Oh, wow.
We have to look at rook takes d6, right? Because rook d6, king d6, e5 check is possible. King e5, bishop f4. Wait, don't tell me that's working.
Okay. E5 check. Now, if I move the king back, you win the knight, you are better.
Yeah.
So I'm forced to take bishop f4 check now. And okay, the king cannot go here.
You're very fortunate that just putting it out there, you're very lucky that my king is on c2 because after king f5, bishop c2 could have been a checkmate.
Oh my God! Wow.
That could have been a checkmate. That's possible in the position. Wow.
So king f5 now only move. And if you play g4 check, then king to g6. And luckily, there is no bishop c2 check here. And if you play king to b2, that's the best move, by the way. Knight f to d7 is the saving grace for black. And if bishop c2 check, king f6, knight e4 and king e7. And thank God for that e7 square.
How are we still I still think the game goes on because you have already disrupted your castling. If your king goes back to e8, your rooks are going to be disconnected for a very long time.
This actually, yeah.
This looks so interesting actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it doesn't work. I mean, the bar kind of ruins it for me, but I really think this is a beautiful try for Hans here.
Agreed. I think he's going to be thinking about it for sure. And of course, Nihal right now, by the way, he played bishop e5. You know what? He saw that variation. He saw his king coming to f5. He's like, you know what? I could calculate this stuff. It might take me 2 hours. I don't have that much time. So let me just put the bishop on e5. But that's a minor inaccuracy and maybe a potential chance for Hans to play a4. And then the king again could be under fire.
Oh, a4 is a move I would not have considered in this position. I was thinking something along the lines of like bishop e3, rook c1 and... Okay, you tuck the king away to b1 and okay, you have a simple looking position with maybe a slight edge thanks to the better pawn structure that e4, f3, g2. Can I go bishop f4 instead? Because I see that your bishop is the only active piece in the position and I just want to take it away. So knight takes f4 and that's it.
I like this because I think I could have the c5 square as well.
And I'm definitely not threatening bishop takes e6 here. I'm definitely not going to play that.
No, I think I like this move, but maybe it's just...
See, you are defending it now.
Yeah, but I feel like it's maybe simplifying the game a bit too much for Hans's taste. Like
the knight on c5, the c5 square is still, I think, a bit weak in the position.
Okay, which knight am I putting to d7 now? Is it knight f d7 or knight b d7?
It's a good question because knight b d7 would, I can play something like e5 and then your knight on f6 is a bit uncomfortable. So and if you play knight f d7, then knight on b8 is, well, what is it doing?
Yeah.
Now I can play something like a4, bf4, knight a4, and I think that could be something to play for. I think Nihal would have to defend here for quite some time. The bishop on b7, the knight on b8, the rook on 8. I mean, the entire queenside, force there is just looking very, very passive.
And by the way, we can see the fans in the playing hall as well. So if you live in Chennai, you have the opportunity. You can come to the hotel, the Western Hotel, and see the players in action. Of course, the stars of Chennai itself. We have Gukesh, the world champion, playing in his home city. As we discussed yesterday, Sahaj, his first game as world champion in India, the first classical game.
Wow. The first tournament, and well, yeah, it was a great game, but
By the way, a huge update. Arjun and Agassi after queen to e7. We discussed this. You mentioned this move, Sahaj. Knight c4, nice idea. But we figured out because black has the move f4, we should first take this and then play knight c4. But Nodirbek goes for the move directly. And now guess what? F4 on the board.
I'm sorry, but this looks really bad for Nodirbek. I think G5, G4, Bishop D7, long castle. Black has such easy moves. Whereas from the white side, I still don't know where am I castling. I mean, maybe I want to play H4. H4, okay, is a kind of a logical move that I would throw in this position just to not give you G5. But as we mentioned, Bishop G4 and long castle, and I don't know how white is even going to continue here. This looks quite bad actually for Nodirbek.
And okay, the H4 is the best move, Sahaj. My question is, let's say if Nodirbek were not able to find H4, let's say he doesn't find H4, what's the second alternative move that comes to mind white potentially could play?
I'm thinking D4 maybe, because D4
is hanging now.
I would gladly give you my pawn as long as you don't have the attack. So D4, pawn takes D4, I'll go short castle. I'm very happy with that.
Understood.
In fact, you know what? After E4, I'll go CD4. Come, give me a check, I'll go King F1 and... Actually, no, maybe not. That's maybe not a good idea.
Yeah, Bishop G4, I think.
It's not that I'm too optimistic in the pawn sacrifice. It's just I feel that the entire structure for black is very risky, and giving a pawn as a sacrifice is maybe the right play here.
Yeah, maybe that might be the way for Nodirbek to complicate matters, as he did yesterday, by the way, successfully. So D4, one of the options at the correct moment, but that tells you, yeah, the H4 move is very crucial. If you want to play a random move, let's say Queen E2, something which just looks practically like a normal idea, but now G5, and suddenly G4 is extremely strong and extremely fast, and you have no counterplay whatsoever. So this H4 idea might be a must-play strategic concept. Otherwise, black's attack is incoming.
You know, it's really interesting that you mentioned this, because after Queen E2, I think the plan was white wanted to go Bishop D2 and long castle, right? Because this is what we are taught, that let's get our king to safety and then we can think about other things. But G5 prevents just that, because if you play Bishop D2, I'll play G4, and where's that knight going? It was supposed to go to D2.
Wow.
Knight, of course, you're not going to consider knight G1. We saw Firouzja do this yesterday, but
it feels like we're playing the video of this game in reverse. Pieces are moving backwards. Maybe then after B5, the knight also has to come back. So it feels like, I think, the king has no safe home, and Arjun will be close to winning. Just imagine, Queen E2, G5, Bishop D2, G4, and you're basically lost. That's it. 2 bad moves and the game is over.
Wow. Wow, this looks extremely dangerous. By the way, we do have some updates on the Firouzja versus Gukesh game. I see the rooks have been traded off, which I think is an interesting development. I think he took AB5 in this position. I think the games have gone on a little bit longer. Takes happened. And now he has played the move knight to H4.
Interesting.
Pretty logical move. The first question is knight takes E4. Right, this is what you always think about. There are 2 ways to kind of refute this. First is there is rook takes e4 that defends the knight on h4, and the second one is even more interesting here, which is knight f5. This is an idea we can apply anywhere in the position. Like in most type of structures here, you can play knight f5 here, knight takes d2, and knight e7 is a check. So this is what we call an intermezzo, and white would just be winning.
So you can't play knight takes c4. That means knight f5 is a real threat. Your queen is far away, so maybe g6 is the move, but then that weakens the dark squares. Bishop h6, queen f3, maybe rook e3, rook g3 on a good day. This bishop also, by the way, an excellent piece, yeah? So some potential attack brewing up if Firouzja does this nicely.
Bishop, yeah, exactly. Bishop h6, rook e8, and I'm seeing ideas of bishop f7. I'm seeing ideas of knight g6. So many pieces around the black king, but I think Gukesh is safe as long as there is bishop f8. Because that removes the, let's say, the pressure that white has on the dark squares on the king side there. So I think he should feel more or less safe. But g6 is still a tough move to play, because my reasoning is that why should I play something like g6? So let's say you go knight h4 here, I'll go rook e8. I don't have to make a pawn move. If you play knight f8. Knight f5, then I can go bishop f8. But now I see the difference. If you do play g6 now, then white can go knight h6 check. And then if you take it, I can take back, and now there is nothing to challenge my dark squared bishop.
Exactly. So if you want to really put the bishop here, then might as well play g6 first, delay this advancing move, because now queen f3 comes in. There are knight h6 ideas, hanging in the air. Bishop f7 is a tactic. Queen g3 is a tactic. Bishop g5, bishop h6 side. So a lot of stuff happening in this position right now. Even the second knight can join in, Sahaj. You never know, might as well the entire army join the fray. So I think an attack brewing up. So right now, very interesting debate happening in this game as well. A strategic debate, and the stronger player should come out on top. But Firouz are definitely putting a lot of pressure on the world champion.
Absolutely. And by the way, G6, what we discussed, is the only move for Gukesh. It's literally the only move for Gukesh to not give up an advantage. So this is something he has to find. So this is, he has to take quite a bit of time, because this is an important move.
I think he'll find it. I think. A very normal idea, I think, in this structure. So meanwhile, I think no updates in the hands game so far after bishop to e5. I think he's still thinking. We have a few updates in the Endrakin game, and guess what? We exactly reached the position we predicted, said. So after d takes e5, knight takes, the moment when we thought, okay, a3, knight d3 could be a quick finish, maybe a 0.00 minus negative 0 point chance. So knight takes e5, bishop d2, takes, and now g3. Okay, the bishop will come to g2 here. Some pressure on the b7 pawn, but realistically, I think a very good result for Pranesh here from the opening.
But look at Pranesh's next move. He has played the move queen to e4. So now what he's saying is, either you play f3 and give me the pawn on c4, or you play queen to d5. Now, queen d5 would mean that I can just immediately go into the endgame, one step closer to, simplification, and, the endgame should be equal, more or less. Maybe some pressure for white because of space, and maybe there is some pressure on the c pawn, the c7 pawn there. But Pranesh is happy with this.
Yeah, I think one weakness can be easily defended. Not a big deal here.
c6 also is possible, I guess.
And also, in fact, you know what the best move here is? You want to take a guess?
Is it f5?
It's queen e7 back. So,
oh, wow.
I mean, technically a repetition is possible. Just gonna kind of be a spoil sport. It's not gonna happen, but I think...
I really doubt it. Actually, I like the move queen e7 because I think black's queen is slightly more active in this position, because you have the ideas of queen b4 check. You also are controlling a lot of dark squares there. Some d6, bishop a6, maybe c6 could be like a kick you need, and a crucial tempo in the position that could help develop complete your development. But right now, Endrakin is thinking, but it's an only move. But there is something very interesting in this position. Instead of the move queen d5, Endrakin can actually take a draw here. He can play the move, I think it is queen c3 or queen g5. Maybe let's go for queen g5 rather.
Okay.
If you go queen takes h1, queen takes g7, rook f8, and now queen e5, queen f6, queen e5, queen f6, and that's a repetition.
Wow.
And I'm just trying to look at Endrakin's body language. Is he considering that? Because it looks like he's thinking about, that it is possible.
No, I agree. I think your opponent has completely outplayed in the opening. So if you think you don't have realistic winning chances, Pranesh is a very strong player, the winner of the Challengers from last year. In fact, I remember on the last day, Sahaj, Pranesh after he won, Vincent after he won the Masters, they were sitting in the lobby of the hotel playing some blitz chess, and Pranesh defeated Vincent, Kaimer and Anish both.
I remember.
So he's not somebody you can take lightly even in time pressure. So if Endrakin feels, and okay, I think maybe my opening prep, I was outplayed in the opening, I can save some energy today. Take a good draw and move on to the next game.
Absolutely. I think it is definitely on the cards right now. But I think Pranesh is quite young and he's very, very underrated. So lots of good things coming his way, hopefully. But after queen e4, queen g5, is it possible for me to go short castle? I think short castle, you can go queen d5 now, yeah? I mean, maybe in some scenario, they say that in the end game, your king itself becomes a piece. So maybe castling, like let's assume black's going to take on d5, white's going to take back on d5. And maybe if black has castled, it helps white because the king is kind of away from the center of the board. But okay, this looks extremely complicated and maybe a little bit unnecessary as well. I think he will go for...
Yeah.
Wait, no. He plays queen c3.
What?
He plays queen c3. That means he's going for the draw, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he just played queen c3.
Wait, but queen c3 is the worst version, Sahaj. Because now you don't have queen d5. And if black castles, then what?
And then f3, I think, no?
Yeah, but you don't get the draw. Yeah, you don't get the exchange. So the queens are on the board now.
So it's up to Pranesh to decide whether he wants to take the draw or not. It's really up to Pranesh right now. If he chops up that rook on h1, queen g7 is just a draw. Wow.
Oh.
So I mean, considering the whole situation, he's playing with the black pieces. It would be technically a rest day of sorts.
I mean, I'm
Not a
sure.
bad decision.
I mean, he must be facing a bit of pressure in the opening, right? Because he faced something completely new. But yeah, I think it could be a very short day of both the players. But let's see what happens. And I think, Chad, what do you think? Do you think Pranesh takes the draw, or does he just say, okay, I'm going to castle. I've outplayed you in the opening. I'm up on the clock. And let's play a long game, and see who wins. What do you think, Chad? What do you think, Sahaj?
I think he goes for it. I think he goes queen h1, and I mean that's a successful, I think it's the best way any opening prep could have gone with the black side. But short castle, does it give him a more comfortable position? Because f3, queen c6, e4, I'm not so sure. It's what we call a Maroczy structure. But okay, there's two little pieces on the board. Generally, you have the knight on d4, the bishop on e3, which is, kind of putting pressure on black's camp, and black really suffers with space. But here we only have one minor piece, so there is no problem with space anymore. But still, the pawn on e4 and c4 look, let's say, uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I think right now a crucial decision for Pranesh to take. I think he did lose yesterday. Sometimes I think getting the half a point on the scoreboard is very important for your confidence. So very, very interesting on what he chooses in this position. Meanwhile, Sahaj, I can see you kind of pointing towards the game, and seems like Hans Niemann has a slightly better position. Let's jump to that quickly. Bishop e5, bishop e3 played, castles. A very interesting decision by Nihal. And now king to b2, and clearly the white king seems to be better placed, barring maybe this spin here.
Oh, this is a dream endgame. This is like, I think I would be shocked here if this is not like at least slightly better for white. Okay, I see the bar. Wow, this is more than slightly better. Yeah, this looks like black is in deep trouble here. So rook c1, bishop d4, or just even some ideas of f4, e5 could be possible.
Indeed, and if you play knight c6, for example, right, a logical move, just f4 now. And suddenly you're stuck. And whatever you do, knight d7 is even worse, right? Because now f4, again, e5, this could be hanging. You have to give the bishop now after f4. So it feels like a lot of pressure now on Nihal's ring in the endgame, which we thought was just a draw.
So basically what you're saying is, right now, f4 is not a threat. But if black develops the knight on b8, like if black plays knight c6, then the pawn on e4 is restricted, like the bishop on b7 is restricted, so you can play f4, the pawn is not hanging. But if you played knight d7, I can play f4, bishop takes c3, if you can have that on the board as well, Sahil.
Yeah.
Knight bd7 there.
Knight d7, yes. Knight d7.
So knight bd7, f4, bishop c3, knight c3, and now note, knight takes e4 is not possible as the knight on d7 is hanging.
Yes.
So that gives him a double bishop advantage in the endgame, and pawns are on both sides of the board. That definitely favors the the bishops. Hans is, I think, I think this is a dream position.
Yeah, and if rook f8, suddenly white is just in time with e5. And now you kind of understand why the king is not on e7, yeah? If the knight were to move at some point, bishop c5 check, the knight would also come to d6 maybe on a good day. So Nihal may be taking a pragmatic approach, but might backfire in the long term. So let's see how this game progresses. But Chad has an interesting question. Are we talking about chess or cheese?
Maybe a bit of both, yeah. But speaking of cheese, how is that knight getting out?
I
have no idea actually, because anywhere you develop the knight, white can play f4. So my suggestion is, let's hold it off for now. Let's play rook c8. Let's just wait, because I'm not giving you f4. And what's your move?
c1. But again, now what? It's like
That's a good question.
You're stuck, right? You have to play a move. So very likely, you have to give the bishop for the knight. And that's like a double bishop advantage in an open position for Hans Niemann with an active king. I mean, it's something he will press for a very, very long time.
Hold on a second. I think Nodirbek has just... he's almost losing from what I can see on the bar. If you can have it on the board. G3 was played and G5 gives Arjun a winning position. Wait, what?
Wow!
How many moves? It's just move 11. and looks like Arjun has almost a winning advantage in this position.
Okay, let's have his camera because I think we discussed not moving pawns the side very weaker. Yeah, G3 seems to be doing exactly that. Gives up the H3 square, gives up the G4 square as well. And now G5. Okay, don't take this pawn. Very important
course,
because H takes, now the rook file will open, and now I think white is having a dream position now. But in this current position, G5, I'm supporting my pawn on F4 Sahaj. And now, what is white planning to do as the next plan? What is the idea behind G3? I just don't see it.
Look at that stare that Arjun is giving Nodirbek right now. I feel like he's also wondering the same. If I play G5 in this position, you take on F4. Oh, and
Played!
Wow, that's a beautiful move by Arjun. He's just, I think, on the verge of just being completely winning with black pieces on move 11.
Wow.
Second game for Nodirbek where he is, well, worse with the white pieces after move 10.
Okay, chat, I have to ask you this, and Sahaj, also you, I think Nodirbek 2 games in a row with the white pieces struggling. Like, what's going wrong? Is it the opening itself that's complicated? Is it something, maybe his confidence a bit? Like, what's happening with Nodirbek here? Because yesterday he kind of messed it up in a very strategic, very well-known position. Now it's a crazy position. But again, G3 feels weird. It's not something you would expect from him.
Exactly, but this is the kind of, I call it the Arjun effect in this sense, because he comes up with these H5, weird ideas, and where all logic is just out of the window. Like, just to explain it to everyone, in this position, one of the best moves for white is King D2. That's it. It's King D2. There is no explanation for why would someone play something like King D2. You're blocking your bishop, your king is in the center. But that's one of the best moves in the position.
Wow. And the best seems to be H3. But again, you just played G3. Now you play H3. I mean, it feels like white is just confused and is playing any move that comes to mind. So as of now, Nodirbek under huge pressure. And I did see that stare that you mentioned, right? That Arjun gave to Nodirbek. Okay, I mean, you're playing some weird moves, brother. I think this is something I can capitalize on. And now look at these pawns marching forward. G4, of course, could be an idea. Then F3 could come in as well at the right moment. And of course, then slowly but surely, black will develop the bishop, the knight come to H6. And at some point, he could castle. Where is the white king gonna go? Maybe King D2 is the move.
King D2, yeah. Now that you break it down, it still doesn't make sense that why King D2 is one of the best moves, and this is a move I would not consider in a million years, but it is one of the best moves. And Nodirbek, I think, is going to take a very long time to think here because the moves are not easy.
Wow.
They are anything but easy.
Somebody said,
if I go GF4, are you playing G4 or are you playing EF4? What's your idea? Because I know you want to play G4 at some point.
Wow, it's a buffet of good choices, Sahaj. I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. Should I eat, like jalebi tonight, or what should I eat? Like, there's 10 options there, just like the buffet here at the hotel. But everything looks nice. I mean, G4 looks nice, EF4 looks nice, GF4 also looks nice. I mean, I'm happy with either. What do you think?
I think EF4 just to create an extra imbalance in the game, and I really want to play G4. And also on top of all of this, I have D5 now.
Sahaj, King D2 is again the best move here. Oh my god, what is this position? I can't comprehend this. And I think the king on D2, blocking the knight square, blocking the bishop, blocking the queen. I mean, it's taking away squares from every other white piece. Very selfish king, I must add.
But you are trying to get away from that pin on the E4 pawn, which I guess is the entire point of the position. But it does not make sense. Nothing here makes sense. And I think Nodirbek is in quite a bit of trouble. And this setup that Arjun chose, bishop e7, g5 and h5, f5, I'm definitely going to check this out because I feel it worked like a charm in this position. Well done. I think we can coin this opening. Yeah, the Arjun attack with this bishop e7 and f5 and h5 and whatever it was.
And most openings with black, when you look at the naming, nomenclature there, they have defense in front of it, right? King's Indian defense, for example, even though it's not really a defense. So Arjun defense, maybe the one where you attack.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Sahaj in chat, I'm going to ask you one question. Put yourself in the shoes of Nodirbek. What's the move that comes out to you? What can he play? I mean, we discussed King D2 and H3 as another two good moves, but what's the move that calls out to you?
I'm thinking maybe I should have played D4 like on move 1. That's the thought that would occur in my mind. But this is definitely not ideal in any sense. Maybe h4 looks logical because g4 you still have knight g5, but I'm wondering there's bishop g4 in the position and that knight on f3. is pinned for life.
Wow.
I mean, I am not really sure how I'm bringing the next piece to attack it, but I think that knight is just gone. Maybe you play knight cd2 and then you bring the queen away, but then who's developing the bishop on c1?
Oh, this is like a dream position. Yeah, I mean, the bishop can never develop really. It's just stuck on c1 forever. So, wow. So right now, I think after g5, Nodirbek facing some serious pressure. He did actually defend yesterday successfully, even though he was, I think, 2 pawns down, he managed to draw that endgame. But right now, it's more about his king, yeah? I think if the king falls, the pawns don't really matter.
Yeah, and on top of that, look at the time difference. It's getting too much. It's almost 25 minutes. I think that's the time difference, and there is no additional time in this tournament. So 47 minutes is all you have, and we are only on move 11.
Somebody said the king d2 move is the king. He's being a bit of a coward and trying to run away from the attack. But that's the objective of the game, right? Yeah. You have to save the king. I mean, sometimes you can be brave. Sometimes counter-attack is the best defense. But there is no counter-attack really possible here, right? Because how do you break? You want to break with a pawn somewhere. You don't have d4 because e4 is hanging. The b4 pawn move is stopped by your own bishop. You don't even have time to move the bishop because then g4 is incoming. So white is kind of stuck for options. And whatever you have to take it. You have king d2, it is.
Absolutely. And by the way, I think we have a result incoming.
Oh, wow.
It's too soon, but I think we do have a draw incoming in the Pranesh versus Andrekin board, because he did end up taking that rook on h1, I believe. So,
oh, wow. So see how he left it, right? He takes the rook. White is an entire rook down, but takes the pawn, rook f8, queen e5 check, king to d8, and we see a repetition coming in. The first result of day 2 at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. Sahaj coming in very quickly. A quick draw between Andrekin and Pranesh.
I think good preparation by Pranesh. I mean, maybe he could have played on with that short castle, but can't really blame him for, taking the draw there, because considering how the first round went, I think a draw, like a healthy draw in just 1 hour, you can treat it like a free day and then you can be fresh for the remaining rounds. So I think good result for Pranesh there. For Andrekin, I'm not so sure. I mean, maybe he's not going to be so happy because he was playing with the white pieces. It's never ideal to draw that quickly with the white pieces, but it is what it is. But good result so far.
Yeah, I think that bishop d6 idea was just so rare. Yeah, Andrekin, I think, would have been surprised by that one. I think overall acceptable. I think he's being pragmatic. He understands, saving energy in a tournament where there's no rest day, by the way, might be valuable at the end. So a quick draw, and very importantly, Pranesh getting his first points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that would put Dimitri at 1 out of 2. So he has made 2 draws, and for Pranesh, it's half out of 2. So maybe we can quickly jump to Firouzja versus Gukesh, because an attack is cooking in this position.
Oh, okay. I thought when you place a bishop in front of a pawn, like you can capture it. Is that position?
No, I think that's not.
I hope not.
No, that's not. I think after c6.
Yes, this is the position.
This is the.
So this is what we saw last. Knight to h4, pawn to g6. So he found that move. Bishop to h6 as expected. Rook to e8, and now queen to f3. And we discussed this maneuver: bishop f8, bishop g7. A plan to solidify the black king here, and that's what Gukesh is considering right now.
But wait. Bishop f8, this knight f5. Bishop f8, knight f5, bishop h6, knight h6 check, and the f7, the golden pawn is gone.
But I can take the knight here, Sahaj, maybe.
Oh, I was thinking some queen g3 and bishop f7, but I think that leads to basically nothing, yeah?
Yeah, because it is control. Luckily,
yeah, that makes sense. Oof, this is a tough position.
Very close.
Very tough position.
Very close, actually. Very close. Because if this knight was not there, this would be game over already.
Wait, I have another idea. Can I play queen g3? Because my plan is bishop h6, and I mean, I love sacrificing pieces, especially when they're not mine.
Do you mean here?
Yeah. Bishop h6 and knight g6, I was thinking something I had, but I don't know if it's working.
Takes bishop g7.
Bishop takes, or f7. I don't know with what you take back.
King f8. Yeah, I'm going to go towards the center, towards my queen. I need one more piece as white here, I think.
Yeah.
I'm lacking that piece.
Yeah.
If the rook was here already, I'm going to waste a move for black just to test this. Yeah, rook g3 now, and the attack is bishop h8.
Something is there, in the position, but maybe not enough. So what is he planning after bishop f8? Because this doesn't feel, because if he doesn't play bishop f8, I do have knight f5 then. So bishop f8 is basically automatic here. Is he planning queen e3 maybe?
You're right, by the way. If queen a7, just to show you, chat, just say that random move queen a7 here, maybe we're playing rook a8. Now knight f5 seems to work because the g7 square is not controlled. You cannot grab this knight because queen g3, queen g7 is indeed checkmate. Your idea on the board. So exactly. Black has to be precise.
Wow. So bishop f8. White goes queen e3 now, right? Because I think I'm gonna keep my, let's say, power over the dark squares. You take on h6, I will take back, and then I have knight g6 as a very, very real threat.
Oh, that's a good one. So maybe I don't take on that 6 then. Maybe I just play bishop g7, or maybe just bring the queen back, let's say to d8.
Oh, careful now. If you play bishop g7, then I might have knight f5 and queen g5.
Oh,
I don't know if this is.
so
Oh, it is
scary.
working.
It is working. It is
Finally,
working.
a move I say that's working. Yeah. Finally.
It is working spectacularly, actually. So let's not play that move. I'm going to put that back very quickly. Where it is? Yeah, there it is. So queen d8 maybe then. Sahaj, just kind of bring the queen
So
there.
queen e3 first,
Queen
and
E3
then
now queen d8.
queen d8. That's a very tough move to play here. Wait, I don't even know the plan of this move. Why am I playing queen d8?
Just bring the queen closer to the king, Sahaj. Control some dark squares there.
If I said pass, like what's your queen e7? Maybe is your move.
Yeah, queen e7 next is the plan.
Okay, so you
Control F7.
basically you're defending the golden pawn on f7
Yes.
there, but still looks tough for Gukesh, no?
It does look tough. Future, by the way, stretching out there, but we have to jump to the Arjun game. We have a move from Nodirbek after a 10-minute think almost, and he plays pawn to h4, and look at that tempting g4 square for the black bishop there. First of all, if you do take on h4 accidentally, I think now I take on f4 instead, and white is absolutely back in the game. And if you do take on g3, then there is h takes g5. So it's like, you take this, I take that, you take that, I take this. So
Oh, I think we have a move. We have a move by Arjun. Did he play g4 or bishop? You know what? I was thinking bishop g4 is the best choice here, because if you played g4 instead, Nodirbek has g takes f4. And I don't know, like it feels like the momentum just shifted here, because it was black who was kind of putting in the pressure, but now suddenly Nodirbek sacrifices a piece, but he takes all the initiative with him.
Agreed. That would be a plan.
You don't ever want to give up initiative.
And also, a typical sacrifice knight g5, just kind of giving up that knight, because anyways, I don't want to move it back, right? If you do take, you might win this pawn, but now this pawn is forever pinned, and I can pressure this with queen d2 as well, and at least the game goes on, and the game goes on. I can castle queenside safely, and at least I will have a long game where I have some compensation with this bishop on b3. So going back,
I still feel gf4 is like a more, I don't know, like interesting try, because at least you sack something, and okay, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but at least you have play in the position. But I like knight g5 as well.
yeah, and f5 also possible actually.
Wow, f5, I didn't even look at it, but Arjun plays the best move, bishop g4, keeping the initiative, keeping that pin on that, the f3 knight over there. And now the question is, how do you move your queen? How do you move your knight? Well, how do you move, basically?
How do you move? That's a good question. And I'm going to ask chat one question. Chat, so far, if you had to describe Arjun's play in one word, what would that be? Sahaj, one word.
Madman. I think I've heard that before, but is living up to his
I think
reputation there.
I'm gonna add a dash to and say nothing held back. It's like he's not holding back at all. He doesn't care. Okay, weaknesses. What weaknesses? It's only a weakness we can attack it, and he's just pushing all these pawns on the king side. At some point, the queen side break might come in if white were to be adventurous. And center, of course, there's always d5 long term there to handle. And I think bishop g4. Now you're wondering, the knight is on c4. At some point, I have to come back. Then why did I play knight a3, knight c4 in the first place? I could have actually played knight to d2.
Yeah, this feels like an Italian gone horribly wrong for white. And I think Nodirbek is in big trouble. Big trouble. I think this could be, this kind of reminds me of that Tata Steel, I think 2025 it was, in the second last round where Arjun, I think, played against Nodirbek, but he won like very quickly in some 2.5 hours. He also had some crazy preparation there as well against Nodirbek. It kind of reminds me of that moment. If you manage to surprise Nodirbek with such an idea, like you have, Arjun has done this before, so maybe he has good chances to win.
Absolutely. I think there's no question about that one. And of course, so very interesting, says, so far, if we sum up the 4 games, right, we have one result. That's ended in a draw, Dmitry Andreikin versus Pranesh. We have Firouzja Gukesh fighting it out in a very complicated position, but roughly balanced right now. Then Hans Niemann pressuring Nihal in an endgame. And then this position, which I don't know if it's a middle game, I have no words for this one, but it's a crazy attack on the board. So how many results can we expect today?
That's a tough one, but I think Nihal is in a bit of a pickle, and I think he's also in maybe a slightly worse position. It's possible that we could have a result there as well, and I think Firouzja versus Gukesh looks like a result as well to me. So I'm actually gonna say there's 3 games remaining, 3 results possible.
Oh wow, 3 results. Okay, I think Yesterday we were a bit optimistic about the results. I'm going to be a bit, pragmatic this time. I'm going to say 2 results maybe. Oh wait, he plays Queen E2. He plays Queen E2, so clearly he might be getting up. Is he getting up for queenside castles? I hope not.
I think maybe he wants to play Bishop D1 and then play Queen C2. He has found a way to, free his queen, and maybe it's not, let's say, the most pleasant way, but it is a way.
We're going to have Pranesh's interview soon, and of course, all the players, we'll try to get them to use their words after the game. But I would love to interview that bishop on b3. How it feels about jumping from that amazing diagonal to the d1 square, Sahaj. If you were the bishop, what would you say, Sahaj? You're the bishop on b3 coming to d1.
If that's the only way for me to save my knight, I'm taking it with open arms. I think this is not something you want to play; it's something you have to play. So, just looking at the body language of both of these players, it's very clear that Nodirbek is not happy right now. But at least he has found a way to keep the game going. And let's not forget, Nodirbek was worse in the previous game as well, but he fought back. And also some could argue that in the end game, he could have also played on for a win there as well. So even though Arjun is on the verge of having a winning position, it is very far from over, because Nodirbek is the ultimate fighter when it comes to, worse positions. He will defend with his life there.
Agreed. And indeed, chat pointing out Queen E2 is indeed the best move according to the engines. I think that's a good sign he's played it, but also a sad sign that a move like Queen E2 is the best move for you in this position, because that's not a plan. Whether it is Bishop D1 or even just like Queen on E2 is not really doing anything, right? So it's kind of a passive, waiting for Black to show his hand basically. What is your plan? And then you're basically reacting to it. You don't have an active plan of your own. So Black, what do you think are the next 2 to 3 moves for Arjun in this position, Saj?
I will go long castle, and then I will wait for your next few moves. Yeah, because then I think my idea is going to be reactive in this sense. Because if you play Bishop D1, for example, then I have D5.
Oh. And then the rook also enters the game.
Because your bishop is no longer eyeing that d5 square. But if you don't play like Bishop d1, then of course I'm going to wonder which move you're going to play, because it's not very clear. But I mean, there's other ideas, like there's, I think, fg3, knight h6. You can focus on development. And I see this other idea. I'm not sure if it's working, but I want to somehow put the queen on the g file somehow, like fg3, gh4, and I just want to enter the queen on the g file. So queen g7 looks interesting to me.
Looks very interesting. Also, plan here also controls that d4 break again. And also, by the way, maybe you can reach a freestyle position like queen to f1, knight to b1, knight to g1, and then maybe white resigns, because very awkward position here.
That's just a classical position with the bishop and the queen swapped. Yeah, that's like exactly the same position there. By the way, Arjun has made a move, and I believe it was long castle.
Yes. And look at this. Bishop d2 instead, Sahaj. Does not go for bishop d1 yet.
So do we have d5 now? Or d5, ed5, rook d5, knight b6 check is there. So that's not possible at this moment. But after d5...
Right now?
ed5... Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's a bit early.
Because
but I have... Yeah, exactly. I have to time this correctly. I'm thinking maybe king b8. Okay, what's the problem with king b8? Because if I go king b8, now I'm throwing the ball to you. I'm also preparing for that knight b6 check idea. So, the move is prophylactic.
It's a very nice move, actually.
It's a simple looking move.
I love that move. And especially because white really doesn't have an attack here, right? I mean, black is just already, black is at white's door. You've not really even planned an attack here. But surprisingly, and this is I would love to get your thoughts here, the best move is gh4. Not a move I would even consider here.
So gh4, gf4 I didn't like.
ef4.
ef4.
Bishop f4.
No. I don't want to play this.
Now king b8, which is very uncomfortable, right?
I don't think this is a good idea, because I think such exchanges, such simplifications forces Arjun to play forcing moves. Essentially, he has to make the best moves to have any kind of an advantage. Whereas if he doesn't take on h4, he has flexibility. He can play king b8. He can play literally anything, and he would still be at least slightly better. And I would like to keep that flexibility in the position.
Agreed. And by the way, Arjun is around 24 minutes ahead on the clock. As we know, no extra time at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters after 14 moves. So Sahaj, maybe the perfect opportunity to take a very short first break on day 2. The action is spicy. We can see a crazy attack building up. This is the live position, and we'll be back on the other side with some exciting chess. See you soon.
Grandmaster Pranesh, you're showing amazing prep and drawing Dimitri Andreikin in just 16 moves. Tell us more.
I had this for a long time, but I managed to use this here. Maybe I could have slightly pushed, but I was like, okay, draw this black. I was like, let's see tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, and nice draw with the black pieces. Short of a rest day. And tell us about that Bishop D6 idea on the third move.
It was not played by many top players, I think. Also, it was not. Engine was not also showing it. It was like Prashikos, but white has to be really precise to get good position.
And coming back to the event, you qualified to this, earned your right by winning the challenges last year and playing in the Masters section. How is it different? And tell us more about how you enjoy playing here at the Quantbox Chennai GM event.
There, I had to face with around my level.
Yeah.
But here, I have to face with just 100 point above my level, which is really good for me.
Yeah.
At least to gain some experience from them. And it's really good playing here, and the Chennai is always good.
Yeah. And we were talking in commentary yesterday that Ali Reza was like 2750-ish level. Is he the highest rated you have ever played?
I think so, yeah.
And you'll be playing Gukesh, Arjun, etc.
Yeah.
How excited are you to playing these guys?
It's just really good, and I hope I can make some wins also.
And have you played them in classical chess before?
I think maybe Arjun I have played and Carlson I have played actually in classical.
Oh, Carlson as well.
In the Qatar Masters, same round next year.
Awesome. And before we let you go, we want to wish you a big congratulations on qualifying to the EWC World Cup in Paris. And you'll be repping the S8UL team. A message to your fans.
Thank you. Just see me there.
All right. Thank you, Pranesh. Back to you guys in the studio.
And we are back from that short break where I'm joined by two very good friends of mine, International Master Rakesh Kulkarni and Grandmaster Adivan Bhaskaran. Rakesh, I have a question for you. How did you jump so fast from there to here?
I think that's the advantage of the delay and the short break you guys took. But nice to be here alongside two GMs here. Grandmaster Adivan, welcome, known as the Beast. How does it feel to be back in the studio?
Yeah, it feels good, but I would definitely prefer to be a player. So I'm missing the challenges.
It's kind of your mistake. You were so close on winning the challenges last year.
But actually, I'm happy that Pranesh is getting the chance. And in fact, I kind of helped him to win also. So in a way, it's also good.
Yeah, and speaking of Pranesh there, he said it's a nice thing to draw quickly. You get like an extra rest day of sorts. And also wish him congrats because he's almost qualified to the EWC because MVL pulled out at the last minute.
Oh wow, that is huge news for Pranesh there. I have to say, first question to Adivan, in that game of his, the game against Pranesh, do you think he should have gone for the draw? Or do you think in that position he should have kept on playing?
Andreikin could have tried, right?
No, in the final position, he had that option of taking on H1 and he also had the option of not.
Yeah, like you said, Queen D5, I think he could have played and this could be, Queen D. No, after Queen E4. Yeah, just Queen D5 and you just play this position. No, I was very surprised with the decision to play for the draw. Yeah, what more you want from the English? I think Queen D5 and you just try to torture your opponent for a long time and see how it goes. And also, once you get C D5, you have this Rook C1, and then you have this permanent pressure on the C pawn, and Black is suffering actually. So I was actually surprised. Also, he's quite ambitious in general, Andreikin. So I was surprised with the decision to take this draw. And so your question was, could Black play for a win?
Exactly. Because I was thinking instead of Queen takes H1, maybe something like short castle and.
Let's say I go F3.
F3,
what will
Queen goes somewhere, E4. I don't know. Maybe you could have played on, but maybe it's better to take the draw. Yeah, because it's still round 2. You're playing with the black pieces. You got like a perfect.
Yeah, in fact, more than E4, I think I would go triple O. Whenever I get a chance, this is the move. And after D6, I want to somehow prepare this H4. I don't know how to do it exactly, but
of course, always attacking.
Yeah. Somehow I want to just maybe start with G4 and then go H4. I think it could just be very interesting. And that's why maybe he was not sure of this. And that's why he was like, okay, Also, he lost the previous game, so I
Yeah.
think he was reasonably happy. And we always joke, I was joking that if Pranesh gets only white, he has a good chance of winning the tournament. Only white, yeah. If he doesn't have to play black. So I think he's happy with the draw, yeah. Every game he doesn't lose with black is like a win for him. So
Absolutely. And speaking of, getting a winning position or trying to play on, I mean, what do you make of the game between Nodirbek and Arjun? Because it looks like Arjun is winning on paper,
yeah.
but the position seems very complicated. And I feel like this is right up your alley.
Yeah, no, also how also it's like very funny, like everything. So how is when I started out chess, I'm like I learned that I should the first thing is center capture and then develop the pieces and castling, yeah. And Arjun is not following any of the rule, I think. In the first, so he didn't fight for the center, he didn't develop his piece, and definitely he didn't care about the king's safety.
They say knights
And
before bishops,
the
but
move h5, yeah, maybe we can go to the position with h5. That was just, I have never seen something like this actually. And also, computer is also very happy with this move. Probably one of the ideas is to stop knight g5. Like I think bishop g5, queen h5 check. Maybe he wanted to stop this. Maybe that was the idea of h5. But still, it feels like he's breaking all sorts of rules. So yeah, but always, yeah, he's probably the closest to my style here. Yeah, Arjun. So
I mean, Arjun's opening prep is crazy and his ideas are crazy. But if the beast Adiban is saying it's crazy,
yeah,
yeah.
then it's then it is something for sure. And speaking of crazy, let's jump to Hans versus Nihal because someone has sacrificed a piece.
Let's check in where you last left.
So we left it at g4 actually. At this moment, Nihal decided to sack his bishop. Bishop takes e4.
What?
F takes e4 and knight g4. And Adiban, are you happy?
I think I understand the point because if you just don't do anything, white is just going to steamroll. Like he's going to play
Let's say
g5. No, h6 is not going to help. Yeah, that's the problem. h6, I go h4 anyway. The idea is I want to go g5. Then I want to go f4 and kick this bishop, and you have to either give up the bishop or go back. And I think it's a sign that Nihal was just not happy with the position and he just wanted to change the dynamics. And now it's like white has to be accurate. I think that's the whole point of this changeover. Like you
just to
try.
point out, sorry,
Yeah.
you like h6, h4. You really want to get this knight out?
Yeah.
But you can't
Because of g5, yeah. And also knight c6, same story. Anyway, you go g5 and you take, and doesn't matter where you go. I go f4 and now either you have to give up the bishop pair or you have to go back. And either way, it's not very unpleasant. And this is a position where white has...
look at that. Plus 3.
Plus 3. Maybe g6, yeah?
G6,
Just it's over, yeah. And so I think that's why Nihal is like, okay, if I'm going down fighting, yeah? So I'll at least change the... I think it's a pretty valid option. In fact, I remember I once faced the world champion Dingleran in one of similar situation where I was just suffering, and then I changed the position with some piece sacrifice. I gave a piece for 2 pawns exactly like this, and then suddenly things are not easy. Yeah, now he knows he's winning, but he has to convert it, and it's not easy. And at least it will be like fighting. Yeah, so I think that's I can understand the reasoning behind this. But still, Hans' technique is top notch usually. So
not yesterday though. He was completely winning against Nodirbek.
Yeah, true. But usually, I think his technique is very good. So I don't know. I don't know if this is a. But Nihal is like, I don't care who you are. I just want to play how I'm playing. Yeah, and also it was more of a desperation. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment there. And speaking of playing only moves, we can see the blue arrow on the board, which means this is the only move to retain his advantage, which is bishop c5.
But
Looks logical, but
I think he will play it because that was the first one also which came to me also. So
but I'm also leaning more towards bishop d4. Like, why is there a reason why bishop d4 would be like worse here, or is it also fine?
I think probably like let's say knight c6 and bishop into e5, knight c5. Maybe like you are just helping him to get the knight to e5, yeah. And now the bishop on b3 is kind of not doing much, and the knight on e5 is untouchable. And so it's not so easy. I think this is the position Nihal is aiming for. So But yeah, bishop c5, I think Hans will play. Generally, is intuitively quite good. So he will find this move, I think.
Yeah, and so I remember yesterday Nihal had double the amount of time of Gukesh at some point, and today it's exactly the opposite. So Nihal down on the clock as well as the position. So
yeah, absolutely. I think the opening maybe did not go his way. That endgame looked a bit depressing in the beginning, but now with this bishop takes e4, I think it's quite refreshing to see. I mean, definitely his chances have increased with this move, provided that some mistakes happen. But bishop c5 is what we're waiting for. Adiban, after bishop c5, no, I mean, I know rook c5 is not possible right now for this rook d8 mate, but it just in principle, is this move possible ever?
Because of this. No,
But there's rook d8, yes, but I'm saying in principle.
Why is the bar going so much? Was it so bad?
So maybe let's add in maybe h6.
Yeah, and white plays rook c1.
No, but if you want rook c5, might as well add a5, yeah, and then hope that
oh, that's
he
nice.
misses rook.
But still, there is rook d8 mate, no?
No, yeah, you need lot of moves. So yeah, that's it. But I'm just curious, what happens for knight h2? Like if I'm like being greedy, yeah, and just taking the pawn on h2, like
After bishop c5.
yeah, like let's just say, okay, I'm grabbing a pawn. That's how I'm going to continue. I don't know why it's so bad. I don't see a
Maybe knight d4.
knight d4, knight into e6. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
probably.
That was my initial
Not
thought.
so- but let's say rook. Yeah, this problem is there's too many
Oh,
pieces.
rook e8, I think, has some tactical
No,
possibilities.
the thing
maybe.
is, it's what is the next move? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. For example, okay, I just say pass. I
Knight
don't-
d7, no? Maybe.
Knight d7. Then I was thinking knight c6, and it's very unpleasant. Yeah.
For sure, yeah, for sure.
So this is the problem with pieces. Yeah, they are always going to be stronger than the pawns. If there are a lot of pieces, yeah, if there are a lot of pieces. Yeah.
And you see Hans there on camera as well. He knows he's better or he's close to winning. A little bit flustered. They're just adjusting his chair, and he's probably going to go into a long think before he comes up with bishop c5. So maybe we can check in with Arjun, I see, because he's much better at the
But yeah, somehow I don't know.
Close
His
to
speed
being
has
winning,
dropped. Yeah, would have
actually.
played bishop c5.
Yeah. So while he thinks, maybe we can check in with
Yeah.
Arjun. And we left it around here, Sahaj.
Yeah. Pawn takes g5, he takes, and now bishop takes g5, and he has gone long castle. Yeah, I still don't know what's happening with that knight on f3. I mean, I'm thinking of something like rook f8, fg3. AD, what do you make of this? Do you think it's winning, or do you think still some merit in
Yeah, it's
White's
a nasty
position?
pin. Yeah, how are you supposed to walk out of it? It's not
Queen
easy.
f8 is even stronger because I feel you don't even have bishop g5 there. But it's like in principle it feels wrong. But
Maybe how about something like rook here, bishop drops back, and then you can move the queen.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you have to do something long term like this because I'm trying to see a way to come out. So it's now black to play. Yeah, so you can actually play rook f8.
Mm-hmm.
And now wait, okay. The point of rook f1 I understand. So fg3 you can just take
Exactly.
fg3. Yeah, so it's like
So,
okay. Yeah, it's,
If you chop, then the knight
then
is
it's fine.
protected.
Yeah, then it's fine.
so
And-
I just took a little peek at the engine there.
Mhm.
And apparently there is one move which is completely winning for Arjun. The rest give Nodirbek some chances of a defense. So and that move is
Okay,
knight
so-
to f7.
Oh. I was like Rakesh
going to
find it,
guess-
yeah. No, I was
Oh.
like Rakesh find it, yeah. And I was
Rakesh
like,
is
let's
too
have
strong.
fun.
Rakesh is too strong for us, yeah.
But I don't understand. Oh, he's overprotecting g5.
Yeah, okay.
I think the idea is
both
bishop,
of us are not finding this. I think.
bishop
yeah.
h6 and knight g5.
Yeah, no, this
Insane.
yeah, this is too
Insane. So let's say I just say pass, bishop h6, and still say pass, and now knight g5, pin and win. GG's, game over.
Yeah. But a tough, I think, move to find overall.
Yeah, but okay, Rakesh, I'll do something. Yeah, I'm not going to sit.
All right, let's check that out. Knight f7.
Yeah, but
This idea.
okay, maybe we can do your idea.
Ooh,
yeah.
he brings the rook though.
He plays rook df8. That was the
The more
Yeah,
human.
human move. Yeah, and I was thinking if knight of 7 he finds,
sorry.
yeah, it will be
No,
very.
that gave Nodirbek some breathing space because now it's not losing
Yeah, rook
anymore, at
f1.
least on paper. I'm not sure why, but it is not losing on paper anymore.
Still like super annoying to play this as white.
Yes, for sure.
So,
At the moment you see h5, you're annoyed, yeah.
And he does this with everyone. Yeah, like, I remember last year it was Amin Tabataba. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and Arjun was not last year, maybe 2 years back. Was just going G5 and just keeping the king on
He
F5.
also did something similar to Nodirbek as well in Tata Steel last year. It was the second last round or the last round.
Oh, okay,
He
okay.
won 2 games back to back,
Yeah,
one
yeah,
against
yeah, with
Nodirbek
the-
and then against Gukesh.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was, and I think it was something similar there. Very quick game there as well. But looks like now maybe Nodirbek can put up a fight because now there is no clear way of how you are putting pressure on that knight on F3. Look at his last move, Rook DF1. So if you take on G3, pawn takes G3, and now the Rook defends.
Yeah,
the knight on
Arjun
F3.
was threatening this move so that the knight is attacked twice. So he defends it because now chop chop and the rook comes in to help.
Oh, actually, you were talking about the Nodirbek game 2 years back, right? In Tata Steel or
25, I think it was.
yeah, yeah.
25,
I
26.
actually I vaguely remember this because Arjun was having a horrible tournament.
Yes, yes.
And I was like, no, I have to help, yeah, if possible. So I was like, I sent a message to Arjun. I was like, okay, come on, Arjun.
Wow.
And with Arjun, it's always easy, yeah. So I just take a GIF from and put like some Arjuna, yeah. Like some with the with the, like Gandhi one, yeah. So
Oh, yes.
and I just sent him and he was like, come on, Arjun, you can do it. And yeah.
Did you text him yesterday as well? Because it looks like he
No,
received
I'm
a
here.
text.
So it's like when he
okay,
is
okay.
far away, it works. Yeah.
Ah,
So
I see. So he
when,
can just feel the aura, like
yeah.
in the hotel room.
So yeah, then
itself.
he had a good tournament. He finished well. Yeah, so I was happy actually.
It's a nice big brother moment. Like
Absolutely.
just helping Arjun out. And of course, his Chesscom username is also Gandhi.
Gandhi, yeah. I was
So-
thinking of that. Yes, yeah.
So, right, Rook DF1. How does Arjun continue?
Now you are too slow for knight f7. Can we still
Can I
try
double?
knight f7 and
Let's
bishop
try
h6?
that out.
And bishop h6 and knight g5. Oh, okay. How
This is the idea.
Apparently, there is some way to save the position. I'm
Oh,
guessing.
bishop b1,
Can I go
bishop, yeah.
king b1,
No,
bishop
anyway.
c1, knight d2 or something? Because
I know this now Rakesh plan might actually work. No, you are in time. Bishop b1, yeah, and bishop h6 just queen e1. I think you are in time.
Yeah, you unpin it just in time.
Yeah, Rakesh is too strong. Yeah, like you
Yeah,
said, too strong.
How did you find that
Yeah,
Rakesh,
yeah.
so quickly?
You know, it's like you are the you like what happens to you. It's closer to the 5 friends around you, and I'm
okay.
flanked by 2 grandmasters, so maybe that helped out.
So Rakesh,
You're
any
too kind.
plans to become a grandmaster?
No plans. No.
Do you think it's possible?
Maybe like if I win the world above 50 championships in a few years, but no plans for now because it's so amazing to bring this live action to our amazing viewers there. And what about you? Are you playing nowadays? Any plans to get back to 2700 AD?
Okay, I'm playing. I don't know about that plan, but yeah, I will be playing from next month actually. Only this month I was a bit free. From next month again, I start my tournaments. And the entire August, I don't think I'll be in Chennai, so yeah, I'll be playing a lot.
All right.
Interesting. Well, let's take a quick look between Firuza and Gukesh because I don't think we have taken a look at the at that game since we've been back from the break.
Oh, queen on
He has
h6.
just gone bishop a2. There's this ever-longing threat of knight takes g6.
Yeah.
Looks a bit uncomfortable for
Yeah.
Gukesh.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this game. I also up
So for
on time.
Firuza or for Gukesh?
Yeah,
For
for
Gukesh.
Gukesh, yeah.
I'm thinking something like king h8 and knight g8. Is that possible, Eddie?
Oh, yeah, king h8 actually is possible.
So knight g8, big threat, right? You can't protect this knight anymore.
Oh, yes. I didn't even think of that, but
Yeah, let's say-
good to know it's working.
Random move and boom!
Wow.
Man is gone.
Beautiful.
Have to drop back with the queen and queen takes h4. Tricky. I love king h8 now.
Maybe, no, wait, I think it's maybe needed, yeah? Maybe there's no other option or it's a necessary move, yeah, maybe.
I think it's more or less forced getting away from the pin and threatening knight g8 there. But
Yeah, I don't see. And also maybe white has rook e3 also trying to bring the rook also into the.
And then knight takes g6 would be
Yeah,
so
yeah,
much
yeah.
more dangerous. And Rakesh, if you could show that to us, like let's say if black plays something like queen e7 in this position, like just like kind of like a waiting move, rook e3, and then suddenly you have rook g3 and some knight takes g6 because that pawn on f7 is pinned, and that attack on the g file looks very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and I think it's you can already chop.
No. I think the win
G3
was
first.
Knight f5.
knight
no?
f5.
Knight f5.
No, wait, it was
T?
not even knight
No, rook
f5.
g3. Yeah.
Rook
It
g3, yeah.
is.
It has to be winning, I think.
And
No,
even-
this is winning, but the rook g3 was just okay. Anyway, this is
Yeah.
like
Yeah, rook g3 is just cleaner, I guess.
Yeah,
with
no,
the
it
idea of
was like
knight
okay,
g6.
black doesn't do anything.
And his last move, look at that, bishop a2, because you don't want to give up the bishop. And yeah, I think king h8 should be played. But one thing, Saj, look at the time. Gukesh again on 27 minutes, half the time of his opponent.
And there is no extra time, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No extra time.
No
Not
extra
the
time.
FIFA World Cup. So this,
Actually, now I'm thinking about another idea, and Adi, I would love to get your thoughts on this. What about b4 and b3? Because I feel like sacrificing some material is like the theme of the day.
Yeah,
We're just
b3
gonna
is always
follow-
good. So
yeah, when Adiban is around B3, it
Yeah,
does have to
B3,
come.
of course.
B3
That's
is always
why,
good,
just wanted to get
I
your
don't know about
thoughts.
b4 yet. So, but yeah, after knight e2, then no, I was also thinking the same. I was about to suggest this because I'm like, let's give a pawn and just get rid of this bishop. But probably there is some issue. Yeah, maybe just bishop b3. No, not the pawn. I think just bishop b3 and just
Your opponent.
like Vidit would be very happy here. Yeah, just extra pawn and okay. Like once you give a pawn, like you are never getting it back. Yeah, so just take.
And also, you get a pawn on b3.
Yes. So take c5. I was thinking of this, but maybe white can just go knight g3 or f4 and try to just create something on the king side.
Yeah. Should be possible. And while, Gukesh thinks the time is ticking down, Pratik in the chat is saying, let's go, Guki. So a lot of support for the world champion. And speaking of that, we want to know your predictions for the Gukesh versus Sundaro World Championship match coming up.
Yeah, but I already predicted. Yeah, okay. I also predicted that Gukesh, I want him to win this tournament. And also, I hope that. No, because suddenly I think during. Once I realized that Sindar is going to win the candidates, suddenly I was like, maybe Gukesh will also become the 19th world champion. But then I was like, Sagar is like, no, it doesn't work like this. No, he will be the 18th world champion again. Yeah. So somehow I had a very good feeling when Sindaro won because I felt Gukesh is having trouble against players who are maybe not wanting to win against him. But Sindaro is someone who also wants to win, yeah. And so Gukesh doesn't have to like try to overstretch or beat him or anything. He can just do what he did in candidates and wait for opponents to self-destruct. And I think that way I feel Gukesh has a very good chance of. Actually, in fact, I thought whoever qualifies via candidates, he has a very good chance. I thought because against Fabi he has a very good personal score, and Prag also he has a good score. So only Naka was the only one I was a bit concerned, like because
The streamer.
the streamer, yeah, because you never know about Hikaru, yeah. You never know when he can suddenly play very well. So I was only not sure about him, but overall, everyone else, I felt Gukesh has a very good chance of winning actually and retaining the world title. But somehow, yeah, it's like an unpopular opinion for some reason. I don't know why, but maybe they are looking at the current form, yeah. But it's just one tournament, yeah. So you just bring your best and then. That's it, yeah. But still, I feel Gukesh was not at his full best in Dingleran match. So he has to go back to this Olympiad form. Yeah, I think that was probably his best form. If he reaches that, I think even Sindaro at his best won't be able to actually match. So that's what I'm hoping that he can pull off.
Since we're on the subject of Gukesh and Sindaro, do you think these players are kind of similar to each other? Or if they are, I mean, what would you say are the differences in terms of their playing style and approach to the game?
Actually, yeah, now that you mention it, I think they are very similar in like both are fighters and they really want to win. And the style is also very dynamic and both are not exactly theoreticians. They really want to fight on the board. So actually a lot of similarities. Maybe that's why I was thinking that maybe a more solid player would have been like a difficult match for Gukesh. Yeah, but Sindaro is also very dynamic. So maybe that's why I was really thinking that maybe he has a good chance actually.
Absolutely. So maybe hopefully we'll get to see some of this F5, H5 like we saw on the Arjun board in the entirety of the World Championship. We're gonna love it. Some exciting chess. Meanwhile, let's
Speaking of, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
Like speaking of Sundarov, now that it's like official on a couple of channels, let's check in with his second. Nodirbek Abdusattorov
Okay.
has confirmed that he is helping Sundarov.
Okay, because I thought you were going to talk about his girlfriend, but okay. Official, yeah.
So that's what you like to do normally, Mr. Nice Dress. But let's check. No moves though in this game, but Arjun's time now below Nodirbek's time.
Actually, Abdusattorov did mention that, right? Maybe if he asks me, I will help him in one of the interviews.
Yeah, and he said he helped in the candidates as well.
In the
No, he told him today.
Huh?
Today, I think he told you.
Yeah. I mean, it's in the news.
That's cool,
Yeah, for sure. So that's a very strong second there.
Yeah. But do you also think Indians should help Gukesh? Like how they are helping?
100%, yes.
But somehow it's not happening. Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm not sure if it's happening or not, but I think it would definitely be of a
awesome,
huge help because I think it's a similar culture, similar style of play. I mean,
Like
for example,
a young,
Arjun's like
Prag or Arjun. Yeah, just imagine.
Prag or Arjun, I think
If they are helping, that would be just insane. Yeah, because Hari was part of the team, but a youngster helping, or like Vincent, I think had a big impact. Yeah, so like that, maybe youngster helping Gukesh would be very interesting actually. But maybe they are not they also want to win, yeah, and they want to become world champion themselves.
So question for you, since you know both of them on a more personal level, who do you think complements Gukesh's style more as a second?
Like similar style or
Like complements him as a second, like who can provide more ideas in the opening, who can complement like how Gukesh plays chess, like
I
in a
would
better
say
way.
Prag because Arjun is very similar to Gukesh. So if your second is maybe a little bit different, maybe you get a different viewpoint. So similar to how Anand had Liko. Because Anand sir was very dynamic and Liko was very positional. So maybe something like I think Prag would fit that very well, yeah, because he's just super strong and also more maybe positionally inclined than Gukesh.
Yeah,
fair.
enough.
I think I would agree with you there. I think Prag and Gukesh, teaming up for the World Championship would be insane. I think a lot of people can agree there. But yeah, by the way, speaking of, let's quickly go to Hans versus Nihal because the position that AD wanted, that Nihal wanted supposedly,
so he didn't
is
play
actually
Bishop
on the board.
C5. He didn't play Bishop C5.
No, he did not. He played Bishop F4.
No, this is the thing. No, this is the problem of thinking actually. If he just had to make the move, I think he would have played Bishop C5 without thinking.
Like in Blitz.
Yeah, in Blitz. Yeah, but the moment you start thinking, you start to see some ghosts and you start to doubt yourself, and then you don't. And Bishop F4 was not even the. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and something that has happened is Knight C6, chop, and now, like you mentioned, nobody can kick the knight away. I think Nihal is probably going to save this one.
Yeah, looks more comfortable for sure.
Still a bit early, but yeah, he has good chance. Definitely. Just 5 moves back, how the position was now, he has more hope, I think. Yeah, and also once they get into the time scramble, anything can happen. Yeah, because they don't have the extra time. So then it will be a full-on. I think that's what Nihal is trying to get to the bullet portion, yeah? And then show who is the boss.
The Bullet Chess Champion 2026 as he is still not at the board. Says from yesterday we are noticing Nihal literally never sits at the board nowadays. And speaking of Nihal Sarin, did you know his Instagram bio reads professional pickleball player?
Yeah, I was just talking with my friend about that. Yeah, it was just shocking. I know that he practices tennis, but pickleball was a bit of. There is this craze, yeah, for some reason now. A lot of paddle and pickleball now.
Yeah. And like the status reads, like his bio reads, professional pickleball player, amateur chess player. So a funny both there for Nihal Sarin.
Man of many talents.
For sure. So H for H5, any ideas you see for Hans' edge? How does Hans progress?
I like AD's idea now, just to play something like A4 or, he suggested this move a bit earlier. Just to create some play on the queen side, but I'm not sure how.
Can we actually go knight f4? Just try to win the pawn.
All right.
Because how are you? Aren't you just losing the pawn?
G6 maybe?
Knight and e6, yeah.
Knight B6?
No, wait, what?
All right, let's take it a little slowly for me and Jack.
Oh, you're a full exchange down, no?
Oh, but it was a piece before. I thought it
No,
would be
piece
better.
for 2 pawns to full exchange. I still think.
Oh,
full
wait,
exchange.
96, maybe there's 93 and knight c4 check.
Yeah, no, I
that's
think,
the move, maybe.
I think he will go knight f4. I think knight f4, this is good actually.
Minus 4, G6. If you don't do that, you lose the H5 pawn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then suddenly it's just 1 pawn for the piece.
I don't like that. I definitely think g6 or knight f6, something along those lines. I would want to save that pawn on h5 somehow. Maybe
For
knight
sure.
e3 also looks interesting to me, but somehow something tells me that I shouldn't trade that bishop on b3 because it looks good for me somehow. Like I want to eliminate the knights, but maybe I'm completely wrong about this position. What do you think about knight e3?
Knight e3.
Let's go.
Can I go rook g1 and you want to just go knight c4? Yeah.
No, maybe g6 now
Yeah,
as well.
no, rook g1 is passive, so let's try something else. Yeah, it's actually, knight e3. I was not thinking of. Yeah, maybe it's not as easy as I thought. Can he take that or it's too much?
Oh, by the way, he's going for the knight. He's reaching for the knight. I think he's about to play knight f4.
Knight
Your
f4.
move, AD.
Go Hans, knight f4. We want to see knight f4.
You just like to see like results like out blood on the chess.
No, not result. I'm like, okay, we are unlacing this. So
Oh, that's why.
then we don't have to make the move on play board.
Actually, that's not how it works. You still have to make the move. Actually, you never have to make the move. Right? It just makes by itself.
And chat is saying clean conversion is rare even at the top level. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, for some reason, the quality of everything has dropped. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the rise of rapid chess has influenced this a lot. That people are trying to maybe take more intuitive decisions and sometimes missing out on the correct path. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, that level of like I was seeing many games. Yeah, I was like, okay, even like 5-10 years back, the technique was definitely better. Yeah. I think pandemic changed a lot of things for the worse also. Yeah.
Do you think it's that over the years the technique has gotten weaker or the defense has gotten stronger?
No, I think both actually.
Both.
Yeah, like players are defending well. That is also true. But also somehow like also the technique has gotten weaker for some reason. Yeah, like the chat was telling. Yeah, it's actually I have not seen a clean conversion. It's very rare nowadays. It's like you make a mistake, then opponent makes a mistake, and you get the chance again. It goes on and off like this. So I don't know actually why that is happening.
Yeah.
It's maybe because of speeches or.
Hey, don't look at me when you say that, AD. But, coming back to the world champion that Gukesh is playing here in Chennai, let's check in on his game. As Santosh in the chat is saying, Gukesh low on time, but he keeps finding engine moves and has a 99.3 accuracy edge.
Wow. Bishop c8, I think was the last move.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on the f5 square. And knight takes g6 again. Not possible, I'm guessing. Oh, there's knight h7 at the end, so that's not going to be possible. And what is he planning? Bishop e6?
Yeah, trade the strongest piece for white.
So it's just going to be a safe draw, yeah? Oh, maybe some play for white still.
But look at that 30 minutes advantage. I think Ali is playing on. He would love to push your Adiban.
Yeah, I am just trying to see how to maybe f4. Yeah, you have to try to get something going.
I'm not sure how much commentary of Sahaj you follow, but he rarely likes to touch the F pawn. He calls it the golden pawn.
Okay.
But here it's allowed because it's in an attacking
it's
sense.
an attacking move, so it's a good move, yeah? I mean, it's usually moves like f3
No, of course.
is what I
Probably
avoid.
Sahaj was talking about moves like f3. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you should not make. But
f3 is like in general, whenever you push the golden pawn for like a strategic purpose, it's a bad move. But when it's for active reasons, it's usually a good move. It's something that Grandmaster Evgeny Vladimirov taught me like during a chess camp like many years back.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, PD, he never taught me anything about these principles. For me,
you
it
were
was
too
always
good.
rook end games.
But you were always too good. Like, that's
Well,
the thing.
Admiral. Yeah, he was always torturing us with the end games. For 1 month fully, it was all
Same,
end games.
actually. But the question here, after f4, do I not have knight h5? Because I'm seeing that idea. I mean, I think you were discussing this a bit earlier.
Okay,
I'm
now
attack-
maybe chat can find the winning line.
There is no winning line.
There is no winning line. There is
Okay,
a winning
but
line.
very good line, I think.
Oh, I see what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mean. The chat. AD has spoken. White to play. Find the best way to continue as white. And maybe you could get into a winning position.
And any giveaways we are no or nothing. No
That's
giveaways.
the
No.
No giveaways for finding. for
Wait a second. I don't know myself. How do I give a giveaway? Like, is it like knight takes
Yeah, yeah.
G6?
Yes. Rakesh, yeah.
winning?
I think we should exclude Rakesh from the challenges. Yeah.
Chop, check, but the knight goes back.
I got F5. Isn't it good?
But king h8, no?
It looked very pretty to me, but okay, maybe it's not working.
Yeah, idea is if I don't do
I think
anything,
there's queen h4.
you're going to just checkmate me.
I think there's queen h4.
No, Queen H4, then.
Can I still go F6?
Yeah, F6,
though?
no? It's beautiful.
Blunder.
No ways.
Give F6.
No
give up the
ways.
rook with a
Beautiful.
check.
Wow.
King
That's-
moves up.
And the beautiful part is knight e6, bishop
Bishop
e6.
E6, yeah,
Everything is hanging, but
Wow.
nothing can be taken.
And look at that. So near yet
Yeah.
so far. But the sniper bishop from AA2 is the hero of the game.
Yeah, but I think the problem is Bishop E6, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, before this.
It's still a check.
Yeah.
But instead of Queen H4,
Queen H4, yeah, I think the problem is Bishop E6. I think that's why this is not
so
working.
F5 bishop E6.
Yeah.
You mean. Ooh, what a move.
But wait, no, I'll just take F6, yeah?
Yeah,
oh,
F6.
F6.
Wow.
Yeah.
F6. You think it's a free queen. But no, the sniper bishop says hello once again with check. And king has to move probably.
And then you.
Then you chop.
So then what is the move actually? It's not clear.
I think, firstly, I was thinking bishop f5 is also interesting.
But just
Wait a second.
EF, no?
F4.
F4, knight H5.
Takes.
Takes, queen takes, knight goes back, F5. And
Now, okay, knight d7 is another move to stop f6.
Can't I just go D5? Unpinning. and-
Yeah, probably, yeah. But Queen into C6, no? You're losing too many pawns.
That's true.
That's why knight d7 was good, because queen d6 and queen f6.
Yeah,
okay.
knight-
At knight for 3 pawns, it's not
So
that
you
bad.
like.
But again,
think
no,
knight
3
D7?
pawns I think would be too much. I'll just start rolling with the king side pawns, yeah, I think.
You think white is better there?
Yeah, I feel so, yeah. You can make the move, I think. Pretty sure the arrow. will
Knight
appear.
D7?
Yeah.
And the point is,
Yeah,
oh,
queen
no,
D6.
it's better for white.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
Queen
that's what he was
D6
saying.
and, yeah.
Queen f6.
And then you have 3 pawns, yeah. So,
So what is black saving resource here?
Yeah, it's
It's a
actually
good question.
not easy.
Queen b6 looks.
And
Queen b6 comes to
Vardhan
mind.
is asking, can Gukesh try for a win with the black pieces in this position?
So far, we're trying to find a save for black. So let's first do that, and then we can think about winning the game.
Like something what
Anyway,
Argentina
I
does
think- yeah,
successfully.
Exactly.
First make the score 1-1 and then go for the winner.
Exactly. Wait, can I just go king h? No, king h8.
Yeah,
is not
yeah,
working.
queen
I keep mentioning this move king h8, but it's not working.
Queen
yeah?
H6 and F6.
Queen
yeah.
h6 and f6. It's simple. Also, bishop f7 should also be good enough, but
GG, so not this.
No, it's actually very sorry. I don't really.
tough move.
Man, maybe this is what Ali Reza is calculating on screen here.
No, but
Because this
F4,
is-
I don't think he will play knight H5. He will probably go knight E6 or takes and something. I think EF4 you have to take. I
So
don't think.
you're,
Yeah, allowing EF4.
Also,
yeah,
after knight
just
h5, there's knight f3 as well with knight g5. I thought that was your plan actually initially when you were asking the chat.
Oh.
I thought you were going to go knight f3 and knight g5.
Okay, yeah,
but
actually,
knight
yeah.
g6 I think is even more interesting to look at.
Yeah, actually
sure.
true. Knight F3 was cool. I think you have to take EF4, yeah, and just play this probably.
take back.
And now, okay, now it's like white has lost the initiative probably B4 and black can maybe start something, yeah. And bishop E6 also at the right moment. Yeah, I think this is okay. Yeah.
All right.
So this looks like I think holdable position. But f4 is the critical move. By the way, knight f3 is another interesting move in position because you could fix the knight on g5 and then maybe you could try to play f4.
Yeah, that's possible.
Some chances there. Oh, maybe you could also try for d4 as well. So knight f3 actually looks kind of interesting because you have multiple ideas, right? There's knight g5 and there's also the threat of d4 just to break the center
I like
and
it.
find something.
Ali Reza also our only player who won in round one. If he wins this, he'll be on a roll, and it's just 7 rounds long. Have you played a 7-round tournament, Adiba?
I think I have played because I was playing some BL Open and there was a gap and I had to fill up with some tournament and then I found a tournament in Switzerland for 7 rounds.
Oh, Zurich Masters?
Huh?
Zurich.
No.
Some other event,
Before
yeah.
this was
I also played
long
one in
back.
Switzerland.
It was with Vishnu. Yeah, me and Vishnu we went and I think there were many people tying for first. I remember it was very funny.
Right. Demon Boy Gaming is saying, Adiban, he's reminding everyone in chat that Adiban was once 2700.
Yes, thanks for remembering.
And also, India won gold in the 2024 Olympiad, but Adiban was one of the Indian OGs team who won a bronze medal at the 2014 Olympiad.
But I think the biggest flex is that he drew against Magnus while playing Scandinavian.
Yeah.
That I think is the biggest flex out of all of them.
And also getting nicknamed by Magnus. Also,
of course.
The Beast.
That also is quite a nice flex.
So knight f3 is one possible move. I think Ali Reza thinking there. We do have some developments on the Hans versus Nihal board.
Yeah, let's check them out.
Okay, so it happened. Yeah, knight f4, knight e3, everything happened.
So
rook e1, yeah. So this was the move. Yes,
rook e1 and knight c4 check. Takes.
Yeah, I was thinking where to put the rook, but okay, yeah, rook e1.
I think takes with the knight.
Maybe take with the rook. Both are fine.
No, but rook. Maybe I'll put
area.
rook e. Oh no, rook e3. It's not clear.
No, it looks like one bad move by Nihal and he could be lost.
Is it really so bad? Like king b3, how bad is it? Like no, I mean, what is?
Okay, I thought you.
Like, what is the difference? Like rook c4.
I just wanted to play rook c8 and I don't know the knight.
Yeah,
on
rook
d5
c4 I also
stronger.
like more. Yeah, and
All right.
Knight f3 is also possible. I don't know. Also, knight h5. There's always knight d3 check. That's just another bonus.
Yeah, you can't go here because this is
Knight
a
d3,
nice fork.
maybe. Yeah, but rook d1. Yeah, it's not clear. Yeah, it's
Rook
actually.
c4 is
Rook c4 looks,
what we are expecting. Nihal is taking a time to pause and think.
So rook c4, king b3, and rook c8, something like this. White plays rook c1. I don't know. This.
Yeah.
It looks uncomfortable for Nihal, I feel. Like he would have to make some very accurate moves. I don't know. That's my read. AD, what do you think? Is it? I think does Nihal have to be more accurate here? I mean, I feel like if it is equal, it has to be like
yeah.
very...
For now, black has temporary initiative. Yeah, so white has to consolidate somehow. And rook c1. Actually, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, I don't see a clear path to. And it's going to be like g6 and then slowly. I don't see a clear
g6.
plan.
I'm thinking knight e2 perhaps, and just trade off the rooks and maybe something there, but. Computer does not like that move.
Yeah, maybe there's some problem. Like knight f3. Yeah.
How is this equal?
It's equal, yeah.
Yeah, it's completely equal. 0.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was not sure.
But that's because there's knight f3, knight d2 check. You're winning a pawn.
Oh, yeah,
maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So there's some tactic in the position.
So it's not about the end game. It's about this tactics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, so.
Essentially.
And you can see on the screen Nihal locked in completely because this
Also, he's sitting on the board.
Yeah, rare. Screenshot that because
rare side there.
We don't see it again.
Arjun is also same, right? He plays the move and he's never sitting on the board.
I think Arjun's manager and team have told him to complete 10,000 steps. So Arjun is always walking around in the tournament hall. Before we also wrap up this segment and let you go, AD, let's have a roundup of all the games.
Yeah.
And check in with all three now, because Andrekin drew with Pranesh in like 15 odd moves. So let's start with Nodirbek versus Arjun. And looks like Arjun is teeny tiny better again.
Yeah, but this is a position that is savable, yeah? Like just bishop d1 and queen g2, I think, yeah. very likely. And just imagine, yeah, you put bishop e1 also, bishop d1, bishop e1, and then you stop all the pawns.
Want to play like freestyle chess, all pieces on the back rank.
Queen g2, yeah, I was thinking that. And this with the bishop pair, I don't think it's going to be easy. So I think very likely that this will be a draw. That's what I feel. Arjun is better, but I think this is a position which is defendable. So
Eddie, a question for you. How big of a factor is tilting here? Because I feel like Arjun was completely winning. He would be aware of it. And now it's not so winning anymore.
yeah.
So maybe he tries to still, press and give some chances to Nodirbek.
I don't think this is a position you can actually tilt too much. Yeah. Like how, okay, let's say I want to tilt. Yeah. How am I going to tilt?
Want to tilt.
Yeah. How am I going to tilt?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because it's like the position is so like structurally based. Yeah. It's very difficult to force something like unless Arjun decides to go like knight a5 and bishop e6 and suddenly he wants to create something on the queen side. I don't really see a tilting option. So
I see. So you think it's very close to being a 2-result position, or?
Mostly, no, I
It's
don't
one
think
result.
one result. Yeah, I think,
you think it's
very
going to be a
close
draw?
yeah. Somehow I feel like it's just going to be a draw. Yeah.
If you had to choose a side, which side would you choose and why?
If I have to choose, I'll choose black because of the H pawn. But realistically, probably it's very close to a draw. Yeah.
And Rakesh, you?
Black for sure, but I feel Arjun also has a chance. So let's say 75% draw, but 25% Arjun can put some pressure.
I see. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we were looking at bishop d1, bishop e1 as a defensive resource for white.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop
Queen
e2.
Oh, wait, this
Oh, not bishop
yeah,
d1.
not
Wait, that's a mistake for some
Queen
reason.
g2. Yeah, I was thinking first.
Yeah, get
Get
out.
out
Just
of
to
the
get
pin
out of
first.
the pin first. Yeah.
And if rook f8, then we
Yeah,
tuck the
now we
knight
can
somewhere.
do maybe.
Oh, he goes queen. Yeah, he goes queen g2 on
I
the board.
placed this. Yeah. Okay, and now after rook f8, we just go bishop d1. Yeah. Or maybe he doesn't like bishop d1.
Oh, that's a blunder.
Yeah, for some reason.
Wait.
Let's find what is that.
This is a blunder.
Bishop
Maybe
d1.
does black have something like this?
Oh yes, probably. Yeah, I
But
think.
it doesn't look forcing enough.
No. I think with the pawn on a4, it's enough. Yeah, I think.
Wow, this is like completely oversized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to move, and also maybe the bishop is already doing a good job on b3. So maybe you just have to move the knight.
Maybe you go knight h4, yeah, because it takes.
No, knight for again also blunder. Yeah.
No, queen
it's
f8
not.
check I have at the
Queen
end.
f8 check. But aren't you getting mated in the end? Queen.
Oh, yes, you
queen
are.
h1.
Queen
We can
d1
show
mate.
that maybe it's very nice.
That's beautiful,
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is actually. Yeah, you're right.
Check, takes, check again, takes, and black won a piece.
Yeah.
And white was trying to be clever with queen check and picking up this knight. But I think
Knight d8.
knight d8 takes, and now, chat, can you find
No.
the checkmate?
We have to give
simple
them tougher problems.
Yeah, for sure. I think chat is very high rated nowadays. Everyone is. But yeah, the white back rank is weak, and queen h1 check. You may delay it by a move, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Takes here, and queen d1 is a checkmate. So Nodirbek may go wrong. He
Knight
has to
h4 is a very easy mistake, I feel.
No,
Well,
so then
maybe.
after rook f8, okay, we have to maybe
Knight
knight
h2.
h2, yeah?
Knight h2.
Just simple chess.
protecting this
Yeah.
and also hitting the
Oh.
bishop.
Like Nimzowitsch principle of over protecting everything, yeah. Even f1, we are over protecting yourself.
Yeah, that's true. Says, what are your predictions like?
Here,
Yeah,
I still
on this
think,
board.
I think tilting is still a possibility here somehow.
So you are thinking Arjun will tilt and lose.
I think it's possible to
What?
tilt, yes.
But
I think it's
how? How
possible.
is it possible? Like how will I tilt? I ask you.
Tilting is not a technical thing, right? It's an emotional thing. It's a psychological thing. For every person, it's like they tilt in their own way.
No, but there should be rules for tilting. Like I don't see.
I don't think there's rules for tilting, Eddie.
Yeah, and also
the
shout out,
person should allow it.
shout out to Pratik and Samar on finding Queen H1 pretty fast. And yeah, chat, do let your thoughts and answers coming in. And so this game, you feel white may have a chance of
And
winning.
just based on how the game has gone so far, I feel it's possible because in your head you're still thinking like that you're winning or you were winning, and it could play games with you.
No, maybe he doesn't know. No.
I mean, with the
He
pawn
doesn't know
on
you're
g5, pawn on f4, I would be shocked if he didn't know that he's winning.
Winning, yeah, but no, I thought he must be better. So I don't think he must be thinking I would be winning. Yeah.
Come on, we were discussing bishop d1, bishop like queen e2, bishop
Yeah,
d1
but the
and-
thing is, you are better, but not winning. Yeah. So that's
maybe.
that's what I was. So I think also I'm reducing the reasons
Possible.
for him to tilt. Yeah. So that's the thing.
Possible.
So yeah, we can go to Ali Reza or Hans maybe. Yeah. First, can.
Yeah, you decide Ali or Hans.
No, because I thought let's end with Gukesh. So I wanted to see Hans first.
Sure. Rook D1 played, by the way, in the.
Oh, so he
Hans
played Rook
versus-
C4. Okay, he played Rook C4.
Yeah, Nihal plays Rook C4, Rook D1. And yeah, your predictions. Result.
Yeah. I'm thinking probably draw. I trust in Nihal's defensive skills. So it will be a draw, I hope.
If you
No,
don't.
Hans, if he had played Bishop C5, I would have predicted that he will win. But somehow I feel he's not feeling it. Yeah, maybe like you said, yeah, his technique was top notch. It used to be top notch, but somehow here he's not yet got the rhythm, maybe. So that's why.
maybe the defense is too strong.
If you could get Hans and Nihal's camera as well, as Adiban predicts, Nihal might hold and he makes a mistake. No way.
No, but G6 is so natural. I don't know why.
Wait,
a
it's like
mistake.
plus 1.5 suddenly.
Oh, wow.
Okay, Rakesh, your turn to shine.
Yeah, I've been doing
You
the
have to
heavy lifting here. Help
Okay,
me out,
Sahaj,
brother.
Sahaj will find the winning.
I'm thinking knight d3 perhaps is.
Oh,
looking
the
natural.
untouchable knight is finally getting exchanged, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that is the
Essentially.
thing. That's why maybe he had to play Rook C8, yeah, and keep white on.
Keep the
toes, right?
pressure.
Yeah. Without the knights, I think the position is a
So
bit difficult
here-
to save.
Rook C8, no time to play knight D3 because it will take, I guess.
Yeah, takes and Rook C2. You put the king back and now you do whatever you want. Rook E2, Rook H2. Like, okay, not like that. Rook E2 is stronger, I think.
Okay. I hear you. Oops. Rook E2.
Yeah, Rook E2.
So because he makes like a passing
Yeah,
move,
it's, but
suddenly this is
knight
the
D3,
worry.
But no, let's say I go Rook C8, Rook C1. What does it change so much? I'm trying to understand. Like, let's say Rook C1, yeah.
And G6 again.
Yeah, again, I think knight D3. See, it's always the move
Yeah.
G6, yeah. So G6 is the problem. So let's say you just go back. Instead of G6, okay, this maybe chat can find. Rook C8, Rook C1, what is the best move for black? It's not easy and I don't also see it yet. We have to give them tough problems, yeah, not...
And I have a suggestion.
Yeah, I also have an idea. Maybe let's see if chat finds them.
Chat, let's go. It's a tough choice.
He plays knight
Not
d3. It's already on the board.
I played, yeah.
What was your idea, AD?
I was thinking like I didn't know actually. I just thought I wanted to know what is the best move for black. I was thinking A5, but I don't think it's
Yeah,
working.
actually same.
But just knight into B5, yeah, it's not working. So and A4 probably just
Knight
AB4,
b5, ab4,
AB4,
and
A4, yeah, and okay.
a4, yeah.
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 So yeah, it's actually not an easy question then, yeah. It's
Mhm.
I wonder. I don't know what black should do. Maybe just A5 and get rid of the pawns. Maybe yes.
After trading.
No, not G6. Yes, A5. Maybe this is the way. Yeah, maybe A5 and try to reduce the material.
Yeah, just have pawns on one side of the
Yeah,
board.
like
so
I was not sure of BA5 because BA5 I thought B4, but takes and King C2. This I was not sure. But I think maybe just go Rook into A5 and not now. Like maybe not instead of B4, you just take Rook A5 and now you're threatening B4, trying to liquidate, and maybe this is closer to a much better chance. Yeah, maybe then. But still knight D3. Yeah, maybe again I don't know. But knight D3, yeah, you take and play B4. So it's
yeah, the engine likes it. The engine approves. That's a blunder because check and you lose the rook.
So yeah, maybe
Completely planned.
Yeah.
That's why I
Okay.
think
So
your
now we have to draw, yeah.
prediction has changed now.
No. I'm still thinking somehow it will be a draw. Yeah, somehow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, says
Really? No, I don't think this is.
Yeah, I think I'm on your team.
It's leaning more towards a Hans
It's a
win.
piece.
It's a piece, yeah, at the end of the day. So I think, but still, by the way, look at Arjun's
Yeah.
last move. You were saying he was going to play knight a5 or bishop e6. Look at his last move.
Yeah, see, I told you, he's very close to my style, so I understand how
But
he's
it's
thinking.
possible to tilt then in this in this
Do
sense,
you
no?
tilt? So we will know if Arjun might tilt, but Bishop d5 played by Nodirbek.
So now c6 and then bishop e6, yeah, and you go for the king, yeah. But I don't know, allowing rook and yeah, I don't know. It's not easy to understand.
Also C6 maybe there. C4 this knight b3 check. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, c6 and but rook h5 is always going to hang, yeah. Then queen a2 and it's like my captain would say anything can happen.
Your captain.
No, D Prasad sir, yeah, like in our Indian old team would say this is a position where anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can also happen in the last remaining game of our wrap up. That is Ali Reza versus Gukesh.
Gukesh, yeah.
Knight f3 played. We were discussing either f4 or knight f3, but knight f3 played, and Gukesh has only 17 minutes ahead.
Oof, this looks very difficult, I think, because now king h8, which was the most logical move with the idea of knight g8, is not possible. Yeah, there's knight g5 now, attacking f7, and okay, you're holding the knight on f6 hostage.
Can't go there. Smothered mate.
And knight g8, the problem is queen h4, yeah, like king, yeah. No, sorry, it's just not possible.
Yeah, it's checkmate
Okay.
on f7. So knight f3 and Gukesh has to be worried about two threats that you mentioned earlier, Sahaj. Pawn to d4 as well as knight g5.
Yeah, this is a very unpleasant position to play, yeah. But okay, let's say I go bishop e6,
Okay.
trying to exchange.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Because of b4, yeah, I think. Yes, b4 probably. And the structure
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, b4 is a very clever move.
And the structure collapses maybe.
And b4 is very clever. Nice intermezzo. Bishop takes a2, then there's b takes
into
c5.
c5,
Of course, bishop e6.
And the structure is ruined, yeah.
Yeah, the structure is really bad.
This is GG's.
You can just show that. Maybe not takes. I think just queen.
G4.
Maybe you can take actually.
I can take and try to play also.
A knight g5
But okay.
or something. I don't know.
Maybe your queen
It's
g5
not
is stronger,
me.
yeah? Like you said, maybe
Queen
queen
g5.
Yeah, just hitting
No, not now, before, yeah? Just not taking.
directly here.
Like bishop e6 and queen g5, yeah, maybe. Just.
All right, but
Okay.
Gukesh.
Yeah, it's
Interesting
kind of-
development in the Arjun game, by the way. He has gone for queen e8, attacking the a4 pawn, and I'm not sure because I see a blue arrow now for Nodirbek, and the game is completely open.
Wow.
So, but b4 queen, I think Arjun wants queen to a4, yeah? Arjun doesn't care about the blue arrows, yeah? He wants to.
80, at this point, I feel you want queen takes a4.
Huh?
At this point, I feel after b4, it's you who wants queen takes a4.
But that opens up your prediction that Nodirbek might win if Arjun
Yeah.
goes full crazy.
Is it bad to play queen takes a4 here, or I haven't?
Let's check.
Yeah, queen f, because you don't have queen a2 check. Like if I take on a5, you give me a check on a1, king c2.
Yeah,
There's no queen
it's-
a2 check.
Yeah, it's.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, wait, b4 then.
Sorry, it looks like Nodirbek is starting to take over here. I don't know.
Yeah, but knight c6, let's say, yeah, let's say I don't know how to sacrifice piece and I go knight c6.
But in some sense, like
No,
going
I think
to,
Arjun is provoking Nodirbek actually. He wants him to push the pawns and weaken his king permanently, and then the draw is then like there's no draw, yeah. That's the plan.
I'm sorry. I feel that it is also Arjun's king which is getting a bit weak here because you have the threat of b5. I don't know. You have the threat of a5, and I don't know. It feels.
So you are
difficult to
telling
play on.
b4, knight c6, and
I don't know.
maybe just bishop b3, yeah, and just keep.
Or just
control.
king c2 or something. I don't know.
No,
King
kings-
b2.
It's just king b3. Yeah,
Yeah.
possible.
I mean, my king. I think the white king is not very unsafe, and some threat of b5 looks very dangerous actually here.
b5.
At some point, not now, of course, but
Yeah, but you need a lot of preparation, and black can always chicken out with rook f8, I think, and just try
Trade
to,
everything.
trade everything. Yeah, so
rook
yeah,
f8 is a
somehow
nice.
I feel Arjun is not in danger, so it will be fine.
Hmm.
I think very less likely that he can lose this actually. So I'm most likely predicting a draw here.
Yeah, a draw is, I think,
Yeah,
a fair. I think the most likely result for sure.
and Gukesh also is in difficult situation.
Yeah, coming back to that, predictions for this game, Adiban, before we head into our second and last break.
Yeah, okay. Here I'll just be biased, yeah, because I'm like I'm rooting for Gukesh, so I'm like okay, draw or black wins. Like just completely biased. I'm not going to be objective here.
So Nihal will save, Arjun will win, but here I'm biased.
So knight f3, pawn to b4.
No, but I didn't say Arjun will win. No, I said draw there.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, yeah,
Yeah,
that is
so
true. That is true. Fair
see,
play.
this
Fair
is why
play.
you
Fair play.
should
Fair play.
be not biased. Yeah. So
And b3 is not possible, yeah, in this position. Or
for both sides, yeah, it's not a good idea. I think. Just imagine white plays b3. Yeah.
I just want someone to play b3 while AD is still here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I feel like it will
Come on,
it would be
Guki.
so poetic.
Let's see.
No, now I should probably
No,
start
it's not
to-
the best move though.
No, yeah, it's fine. Like I think I've already over promoted B3, so now I should start promoting my next course.
Yeah, and actually, funnily, you both are the co-authors, right? I mean, no,
Yeah,
you're the author.
I'm not a co-author
Okay.
there. I mean, I was.
It's all
he helped
Adiba.
me. Yeah, he helped me.
I was
with
a
the-
publishing manager back then, but
yeah.
but yeah, that was actually my first course that I did
Yeah.
ever for Chessable. So
I have just an interesting question here. So pawn to b3, let's say, takes, and you just chill a bit. Isn't this plan forced win for white? Like knight g5, and I don't know. I don't see a difference for this. Rook e3 and rook takes f6.
Yeah, actually.
think
No,
queen
but let's say you go
queen
rook
b6.
f3, then I just go rook e8. Yeah. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, you are completely stuck after that forever. Yeah. Like I can do whatever I want with white after that. Like already knight e3, knight f5 is a dangerous plan, maybe. So it's, yeah, no, this is going to be hard actually.
And Gukesh has played queen to a5. Not the best move to hedge.
no, he's preparing for b3. He knows AD is here in the with us.
Nasty.
I think he's planning b3. I'm telling you, next move for Gukesh is b3.
Okay, but let's say I take. Oh, I cannot.
No
give
matter
pass.
what you
I
play, I'm
cannot
gonna
give
play
pass.
B3.
That is the problem.
Play b3. No, but on a serious note, queen a5.
No, but how are you defending? Like
Bishop
bishop
C4,
d1, yeah, you need.
Bishop
But then,
C4.
Bishop
bishop
c4 is
C4?
better.
so d5, what is actually happening?
There must be something, I think.
Oh yeah, that's a nice tactic. Maybe
I
chat
haven't
can find.
spotted this. Even I haven't spotted
Yeah,
this at all.
yeah. Chat can
I think
find.
you are.
Chat can find. This is a good problem.
After d5, you
Yeah, after the white to play and win. Yeah.
there's no win according to the computer.
Okay, at least I thought good chance to.
No, there's no win, but chat can find it.
The best move, yeah, best move, best way for white.
That's the best way to learn.
So, okay.
So AD
see the
revealed it.
difference
What's the
now,
move?
yeah. No, so CD, ED, and I thought knight e5
What?
and knight c6. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh.
Beautiful. What a move.
Hits the queen, and if you save it,
Knight e7.
check. King's got to move, and queen takes f8. GG's.
But I think the problem is after knight e5, black has rook e8. And
Don't be greedy,
yeah,
greedy.
yeah.
Play rook e8.
Rook e8, yeah,
And pin the
and this bishop is in a bishop is stuck. Yeah, this is the problem. No easy square. Yeah. Oh, so but bishop c4 not easy, no? I think. But yeah, if anyone can find, it's Piro. Yeah, he
So
loves.
your prediction is a draw for this one.
Yeah, but biased. Yeah, very biased.
Very well. Sahaj, how about you? Ali versus Gukesh.
I think looks equalish. So I'm gonna say a healthy draw here, but okay, some pressure for Firouzja for sure.
What is unhealthy draw?
Sorry?
Oh, like what is unhealthy draw? Yeah.
What is an unhealthy draw? Let me think of an example.
No, because healthy draw.
I know,
I
like
have a few examples in my head, but I'm thinking which one can I say right now? But I
So
think
like
we
lot
both-
of complications.
I think we know.
Mistakes from both sides, and then it ends in a draw. Yeah.
An unhealthy draw is where no one is happy with a draw, I think.
Okay.
Like neither player is happy with a draw. I think that
Okay.
would be an unhealthy draw.
Okay. I learned a new word today. So yeah. Healthy draw.
I think the action is going to come in thick and fast.
Yeah.
Adiban, any last words before we go head into our break?
I think course. No, yeah, just I actually don't know. Yeah, just
So what is your course on? Which opening?
I can promote it. I thought it would be very unethical, so I was like, okay, no, I'll promote
you
it.
can
It
talk
was-
about the
Yeah. So
If you like your chessable course, you can definitely promote.
yeah.
Yeah.
No. I recently did a course on Taimano and Khan, so I just
Sicilian time management.
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh,
Both
two-
options in one course.
Yeah.
Both options. Oh,
Yeah.
that
So it
actually
took me
sounds like
almost
a
3
very,
years
very
to
nice course
finish,
because I
Took
think
you
a lot
3
of
years.
Yeah, almost, yeah.
I think a lot of chess players are looking for, options in the Sicilian, and it's a nice thing that you created a course that has two different
Two,
options.
yeah. Because
in
I
one.
thought lifetime repertoire should have at least not one, yeah, but two. So
Oh, that's actually beautiful. Even I will check it out now. I didn't know that this course existed, but well done.
Yeah.
Congrats. When did it come out?
Just like last month,
Oh,
June
amazing. So it's
22nd.
really fresh.
Wow.
Really
Yeah.
fresh.
So do
Nice,
you
nice.
still have the discount going for chat or
No, it's over. But
you want the full
actually,
royalty?
no. The thing is, if you're, I think, Chesscom Diamond member, you can always get the discount, I think.
Let's go, Chad. Yeah,
Yeah.
Chesscom Diamond can get it and
Yeah.
buy the Sicilian Taimano and Khan course. Speaking of a lifetime reporter, you actually took a lifetime, almost 3 years to complete it. But thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was making sure it will not clash with any of my tournaments, so that's why it took a long time. Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's go. And our producer is telling we can promote it. So new sale on courses today on Chessable. So let's go buy that. And thank you so much, Grandmaster Adiban. We are taking a very short break to bring the main action. Tiku Bhai will be back alongside Sahaj. Let's go. 3 juicy games coming up. See you on the other side.
And we are back after that, well, not so short break, Saj, but I think the action is just continuing and it's getting more and more dramatic. And believe it or not, till one move back, in fact, Arjun Erigasi was even worse. How on earth is that even possible, Saj?
I think tilt is a factor for me at least. I think Arjun still believed that the position was a bit better. He tried to play this knight a5, queen e8, and provoke all of these, queenside pawns, hoping that White's king would get a bit weak. But it kind of works against Arjun as well, and that was a mistake over there. Bishop d7. We can see rook f6 was the best move for White. Not really sure what's happening afterwards. Knight h7, yeah?
Yeah, knight h7, very weird, right? And now just trapping your knight on h7 and playing queen h2. So almost impossible, I think, for anybody to find. But I think Nodirbek, to his right, plays knight h7 directly. And now after takes, this is the current position. Saj, I mean, I see the h-pawn. I mean, my vision tells me that black should have at least some chances here, but somehow it's just dead equal. And in fact, the fact that one little tactic favored White, one mistake in White was better, it makes me feel like it's a 3-0 position again.
Absolutely. And I think time is another very big factor here, because Arjun has half the time in comparison to his opponent.
Wow.
And even though the bar shows a bunch of zeros, I think there is a lot of room for error here. Like, for example, rook takes f1. I think that's probably is what he's going to play. I see he has just made a move, and it wasn't rook f. It was rook f1.
Rook f. Okay, that's a transmission error. I'm pretty sure about that one.
So let's have like rook takes f1 and queen f1 on the board rather.
Rook f3 would be my move, not I think Arjun's move. But okay, let's say rook f1, queen f1. I think still roughly balanced, but it's still not sure what this knight on h7 is planning to do. Is the idea knight f6? Is the plan just to get the queen in? What's the plan here, Saj?
I think queen f6 looks very, very nice. Bishop h4, I think, is another, just to get the bishop activated as well. And also bishop takes a4. It looks like a free pawn, but after bishop takes a4, queen takes a4, there is queen f8 check. And thank you for that knight.
I mean, everything is hanging basically. So
pretty much, yes.
I mean, the king might be hanging as well. Yeah, with knight f6 check incoming. I think that's just a disaster for black. So for now, it does feel like Saj, I think, in the break we were talking about, mentioned how Nodirbek could have some chances. We are in that zone now where even White could potentially play for the win.
Wow. Yes, absolutely. But now Arjun has to be really precise. I think after queen f1, knight g4 looks like an interesting option to me, because it stops knight f6, it stops queen f6, but I see that's a mistake.
Again, bishop f7, and you don't have queen f8 to pin that bishop. So the h5 pawn, your main trump card, will just vanish. So that tells you how tough the position is. In fact, the best move here is knight to g6 instead of knight to g4, which in itself also is not so convincing, right? You still have this bishop. Okay, you don't have bishop set right now, but still queen f6 is an option. Knight f6 is an option. It feels like the moves of black are much more difficult now, and the bishops right now for White could be deadly pieces. Of course, this could come to h4 later on, and this always has been the star piece of White in this entire game so far.
Absolutely, and I just saw on the camera that Nodirbek just played bishop to h4. So all we have to do is decipher Arjun's last move. I think it was, if you could have full screen there, so we could check out the board, since we don't have the moves on the board there.
Yeah.
I think that would be quite nice. I think the move is knight g4 if I see the board correctly, but it's a bit far.
Ah, very interesting. Yeah, I do see the knight on
it's
g4.
It's a knight on g4, yeah. And now, wow, that was the move that we were talking about. And now bishop f7 was winning for, well, not winning, but very good advantage for Nodirbek. But he goes for bishop h4 instead.
Yeah, and very interesting, because queen h8, you might think the knight is hanging, but you can actually pick up the pawn. And if queen h7, there is queen f8, and that is checkmate. I don't know if somebody missed that, but okay, Nodirbek plays bishop h4, which itself also looks like a very decent move now. You're pressuring this knight, and if you want to take this pawn on e3 now, queen gets in, and suddenly, Saj, how on earth is Arjun going to get out of this mess? Because there are checking ideas, the knight could come to f8, bishop coming to e6, this pawn is anyway stopped forever. This looks tough.
Sahil, if black plays knight c6, bishop f7 is queen trap. I think kind of, yeah.
Queen d8, almost.
Queen d8, saving grace.
Almost.
Oh, but you can play queen g7 first, and then bishop f7 is queen trap. That's a big problem for Arjun. So he has to make some very accurate moves.
He played some pawn move, I think.
Did he push d5 or was it c5?
I think it was d5, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he pushed d5, yeah?
Ooh, d5 played. Okay, he's trying to break in the center.
Good try. I just to restrict the bishop. If you go pawn takes d5, then bishop takes a4 could be a viable move. Even knight f5 is a viable
That's the plan. Because Sahaj, you have to understand. At the end, all you want is one. You want to trade one pawn for the queen, right? If this pawn gets here, nothing else matters. So he's trying to kick this bishop back and slowly push the h pawn. Also, the e3 pawn now under double attack. So some threats there from Arjun as well. Nice move.
Yeah, very nice move indeed. But all Nodirbek has to do is just sit and wait. Basically, one of the best moves that I see here is bishop to g5. I think you're defending the pawn on e3, which makes a lot of sense. And if you take on e4, I capture back with my pawn. Yes, it's a double pawn, but something.
Even bishop 7 is still possible, actually. And these pieces are very awkward. And yes, I think there's some transmission error in the live game. That's why we're in the analysis mode. The actual position right now resembles something like this. Rook f1, queen f1, knight g4, bishop h4. And this is where Arjun has played pawn to d5.
I think the transmission error is now fixed.
Amazing.
I think you should be able to refresh the screen now.
Okay,
at least on my end, it is
I'll
working.
refresh it once. Yeah, there it is. And I think accuracy-wise, it's 91 versus 91, Sahaj. Dead equal accuracy. We thought Arjun would, kind of steamroll here his opponent, but somehow Nodirbek again, just like yesterday, showing what he's made up of. Never give up.
Absolutely. He's an absolute fighter. And he shows that each game, I feel like this is like a trend for him. He gets into a worse position, fights his way out, and then, finds a way to win the game somehow. But let's see if he's able to convert this time around, because it's not winning, but it's still, I think, a very, very difficult position for Arjun there. Bishop g5 is the move that we are looking for. Actually, what if I just play something like a5? Like, let's say you are attacking my pawn, I'll just defend it. What do you do then?
Yeah, probably I think you have to decide something about this tension, right? Because your pieces are kind of stuck
but
as
bishop
well.
f7, no, there's always, I thought that was the problem here.
Bishop f7.
Or is that not working now?
Queen h8.
Bishop takes h5.
Bishop h5. And apparently the move is this tricky move, bishop f5. Attacking the knight, defending this pawn. And suddenly Arjun is back.
Even the knight on e7 is hanging. I mean, there's so much hanging in the position. And No, this is tough. Very, very tough.
Absolutely insane.
Because if you went queen takes h7 instead, that's the most natural looking move there after bishop e7.
Yeah.
There's bishop g4, I think. No, and queen f8 check, and you might have some checks, at least some something you can do.
The black king will be going for an adventure walk today, a power walk.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly to the center of the board. So looks like an exciting position. By the way, both the players in time pressure. I know Arjun has less time, but Nodirbek doesn't have too much either. 15 minutes for white, 9 for black. We have a fan from India saying, come on, black pieces, because all the black players, are Indian right now. So he's kind of encouraging them. But of course, one draw. And let's kind of do a roundup of the other two games as well. Hans Niemann versus Nihal Sarin. Seems like he's consolidating his advantage, Hans Niemann, but Nihal's still trying to be tricky here.
Yes, but that knight, it should have stayed on e5 somehow. But, Hans made that very nice move, knight d3, kicking that knight out of the center. And now that knight on f3 feels a little misplaced in this position. And now he just doesn't have any clear moves anymore. I feel Hans is taking over. Hans should be very close to winning, if not winning already.
So, do you think if I can somehow exchange these two pawns, let's assume these two pawns are off the board, and
it really helps Nihal. Really helps Nihal, yes. Like knight e5, then I think you can even go into the endgame, and it would be, I think, a difficult battle for him to convert that endgame. But that pawn on a3 could be the reason why Hans, has a winning advantage almost in this position.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be tricky. And, imagine being ahead on the clock against the world bullet champion. Yeah? That's also an accomplishment in itself. So Hans Niemann missed out on a win yesterday, but can he get it today? So far, a great start for Hans Niemann in the first two rounds. Yeah, exciting chess.
Absolutely. And by the way, we do have a move, rook a7 by Nihal. Or it was rook a6, no, it was rook a7.
Rook a7.
I see the rook is on the dark square there. So I think that's a transmission error. So we have rook a7 on the board. That was one of the best moves in the position. I think he's planning to regroup on the c file and attack the knight on c3 somehow. And how do you defend that? Because knight b5 is not possible because you have rook b7.
Yes, that would win the knight. But still, I feel like at the end, that knight on f3 is also an irritating piece, Sahaj. Because I think at some point white has to attack it, right? If I play rook h1, the h4 pawn falls, and then I think, I have the past h pawn, I will always have counterplay. So maybe rook h3 at some point I have to play to kick the knight back.
Oh, rook h3. Also, you can use the rook as a lift on the third rank.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow, what a nice find that is. That's a beautiful, beautiful find.
And once that knight is forced to move away, I feel like the task gets much easier for white here. So I think overall, for me, I think this is an interesting position, and we are reaching that time pressure phase again. All the games, it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Going to be a very, very exciting game ahead. I think we'll see how the game progresses. We are in time pressure situation for both players.
And I love that
Nihal, I think, is in trouble.
I love the bars, below the board. Actually, we can see instantly what's the evaluation. And you have to admit, I think the white players really putting pressure today, are really kind of showing the advantage of the white pieces. And in fact, Arjun could not really convert it smoothly at the end. The game was though quite complicated, right? It wasn't smooth sailing. He had a crazy attack on the king side. The white king just left on the queen side, and suddenly it did not really do anything.
Exactly. Actually, nicely summarized there. But hoping that Nihal can, find some kind of a defense in this position, but it looks very unlikely. Sahil bhai.
Yeah, and Nihal Sarin, I think, had that tough game yesterday. I mean, not tough exactly, the final few moves where he couldn't really convert, were not up to his, let's say, potential in that game. But now I think, again, he could struggle. Can he hold off the motivated Hans Niemann is the question. By the way, Hans was the last player to arrive, in Chennai. So maybe he's still getting,
Hans arrived actually after me. I arrived in the morning at 6 a.m. and Hans was still yet to arrive. So he was one of the last players to arrive at the
So he plays really well jet lagged, yeah?
Yeah. I think we can take out of take a page. Wow, he plays rook h3. That's the best move in the position.
Wow, Hans Niemann on fire today. Plays the best move. Is asking the question to the knight on f3. Where do you want to go next? It's a tough choice for Nihal Sarin, who's trying to defend. And Saj, I was in the hall, during the second commentary panel when we had Ajuban on stage as well, Rakesh on stage. Was that piece sacrifice forced from Nihal when he kind of went for it?
Well, I don't think it was forced in any sense, but if he had not, sacrificed his piece, then he would have had to suffer for a very, very long time. So I think he just decided, I don't want to do this. Let's just change the nature of the game so that I can have some kind of a counterplay, in the position. And
he wanted to go for the active defense. He didn't want to suffer.
Exactly. So whether it worked or not, only time will tell.
I love this scene. We have all the four boards ahead. So I'm going to put you on the spot again. What do you think happens in all four games combined? How many results do we get on day 2 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters? We can see Nodirbek still thinking, and the clocks are quite even now. Number of results, your prediction?
Look, I think on the left side of the screen, we see, of course, Nihal and Hans, and that feels like the game is already close to being over, if not over already. He's a piece up, so I think that's not going to go Nihal's way. I think Hans is going to take this one. Between Firouzja and Gukesh, I think there's still a bit of venom left, considering the fact that Firouzja has just 4 minutes on the clock. So he does have an attack, he does have a better position, I feel, but at the end of the day, 4 minutes is a little... Let's say that we can't really predict what's going to happen here.
Would you say Gukesh also has some chances now?
For sure, yes, for sure. But in the candidates where Gukesh won, you remember that game where, Firouzja had some 20 seconds or something like this to play 10 moves and Gukesh had 10 minutes. And then Firouzja ended up winning that match.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
He didn't even have increment. There was no increment on the clock, but still Firouzja won that. So I feel... as the time gets lower, Firouzja gets more and more dangerous. So let's see what's going to happen there.
Actually, I would love to check out the game of Gukesh versus Firouzja. Let's see what's happening there, because at the end 4 minutes is not a time at all, and in fact we know already there's no extra time incoming, Sahaj. So for me, I think the attack is still building up. I see the queen on h4, I see the knights coming in ready to hop to f5 and g5 squares, but Gukesh is still trying to mop up those pawns on the queen side. Imagine just picking up the pawn on d3. Suddenly the pawn on e4 could be weak, and once these pawns fall, there could could be real counterplay Firouzja has to deal with.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I think his last move, queen to h4, was like a slight inaccuracy for some reason. I think the queen was a really important piece to conduct the attack on the king's side. With queen h4, he's inviting almost, Gukesh to play king g7 and defend that knight on f6. I don't really know what is his plan after that. Like, why would you invite king g7 here? Is he because you can't play knight f5 check, right? Because his bishop takes f5.
That's a good question, actually. I wonder if he's playing knight g4, maybe takes with the h pawn, but I'm still not like remove that defender from f6 and then play knight g5. So let's say knight g4 takes with the h pawn, then next knight g5, you don't even have h5. Is that the potential plan?
Yeah, but I'll have h6, I think, in that scenario. Plus, let's not forget the queen side pawns, the b2 and d3 pawns, they're both hanging.
Yeah.
They're both, like, right now they're both hanging. I feel king g7 is just, how are you defending those two pawns? One of them is bound to get taken, right?
That's
Does
a good
Gukesh
question.
have a genuine chance to win now?
That's a good question, and his accuracy is also higher right now. So let's figure out the details here. Let's say king g7, which is the logical move, right? And if I'm really curious about knight g4, unfortunately, it's bishop takes g4, right? And you will not give the knight for that. So that's the issue, and hence that plan doesn't work. So the plan is not so easy for Firouzja. And in fact, can you guess the best move here for white Sahaj? Any guesses? Chat, any guesses?
It's tough. It's very, very tough. I'm really not sure what will I play. I like the move knight c4, but I see queen takes d3 defends the pawn on d6 as well. So tough position.
It's actually the pawn move to d4. That's the best move, and which is not super easy, I would say, to find in this position, because you've been playing on the king side, your knights are ready to hop in, and suddenly you're making a pawn move in the center that opens up the center. And you know, when you're trying to attack on the king side, you'd rather keep the center closed, right? You open up the center, and the pieces can come in for black as well. The e4 pawn could be a target, so it's not an easy position for Firouzja here, I think.
No, for sure not, for sure. And considering the time situation, I think definitely not. And by the way, just his last move, queen h4 itself, before that he had a +1 advantage. Like, there was some way that he could have conducted the attack with knight g5, and I'm guessing the other knight has to jump and deflect that knight on f6, and some problems on the h7 pawn. But he did not go for that.
You will not believe the idea. Knight g5 is amazing. Next, you can basically play rook a1 and bring the rook in via this path. And suddenly, every single white piece is, participating in the attack. And this would be very tough. Look at the passive pieces.
I just figured out the real plan as well.
Okay.
It's rook a1, rook a8, and then knight g4.
Oh!
Because you cannot take that piece with either of the pieces. That's so beautiful. Look at the geometry of chess. Yeah, that's so beautiful.
So the entire purpose is to basically prevent bishop takes g4.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. I mean, I was thinking rook takes c8 first, but I was like, no, that's a bit of an overkill. But knight g4 is the ultimate idea.
Essentially, Gukesh is still surviving in the game thanks to this knight. The knight is indeed the best defender of the king. There could 100%. Be, no better evidence. So right now, queen h4, that's why Firouzja is basically saying, brother, let's just move the knight, no? Maybe you go to d7, also a good square, and suddenly you see...
no, he just made a big mistake. I think close to a blunder. Oh, no, wait, did he go knight h5 or was it knight
h5?
Oh, I thought
d7 was my move.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And but knight h5, I think decent try to not allow the queen back to h6, and I think we see a move from Firouzja as well there. Queen to e7, and now only move queen e6.
Wow.
I think a very simple one as well to defend the d6 pawn.
And by the way, I love this move because this knight could hop into f4 as well, attacking d3, building up pressure on the king side. So if white had not gone queen e7, maybe black suddenly takes over. And now queen e6, very important because white is attacking a bunch of stuff. If the d6 pawn falls, then e5 falls, c6 falls, and suddenly white is completely winning.
Exactly. And by the way, you just gave me an idea. If I go queen e6, I'm assuming you're not going to trade my queens, right? You're going to go queen c7 or
queen c7, queen
and
a7.
Now knight f4, and I was thinking some sack on g2, some sack on h3. Is that a possibility at all in the position?
Okay, let's figure it out. So let's say I'm greedy. Yeah, I'm going to pick up the pawn on c6.
So
now,
first question is like, okay, I missed knight g2. There's just knight takes g2. So I'm just going to admit that. But knight takes d3 is still possible. That's a saving grace for me.
Knight takes c3. And now rook d1.
Because you're hitting the d6 pawn. That's That's very clever.
We cannot give d6. Unfortunately, Gukesh, that pawn is, something he has to hold on to with dear life. So right now, Queen e7 is the live position. Queen e6, the blue arrow showing up again, the only move in the position. Any other move that comes to mind here, Sahaj?
I think it's tough. Because no other move can defend the d6 pawn really. Queen b4 perhaps, or queen takes queen takes d3, no?
Queen takes d3 does defend. There is rook d1, of course, but knight g5 apparently is a
and
winning
knight h7 anyways. Like if you go h6 and knight h7, wow.
Wow, what a move, man. And if, h6, knight h7 anyways, and basically you're threatening taking this rook for free.
Yeah. This is gone.
So you have to take and you pick up f8. Now this is hanging, knight g4 is incoming, this is over.
Yeah, bishop e6, knight g4, queen h6 is just GG.
So luckily Gukesh has 5 minutes. Yeah, otherwise this could be a moment when you blunder, I think. The entire game in one move. I was somebody in the comments saying this field is too strong. Exactly. That's why if you lose a game, you don't get the luxury of facing an easy opponent in the next round. You could go on a losing streak, you could go on a winning streak, and that's why the games will be very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. And this is why Firouzja could go on a winning streak if he wins this match. He won his first game, the only player to win, in the first round, and he could be in a perfect run if he is able to convert this somehow. But Gukesh is not going to make this easy.
Agreed. And by the way, let's check out the game of Nodirbek against Arjun again, because for a brief moment, chat, Arjun was again worse. Let's figure out that moment. After d5, bishop g5, he found that move.
Wow.
That is really impressive, actually. And now d takes c4 was a mistake. That bishop f7 idea is so hard to spot. But Nodirbek, of course, takes it back. And now the only move king to b8 found by Arjun Erigesi.
That was a very important move. And I think now with that move, I think maybe Arjun is more or less safe. Because I think if you play bishop f7 now, queen h8, I think.
Yes.
Bishop takes h5. Queen h7, and there's queen f8 check. And remember, the king was on c8 before.
Yes.
And now the knight can go to c8.
Yeah.
And you're just completely safe. That's Arjun's plan. Very clever.
Yep, it's very subtle. You don't realize it instantly. So nice plan there from Arjun Erigesi with king to b8. Also, anyways, a nice move, right? Because you get off those back rank mating ideas. You have the a7 square as well, which is quite comfortable for your king because there is no check thanks to the e3 pawn. And again, Arjun still has that pass pawn. Until the h pawn, is alive, Sahaj, I feel Arjun always going to have winning chances.
100%. And I think we saw a move by Nodirbek just now. It was something on the 8th rank. I believe it was knight f8 or queen f8 or something like that.
Sahaj, chat is pointing out to us, Gukesh has blundered. He has blundered spectacularly. Queen to e7, we discussed. Queen e6 was the only move. Plays the knight to f4. It feels like an impressive attack, right? We discussed this, that there are potential chances of black to get into the attacking zone now. But Firouzja, cold-blooded move. Queen takes d6, picks up that impressive pawn. And guess what? According to the engine, the best move is still queen e6. There's no way Gukesh plays that. And he's in huge trouble now.
But was he considering knight d3 and he missed something? Because that's the only move that makes sense to me.
Knight d3. Okay, where do I put my rook now? That's a good question.
I was thinking knight d2 and maybe you can try to take my knight somehow. But I saw queen b5 and I was happy with that. But more or less happy. I think still knight c4 looks a bit.
Rook d1 attacking the knight, but the knight b2 also gains a tempo. So let's put the rook somewhere else.
a1, rook a1. Is rook a1, rook a8? Is that still possible? Oh, but queen b2 is there. Sorry.
Oh, rook a1, knight f2.
Yeah, queen b2 and knight f2. Yeah, basically.
That's tricky. So maybe just rook e2 or rook f1. Yeah, very safe and sound. Keep it very.
Let's go rook e2.
Rook e2. And now suddenly look at this. Knight f4 again is the best move. So it's clear that if you pick up the b2 pawn, white picks up the e5 pawn and look at those dark squares available. So this is mate incoming soon.
Yeah, they say the queen and the knight is the most dangerous combination. Imagine what queen and two knights can do. Because that's what Gukesh has to face just now.
Gukesh is, well, hopefully not imagining that. He has to find a defense now. And I don't see that defense. By the way, is the queen trade is going to help Gukesh? Maybe queen takes d3. Is that something you would consider here, Sahaj? Because if you do trade queens, I am back in the game. So here, maybe white has to take on e5 with the queen. At least I give him a chance to go wrong.
I mean, you're still a pawn down in this sense. And I don't know, knight h5 or knight e6 just looks like very awkward looking moves. I think Gukesh missed something. Like, I think he calculated, of course, he saw queen takes d6. That's why Firouzja plays, queen e7. but I think he misevaluated or miscalculated something in this position. I don't know what that is, but perhaps it's knight d3 and he saw rook e2 and knight takes b2 and he maybe somewhere in that variation he misevaluated something.
I have a question. Let's say I put this pawn back to g7, and maybe just put this pawn here. How much change do you expect in the evaluation here?
I think quite a lot. Quite a lot, yeah. It would still, I think, be slightly preferred for white because I think the knights are more favorable pieces in such a structure. Because black's queen is really far away from the king. So the king is already in some danger, the black king there. And also he has 1 minute to digest all of this.
This is tough.
This is tough, I think, for Gukesh.
So chat, if you're a Gukesh fan, things could not be worse actually, because day one, he was slightly worse in the middle game, but of course defended like a beast. But here, he was under pressure literally from the start of the middle game. And now it's looking tough for Gukesh. Queen d6, knight takes d3, but rook b1 played by Firuzja, not the best choice. Maybe a glimmer of hope for Gukesh fans.
Absolutely. And now bishop e6, perhaps. I mean, you have to surrender that pawn on e5 somehow, but you have to play for counterplay. But I really want to jump to Nodirbek versus Arjun because Arjun looks like has sacrificed a piece.
What?
But it's still 0-0-0.
Oh, wait. So finally, bishop f7 on the board. Queen h8 only move played by Arjun. Nice find. Knight f6 only move played by Nodirbek. He picks up the a4 pawn. Knight takes g4.
But he's a piece down. H takes g4, bishop e6. How is this equal?
Okay, so this has to be the magic of the pass pawn says. Let's figure it out. So you pick up the knight. I take the knight. Now, if you waste time, I am simply a piece up. The game is over, right? I'm going to guess g3 is the move.
Or queen h2 maybe. Queen h2 looks interesting because you're threatening mate in one.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Queen d3 only move for white. Wow.
And now g3?
And
no, g3 there's
queen d8 is
queen
mate because there's bishop c5 check.
Yeah.
So only move for black would be king a7. Okay, this is extremely tough, man.
Yeah, that's tough.
And do you know what the best move for white here is? Take a guess, chat. Chat, I'm going to give you can think for 5 years here. You will not find the best move.
I saw it and I still don't believe it.
The best move. Okay, I'll give you at least 5 seconds more. The best move is bishop to h5, just giving the free bishop. What?
Does not make any sense whatsoever. I think it's because you want to deflect the queen because you are playing queen c2 checkmate. So you want to play something like queen c4 or queen d8. And I think that's why you're playing bishop h5 there.
So Sahaj, let me try to find some other way of holding this pawn, right? Let's say I'm going to play something random like bishop e6. That was my point. Like Arjun has genuine winning chances here.
Ooh.
Because playing bishop h5 is not a cup of cake when you have less than 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Complete. By the way, this is actually on the board. He has played queen h2.
Oh
this
my
is
god.
On the board.
Queen d3 only move for Nodirbek. I would love to go full screen here and look at this and look at that bar. I love that, but look at the ups and downs. My god, this game has been insane. It's been a treat to watch, of course. Both fans of Arjun and Nodirbek, have their heart racing. They're excited, they're disappointed because both had chances. But right now, dead equal, only move for Nodirbek. He's thinking, has 4 minutes. Sahaj, will we see a result in this game? Yes or no?
I think likely, very likely. But I'm not really sure how the result is going to go now because initially I thought, Nodirbek had some chances of taking over and he did have a couple of chances, but now it feels like Arjun has the momentum. He is threatening mate in one and he has that pass pawn as well. Queen d3 was the only move played by Nodirbek.
I think that's not a surprise, of course. He will figure out.
He goes queen g1 check. I think he's going for the f7 bishop. Wait, queen g1, king b2, queen f2, king
a3,
queen f7.
Queen f7.
Queen d8 check, king a7 and c4 is there. c4 is saving the day.
Okay.
That's a very important move.
Let's see how the players play this. By the way, check.
King b2 is forced. It's forced.
It's forced, but in fact, Arjun had the better way. We saw that, right? He had a better move there, but okay, queen f2 check.
By the way, king d2, then queen d1 is mate instead of king b2. So that's because Nodirbek is thinking here.
Wow.
I'm just going to mention this.
Wow.
So king b2 is the only move here.
Okay, king a3 attacks the bishop. Let's see how Arjun and Nodirbek handle the next few moves. Sahaj, result could be possible, especially the time pressure. But I think what a crazy game this has been so far.
Wow, full of surprises. I can't really believe that this is happening. And I still don't know who is going to win this match because anything is possible.
And yes, Mr. Panda, I think bishop h5 was the only move in that position. So we didn't reach that position though. Now king a3, any other move you consider? I think king a3 is the only move, right? What is he thinking?
King A3, I think Queen F7.
Yeah.
And I think Queen D8 check. King
Because
A7.
if I pick up this one, there is Queen A2 checkmate.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
He
pretty.
just played it. I think he has just played something. King A1 he played. Wait, that's a
What?
mistake, no? No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're gonna see maybe.
But okay, the question is the G pawn still alive, Sahaj? Because if the G pawn is still alive, then I will always have some hope, right?
You do, but I think you're losing the C7 pawn. And you know, in this scenario, the C pawn is the golden pawn because black castled on the long side, right? So if once you lose that pawn, maybe the opposite color bishop on the dark squares, you could have some problems. But to Arjun's benefit, that pawn on E3, the double pawn that we have, is working against Nodirbek here.
Yeah.
Because if the bishop is on C5, it could have defended the G1 square and stopped that pass pawn in its tracks. But now it cannot do that.
And Sahaj, in this position, bishop c5 would be a huge threat. So queen g8 is something Arjun has to find. Bishop c5 check, king to 8, queen b6, and now queen to b8 is
Only
the
move,
move.
yeah?
Oh my god.
What about
this
king
is-
b8?
King b8, I think there will be some queen loss, right? I mean, queen a7, king c7 you're going to play. Oh, still tricky.
But that's tricky. That's very...
Fair. Oh, you
Queen
can just
B8
pick up the e5 pawn actually.
I just do not see Arjun playing queen b8. I think it's such a non-Arjun-like move. Queen b8, it looks so passive. I don't really see him playing, something like this.
Oh, chat is telling us Gukesh has blundered again. What an insane update, chat. Let's have a look. So we saw this move, right? I think knight takes d3 something. We saw rook b1. And this is where bishop e6 was the last try. That bishop is still undeveloped on move number 31 in this game. F6. I mean, it's understandable why he played F6, right? You just want to defend the
It's a
e5
golden
pawn.
pawn, Sahil
Yeah,
bhai.
I know, but it's human on why he wants to play it. But the problem is that blue arrow knight to d2. Did he find it, Sahaj? He
Yes,
found it.
He finds it, and now queen b5 played, and now comes the really important move from Firouzja. He has to find rook a1 with the idea of rook a7. And you were asking this question: what if we switch the pawn structure there? Here's your answer. The 7th rank is completely weak here.
Okay, my pawn was there, but I get your... but this is really bad.
Fair.
And now, chat, objectively, this is loss for Gukesh. So the only saving grace could be the clock. Firouzja playing on seconds right now. Would he make a mistake? Would he make a crucial mistake in this, critical position?
It is possible, technically speaking.
Oh,
but...
mistake!
Ooh, okay. There is some hope for Gukesh here. What's the move? Okay, your knight is under attack, so let's move it to f4 perhaps. That's the only protected square.
So knight f4. And suddenly rook a1 is still the move. And let's say I want to pass a move, Sahaj. What's the passing move you could play for white here? A move which, makes sense, but it's not rook a1.
I was thinking g3 maybe, but there's knight e2, knight e4 there.
Yeah.
Actually, h3 is also hanging.
h3 is
but
hanging.
I don't want to take that pawn though. That looks too risky for me.
So let's say king to h2, like a random move. Bishop e6, I develop my last piece and suddenly I'm feeling okay about my position. So maybe Gukesh staging a comeback
You
here.
just predicted Firouzja's move. He just played king h2.
What?
Yeah, he just played king h2 on the board.
Okay, my random move is
Let's go.
Firouzja's best move. Okay, that's nice to know.
Sahil.
But king h2, okay, I mean, now it makes sense. And bishop e6, at least the pieces for black are now much more active. Just compare it to what Gukesh had 5 moves back.
No,
The rook
Gukesh
was
is
massive.
back. Gukesh is back with this last move. If he finds bishop a6, I think with correct play, he should be able to hold this. But Firouzja is playing under seconds and Gukesh has 2 minutes on the clock. So expect blunders, expect mistakes because players just don't have time to think.
You will not believe the next update. Hands against Nihal is even. It's equal. I don't know how on earth that happened, but it's equal. This was the position. He was pushing knight to d1, b4. He finally managed that move. a4, nice find by hands. But rook a7, rook b3, king b3 played, rook c1, and this is where rook e2 was the only move. He misses it. And now if rook b1 check, Nihal's side might equalize.
Oh, because he can take the a4 pawn.
Yes.
Once you take the a pawn and the b pawn away from the board, then you have real chances in the position. And rook b1 check is such a natural looking move, but he doesn't play it. I think he played rook a1.
Yeah, he played rook a1, but that also works. King b4, now he picks this up. And Sahaj,
But this is tough, no?
But at least some hope for Nihal, yeah?
It's tough, but I think it's possible to save this. For sure, it's possible. I think you should exchange one of the rooks here. But I'm not really sure how you're going to exchange both of the pawns. Rook knight versus rook is a draw.
Yes.
But white has 2 pawns that you have to exchange here, which is not an easy task.
The best move here is absolutely insane. It's e5. If you pick up this pawn, there is rook takes a4 and basically, king c5, rook check, and the knight is kind of hanging. So
we do have an update on one of the boards. Nodirbek and Arjun have drawn their match. I think they repeated after queen e1 and queen f2, I believe.
yes.
So that's a nice draw actually. Because if you played queen b1, then there was queen takes c3 hanging.
You mean here, right? Yes.
Yeah,
Queen
I think
b1,
queen takes c3
check.
was hanging.
Yeah.
This also looks it looks a bit uncomfortable for Nodirbek. So why not king a3 again?
That's a good question. I think maybe
But there was queen f7 and
queen f7 and
so,
you can't take
that
because
doesn't
of
make
queen
sense. That
a2
doesn't make
mate.
sense.
But I think maybe a slight missed opportunity for Arjun here. I think this is where I think king a7 was a tricky move where white would have to find bishop h5, but very hard to find king a7 as a resource for black.
For sure.
So overall, I think both players had their chances. I think draw is a fair result. Sehaj, but overall, maybe Arjun will be a bit more disappointed.
No, I think same goes for Nodirbek because there was that bishop f7 idea so many times in the position and he played it, but I think he played it just one move too late. I mean, one move too early, he would have had, I think, good chances there as well. So I think both players, had chances there.
Sehaj,
Very fighting game.
the blunders are not stopping. So as Arjun and Nodirbek analyze, jumping to the Gukesh game, this is where we left it. Bishop e6, he found the best move. Rook c1 defending the knight, and bishop c4 was a big mistake because it allowed the rook to enter the game. Levi Rosen smiling somewhere in the world, but
It is Gukesh's move, right? Yeah, he
took on c4.
He took on c4.
And Firouzja took with the knight. He also makes a minor mistake.
By the way, Gukesh played that move with like 6 seconds on his clock.
Oh wow,
That was crazy.
92.
I think he played rook f7. Rook f7 is the move.
92 was the best move. Rook f7, a decent one though. But white can now play b4. Defend
Sorry,
that pawn.
3 seconds. It was 3 seconds. He played his last move in 3 seconds. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is
Now
gonna be tough.
b4 is the best move. Very difficult to play this, I think, under time pressure.
Chat, predictions from you. What do you think? Who wins this one? Is it going to be a result? A win for Firouzja, a win for Gukesh, or draw? Say it by your prediction.
I think looks like a draw to me as well. Maybe some chances for Firouzja still, but I see this idea of queen d8 and knight d6, but I'm guessing queen e2, queen f2, and you will have, some kind of check, some kind of ideas there. Even queen takes b2 is hanging.
I think this knight is a very important resource now, right? Because if I pick up this pawn, then this goes and suddenly, I am the one attacking. So white has to be a bit careful. And that f6 move coming in very handy. If this pawn had fallen, Sehaj, I think that was practically much more difficult to come back from.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. But still a bit difficult. Has he played b4? He plays rook c2.
Ooh, it's the
In
kind of move
12
you make
seconds.
when you have no time on the clock. Yeah, you defend everything on the second rank.
But if I go queen f4, how are you going to defend that rook?
Queen d2, maybe I have to come
Queen
back.
d2. I thought you were going to play like rook c3 or something.
Also possible actually, but there's 92 maybe. And then
He's going for the
94.
queen. He's going for the queen. Plays queen b3. Is that correct? I think queen b3 is rook c3, no?
Oh, 93 is the move now. Okay, that's tough. That's
He
impossible.
plays it. He
What?
played knight e3 and now Firouzja is back in the game. He's
It's the
close to
pawn.
being winning.
It's the c6 pawn. He's going to lose the c6 pawn. Queen takes c6 incoming. Gukesh will be a pawn down officially now.
Oh, yes. This is looking very good for Firouzja, I think. I think he's going to take this one now.
Oh, this is tough. Both players under a minute. As we know, the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters gives no second chances, no extra time after 40 moves. Gukesh panicking, pulls his hand back. Sehaj, what's he going to play now?
I think rook a7 or h5 could be a move.
Plays h5, I think.
Plays king g7. I think
King
I think
g7.
I went king g7.
I think a logical move for sure.
Don't
Defends
commit.
f6.
Don't
And
push any pawns without any reason. That's I guess the goal here. Queen c6 is hanging.
You know
He
what
takes the pawn.
like about Firouzja's position now, everything is defended. After you take this, this is defended, this is defended, g2 is defended, the knight is defended, the rook, like all the pieces show perfect coordination right now. That's my worry for Gukesh, that there's no target he can attack. Okay, queen b4, but everything is defended right now.
Maybe
maybe
if
this,
everything is defended, then you can when you won knight is very nice
Maybe
actually.
that's the last plan, last resource for Gukesh, the world champion.
So maybe it makes sense for Firouzja to play g3 here and kick the knight away.
Ooh, g3, knight d3, suddenly 91, knight f3. There are always hacks in the position side. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because it feels like this could be, we are ready for a Great finish here, exciting finish.
I think this game, I think this entire round was so chaotic that it kind of is a little bit poetic that all of the games end in a draw.
I would love to see one result though. I mean, of course.
By the way, we do have a move, Queen C4, I think he played.
Oh, he's offering the queen of trade or trade of queens. That's an awesome move from Firouzja because you head off into an endgame, a pawn up with time pressure. It's much easier to handle.
But
even
that's
though,
a mistake. It's actually a mistake. Queen takes C4 is actually, and Gukesh is back. It could be equal again.
But I like it for him, I think.
But he's not going to take Queen C4. I think.
He won't take it. Knowing Gukesh, that's the last thing he would consider. But also now controlling E2, Knight E2 is not an option, for Gukesh anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So Queen takes C4, Rook takes C4, there's Knight D3. I think you're attacking B2 and F2 there. And if Queen C4, Rook, sorry,
if Knight C4, then Rook C7, yeah?
Yeah, but this also means that Gukesh has to accept the fact that, that, okay, I'm playing for a draw here.
Oh, he has no time. He's thinking, he's panicking. 10 seconds on the clock. What will he do? Look at him. Wait, what did he play?
No, he plays Rook B7. He is okay with the exchange, but he says, you must be the one who does the trade, not me.
Sahaj, Queen A6 is a killer move for white here because it keeps the rook under check. Knight G4 incoming, attacking F6, and the rook will simply have to go back. This is looking tough for the world champion. He finds Queen C8 instead though.
But Queen A6, Rook F7, and Knight G4, there was Rook C7, no? Actually, we can show that as well.
We're going to see it, so Sahaj. I think it's a similar version now. Queen C8, Rook C7 check potentially incoming as well. Knight D5.
Can I go Queen E4?
Oh, that's a good question.
How about Rook C4? Rook C4.
Rook C4, yes. And the queen has to lose protection of the rook. Tough.
Yeah, Knight on E3 just holding the entire position together very well.
This feels like one piece ready for an attack, calling, all his friends, come on, brothers, the party is ready. I'm ready to attack, but nobody has time to join. See, the rook goes back to F7. And now G3, you can kick back the final active piece. It has to go to H5, Sahaj, or D3. You can't go back to any of these squares.
You would have loved to put that knight on d4. It's a protected, outpost, but that's sadly not possible anymore. So g3 makes a lot of sense in this position. Gukesh under huge pressure. By the way, that's again another move he played under 3 seconds.
Wow.
Both players are playing just bullet right now. So this is anything but...
The crazy part could be, chat, let's imagine if this ends in a win for Firouzja. Everybody else will draw their games, assuming Nihal holds that, which is possible. Then Firouzja would have won all his games so far, 2 rounds, and everybody else is struggling to win a game. So he would have a 1-point lead after 2 rounds. That is insane.
Wow. By the way, Queen E8 played by him.
That's a very dangerous move, threatening some Rook C8 and mating ideas on the back rank. Queen E1! Only move! With the same plan, Sahaj, 92, Queen G1, checkmate, last piece of Gukesh. He has to find it.
Surely he sees it. Let's go.
He has to.
He has to see this. Come on. No, he's looking at the kings. He's looking on his side of the board. I think he's going to play H5 or something. Oh, Queen E1, come on. Oh, you're giving me...
If Queen E1, Rook C8, there is 92, Gukesh is better. He's winning the game. He's winning the game.
He doesn't play it. He wasn't even looking at that side of the board.
He had to go for it. Rook E7, a more... Okay, he can still do it.
Another move in just under 3 seconds, by the way.
I think he can still do it though. He will have one more chance, yeah? Unless white plays Queen D8, he could still play Queen E1. Some chances there, some counterplay building up.
And Queen goes to D8 or Queen goes... I think Queen 8 is a bit stronger because you will defend the E4 pawn there as well. He goes Queen D8, your move?
Yeah, he wanted to keep the rook under check, yeah? But 96 is now possible, gain the tempo. And the knight will come to D4. Okay, you will lose the knight E2 idea, but at least you can bring the knight to D4. That's a beautiful piece. Sahaj, this will end in a blunder, I think. This will end in a blunder. I feel right now it's better for Firouzja, but it's anything, nothing close to over right now. He plays knight to E6, attacks the queen getting harassed on every single move. Where do you play the queen now?
I think you play Queen A8. I think that was the move, I think a few moves ago. I think Queen A8 makes a lot of sense, but it does allow Rook D7 and maybe some activity.
Okay, chat. Final predictions.
Or Queen E1. Maybe.
Firouzja or Gukesh. Let us know your answers. Sahaj, final prediction for this game.
I think Firouzja is looking really good to me so far. Knight D5. Hold on a second.
Oh, he attacks Gukesh's queen.
Oh, he's going into the endgame. That was not... Okay, he takes the queen. So we are in the endgame now. Gukesh can save this with perfect play. But with this time format, it's very difficult to have perfect play.
Yeah, rook b7. I think
Only move.
And because knight d3, there's rook b3, and the task to defend that b2 pawn is not that easy. And Sej, question to you: let's say you trade rooks, I think then white is just completely winning, right, with the outside pass pawn. If you trade knights, though, maybe that's something Gukesh can aim for. Maybe rook endgame.
5 versus 4 is still very difficult to say. I mean, Nodirbek, I remember, defeated Prag like this in a 4 versus 3 endgame in Tata Steel. But 5 versus 4 is even harder in this sense.
By the rook b7 played, nice move by Gukesh. Knight comes to d5, pressuring, and what a beautiful piece on d5. But rook b3 very important, because otherwise white might play b4 Saj and put the rook behind the passed pawn, and there it is. Another mistake from Gukesh, and now b4 incoming.
And he plays it. Yep,
Wow.
Firouzja is not gonna give this up. Knight he plays f5, tries to break the integrity of the structure. Maybe white can play f3 now.
Oh, Gukesh will play perfectly in 1 minute. I think Aman is saying, oh, let's see, Aman, if that's possible. Right now, he's been playing under a minute for a long time. So at some point, the mistakes are going to come in. F5 play, that's a nice move, because if you do take here, then your knight is, not stable on d5. I also have at least some ideas to push these pawns. So I don't think he takes an f5 Saj.
Also, rook b5 is a very, very nice move, yeah? So f3 is what I like. I think takes knight g5 is what I was thinking, but there's this rook c4 there.
That's tough. That's really tough.
Very tough, yeah. I think Gukesh is already thinking that he's lost in this position, which is probably worse than, I mean, maybe he overestimated Firouzja's chances here, but anyone would do that. Even if I'm playing this position as black, I'm going to think I'm lost.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Saj. I think, you look at this position, you switch off the bar, you will just say objectively this is winning for me.
Yeah, it has to be, because you've got the extra pawn, no counterplay, you've got the better knight. I mean, everything seems to be going Firouzja's way here. So I think Firouzja is going to be on a perfect run after this. That's insane.
Wow, crunch moments in this game, because they will not gain any time. Maybe Saj, that could be the opportunity Gukesh is looking for, that Firouzja never gets that extra time and has time to formulate a plan. Because he's playing on increment, maybe there's this opportunity he could make a mistake. Sometimes you want to take that time to figure out that winning plan. You might need that, right? Because it's still a bit complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, by the way, we should have a quick look at Hans versus Nihal as well, because it looks like it's just a bunch of zeros, but practically I completely disagree, in the final position there. I think we're just in crunch moments there. King g3, rook a3, so he offers the trade of rooks. How is this equal? It's like the weirdest fortress I've seen in my life.
So that's a very good question, actually.
How is this okay?
I can always trade one pawn at my I have this at my disposal, but of course, white will pick up e5.
You can either play f5 or g5, right? So you can only trade one pawn.
Yeah. So maybe there's no way for the white pieces to move forward, yeah? Like maybe there's...
King d3, king c4, king d5, and king e6. I mean, if you
let's say I pass the move. I want to keep my king off the back rank, so king f7.
I think that was played in the game already.
Yeah, king d3 played,
king
actually.
c4. And no, he also played king...
Yeah.
No, he's still thinking, yeah?
No, he played king d3. Now check, let's say. You go forward, yeah?
King I go forward.
I just keep checking you.
Rook c3?
Rook c3, I move the rook, let's say... Oh, I can't move to e1. Let's say f1.
King d5.
Check.
King...
You see, you can't come to e6. If you come to e6, you're winning, I think.
Oh, yeah. That is correct, actually.
If you come to the e file, I think that's lost, because I don't have a check, and then you get access to the f6 pawn. Until you come here, it's a bit... Maybe you can come to c6 or c5 and still kind of play on. But then I can even come to e6. And it's getting tougher and tougher, right? Because now I defend the pawn with my king, and now f5, for example, at some point could be a good big deal, because, for example, f5 takes, I get two connected pass pawns.
But you will allow knight g5 check.
I know, like as a resource. For example, if the knight moves, at some point I have that as an option now.
But he just played rook f1, I think, after king d3 in the current position. So we do have some updates there. King c4, and I think rook c1 check is the plan. Wow, Nihal gets up from the board.
Yeah,
he's 3 minutes on the clock.
He is the world champion with 1 minute on the clock. Yeah. So I think 1 minute is enough for him, I think, to handle this. By the way, going back to the Gukesh game, some updates there. f5, rook c6 was played, the best move. King f7 defending the knight. b5, pass pawns must be pushed. And now knight to d4. The only move, the clear-cut winning move was rook f6 check. Almost impossible, Saj, to find this. Plays rook c7, but how is this not winning?
This is.
Wait, is he going to lose the pawn?
I think Gukesh might just save this. Wow.
Okay.
That's another game in time, in like a crunch time situation. In a lost position, Gukesh is coming back where we think that it's not possible to come back. I mean, props to him for playing so well under time pressure.
Okay,
Let's
I have a
go.
question. How can the eval be 0.7? Either it's 0 or it's winning, right? There is no 0.7 in this endgame because I think just 10 moves in, you would exactly know what's going to happen. So chat, let's not move away from this because 1 minute for Firouz and exactly that point, Saj, he did not have time to figure out a winning plan because he was playing on the increment.
Absolutely. And he has 1 minute now on the clock. He can save this pawn. You can go for b6, king d6 and knight to d5. I think that kind of saves the pawn for a little bit. But now the question is, how do you break through in this position? Because you need the king, right? You need the white king to join the action somehow.
I think this is what we'll get, right? In some shape or form, this is the position we'll get. Yeah, he pushes b6. And now the question is, can I pick up this pawn before white gets some play on the king's side, right? That's the basic question.
Stuff. King c6 played. And f3 played as well. No, he has not played f3 yet. I don't think he's played f3 yet.
Yeah, not yet. I think this is the live position right now. b6, king d6 on the board. And Chad, I think it looks like Gukesh is back. But the problem is, this is so tricky. There might be like one sequence of moves that gives Gukesh a draw in a certain variation. And I think it might be tough for even him to find, right? Because we talked about Firouzja having less time. But even Gukesh has less time, Sahaj.
I'm trying to calculate in my head because I think there is a variation that is kind of interesting here. But on the plus side for Gukesh, he has an extra 2-minute cushion in the position. Like Firouzja is still playing on seconds, but Gukesh has 2.5 minutes on the clock. So he can stop and take the time to calculate when you need to play those forced moves in the position. By the way, he goes for the knight. I think he's aiming for 95 there.
Yeah, that's the plan. He's thinking he has 15 seconds. He should play quickly, yeah, because you don't want to be in that zone where you have 5 seconds on the clock. At some point, you might make a mistake. Okay, 95 on the board.
And now king c6 only move. Otherwise, b7 would just be deadly.
Yeah, I think that's an obvious one.
Let's play king c6.
Can play it in just 5 seconds if he wishes to. Because the knight controls the c7 squares, the king can't really approach the pawn once it goes to b7. So super crucial move here. King to c6, the blue arrow.
I think he's considering f takes e4 maybe, but then there's b7, knight c6 and knight somewhere.
Oh, but
b4,
this is knight b4 is actually
That's
winning.
Tough. Actually, you can miss that.
Knight b8 and then king
you
g3.
Can for sure miss that.
And this is, I think, just lost.
King
actually.
g4, you have h6. You could stop with the pawns, but still, this is a very tough position.
But I think maybe h4, h5 is a hedge at some point. And I will
But is it winning?
It is winning, actually.
Oh, wow.
Also, like check and knight e7, just doing it instantly is just completely winning. So, if Gukesh plays pawn takes e4, he is unfortunately lost.
So he has to play king. This is exactly why that 2.5-minute cushion was so important in the game, because now he can take his time to think, which is better, king c6 or fe4.
He finds
plays
it.
The best move.
Finds it. Super crucial move there, king c6. Gukesh figuring out the important detail there that stopping the pawn on b6 is much more easy than b7, where it would be 1 square away from queening. That's always tricky because we saw the knight b4 tactic, right? It only works because the pawn was 1 square away from queening.
Absolutely. And defending such a position with this time control against Firouzja is nothing short of impressive.
Yeah.
I have to say.
And
if he is successful, that is, of course.
Don't take that pawn because king d5, b7, there is knight c6.
Where he goes for f3, I think. Finally pushes the golden pawn, defending the e4 pawn there. And now, what am I supposed to play? King b7, maybe?
King b7.
Or maybe let's take the pawn first and then play king b7.
I like taking the pawn because I think at least I have a target now. I can
No. I see. I just saw the plan. Knight e6, knight c5, knight d7. That's it.
Okay.
GG.
So white has 3 moves to create something, right?
Yeah.
If I don't create anything in 3 moves,
but
black takes
remember
on
that
d6.
after knight c5, I'm attacking your e4 pawn as well. So you have to save that pawn for one of those moves.
So
I think we should show that in arrows. Maybe.
Yeah.
Like
So let's say knight e6.
So takes first.
Takes.
And now knight e6 with the idea of knight c5.
Knight
and now I'm
c5.
hitting the e4 pawn. So you have to defend that pawn somehow.
I'm going to play king g3. That's my only resource, right?
Knight c5. King f3.
And I don't have time to head off here. So king f3 played
Knight
and knight d7. Let's say I have to attack, right? I have nothing else. You pick up the b6 pawn. So the king pawn endgame is apparently dead even.
No, I think black can win this, no? King d4. You don't have the mind square on f5.
Okay, this is going to be some incredible calculation.
I don't think Firouzja goes for this. There is no way Firouzja will go. Black is queening first, no? So there is no chance.
Yeah, so going back. Okay, I think we have a move. Let's just go to the live position right now.
Yep, he takes the pawn on. He did chop off the pawn on e4, but that is on the board already. And now he has to maneuver with the knight. Knight e6, knight c5, knight d7.
Yeah.
That's what we need on the board.
That's an important move. Gukesh has less than a minute to figure that move out. He's thinking, looks at the clock. That's the sign of time pressure. Players constantly looking at the clock. There was a moment where it looked at the clock 10 times in 10 seconds, Sahaj.
Wow.
So that's real time pressure. Gukesh was doing the same, adjusting his chair. He's nervous. As we can see, knight e6 is the crucial move there.
Absolutely. But by the way, while Gukesh thinks, let's do a quick look at Hans versus Nihal, because Hans is trying to break that fortress by bringing his king, and his knight towards the queen side. I see this knight e1, knight d3, knight c5 was his plan, but Nihal stopped him there. And now it's still equal, but I think Hans is kind of offering that h4 pawn. So if you play rook a3 check, maybe I can go king c4, king d5, and I'll say, okay, take my pawn, but at least I'll have some counterplay in the position.
Yeah, this is too risky actually. Even the knight can come in at some point. The king comes in. The king on the back rank is always going to be tricky, right? You might have any number of pawns. So a very interesting endgame. This will probably last the longest, but right now, objectively, it might still be equal and holdable for Hans Niemann. Jumping back to Gukesh game quickly, where he played knight to b3. The plan is the same, knight c5. Why is there even a difference here?
I don't think there is a difference. I think it's basically the same. So knight b3, knight c5, knight d7. That's the plan, to take that pawn on b6. Place king g3, activate your king in the endgame. And knight c5 is now only move. Maybe knight a5 is also possible.
Oh, he plays knight e2. He wants to go knight c4, I think. But he could have attacked this, because now I'm not forced to go king f3, Sahaj. Knight f6 only move for white, giving up the b6 pawn. How easy is that move?
Very difficult. Especially with the time. He has 17 seconds on the clock. Come on,
look at Firouzja.
That's tough.
He's about to play it, Sahaj. He's about to play it. He finds that only move. Knight to f6.
6. And then what happens?
King b6. King. Okay. He has to find king h4 here, Sahaj. That has to be impossible.
That's really unlucky for Gukesh, because had he chosen the knight on d7 instead, there would have been no knight f6 anymore.
Exactly. 50% loss didn't work out for him in here, unfortunately, I think. Now what do you do? Does he pick up the b6 pawn? Does he play at 6?
Wait, does it mean that Gukesh is lost again?
Objectively, yes. But I think the plan for Firouzja is not easy. Again, he's also playing with 30 seconds on the clock. His last move was played with 5 seconds remaining, Sahaj. That's tricky.
This is very, very tough. A little heartbreaking as well, because 30 seconds for Gukesh to digest all of this. Take the pawn on b6. I think you have to do that. That's the only move in the position.
Yeah. And let's keep in mind, Gukesh playing in his home city, Sahaj. This is his second last event before the World Championship, very likely in terms of classical chess. So this means a lot to him. He needs to gain his form back. And losing this second round game is not going to do that.
He takes the pawn on b6. That's a good move. And now, if Firouzja takes on h7, it could be a draw after that.
King
Knight takes
h4
e4.
or g4.
King g4 I think is simpler. Yeah, but king g4 I have h6. So how are you breaking through? How do you calculate all of this with such little time on the clock?
Impossible. If king h4, h6, now there is knight d7 check and you pick up the e5 pawn. So it's
and
still...
then g6 pawn, yeah?
And why not directly, right? Like there's so many options available for white and...
Place king f2. That's a mistake, no?
Wait, what? He went back. Why would you go back here? That's a weird move, right?
Oh, he wants to play king e3 and he wants to take the pawn on h7. That's why.
But now h6. Okay, Gukesh has a golden opportunity.
That could save the game, but there is knight d7 check maybe.
But there is knight c4 check, Sahaj. Or knight c4, just defending the pawn, no?
No, but are you playing h6 or are you playing knight d7?
So h6.
No, knight d7
knight
check
d7. King
knight
c7.
d5, knight g6 is... I mean, it's an extra pawn, but it still would be a draw. He plays h5. That's a mistake, I think. I think that's a mistake. H6 would have been
because now
safer.
I think this is a clear path for the white king, right? It's a clear path for the white king to g6. No! And on knight d7, Firouzja, can he pull it off, Sahaj?
Played it again in 2 seconds. So difficult to play this. H6 was the move.
Somebody said dead draw is now. No, it's not a dead draw anymore. Firouzja is winning if he plays knight d7, the only move, and he finds it.
Wow.
Firouzja on fire right now. You know what the best move is? King c6 or king a6. Yeah, this is tough.
7, no, maybe.
This
Knight
is tough.
e5 and just knight takes e4. That's a check. And you go king. You still have to be. Wow, they are getting a second score sheet. That tells you how long this game is.
This is going to be an incredible finish. Of course, both the players have been playing, with seconds on the clock for at least the last 20 moves or so, maybe even more, actually, for Gukesh.
And now knight takes e4. I'm not sure how is this still winning.
Okay, knight e4. I'm going to give this right. So king
This
e3.
is so tricky, actually.
But okay, knight f6, knight g6, right? Should be a simple win. The king coming here, I will pick up this pawn
With
for
just
3.
one pawn, the knight should not be winning. There must be some
So
clear
king
sequence
d6,
for white.
king f4,
Yeah,
king e6, king g5,
king f7.
king f7, knight f4. I attack the pawn and win it. And that's it. That's game.
This is why the pawn was needed on h6 and not on h5. Chess is so brutal.
Chess is brutal indeed. And he takes the pawn. And imagine, Chad, if the pawn was on h6, the king would not have a path to the g5 square, and Gukesh would draw that game with 1 versus 2 pawns. But now, Gukesh is lost.
Yeah, this looks like this is completely lost. It was a good fight, more or less, but I think Firouzja is not gonna leave this one anymore.
Yep.
This is too simple for him now.
So Gukesh will be at the bottom of the standings, Sahaj, after round 2. At the
It's just
Quantbox
one
Chennai
loss
Grandmasters.
at the end of the day. One loss that's fine, but at the end of the day, it was a good fight. H6 instead of H5. That's all he had to do.
But it's like in terms of winning the event, his chances have gone down drastically, because
Yes.
not only does he lose, he also gives the tournament leader an extra half point, and that means Firouzja will be on 2 out of 2. And the next person will be on 1 out of 2. So that's an impressive lead for the French number 1, and Gukesh will be on half out of 2 along with Pranesh.
Wow. There it is. King F4 on the board. Yeah, this feels like it is.
Elementary now, I think,
Yeah, this
for a player
is
like Firouzja.
easy.
Imagine now h6, yeah? You don't have king g5.
Yeah,
Such
exactly.
a
King
subtle
E6
difference.
would have just been a dead draw in this position.
Wow.
Same position, just one pawn. It just has to go back. That's it.
Chess is tough, and the king coming to e6 will control the f5 square, the pawn will control the g5 square, knight will control the h5 square, and all these 4 squares will be covered, and he would draw that game. But unfortunately, in this case, that one square is available for the white
Oh,
king.
he gave a check on d5. Now there is king g5, I believe.
Yeah, that just works, no?
And knight e3, there's knight h4, yeah?
King
That's
g5,
very important.
knight e3, I'm sure knight f4 also.
Yeah,
works. But knight f4 is safer because you just keep it away from the black king, actually. Very comfortable.
Yeah, both of them are, I think, winning. So king g5, very simple move. He's taking his time to think. By the way, meanwhile, let's take a quick look at Hans versus Nihal, because that game is we're still not sure what's going to happen there.
Okay, I think here I'm much more confident about Nihal holding. I think because we look at this position, White has made no progress. He tried by pushing the king to c4 and so on, but had to rush all the way back. And now it's not easy to reach this rook, right? Because you can't attack with the rook, can't attack with the king. And if rook e3, I have rook h1. So maybe rook a3 now, just keeping the rook as free as possible, and Nihal likely to hold this. And 50 moves, Sahaj. It's going to be introduced. I'm guessing, when was the last capture played? It's not so clear.
I can check that. I think it was at least 20 moves ago, I think.
Move 38, I think, was the last capture, right? Last pawn move was on
Move 42.
move 42. And we are on move number 64. So 22 moves already.
Yeah, but who's going to claim?
Offers
And
that
I
trade.
think also there was a trade of rooks as well. So that's move
yes.
44.
Yes,
So
yes,
basically
right.
they've only played 21 moves, 29 more to go.
Yeah, I think, okay.
Oh, I think unless they repeat, rook e1, rook h3, rook e3, rook h1, that's just a repetition on the
Nihal
board.
offering that repetition. Now, will Hans Niemann agree to a draw, or will he play on is the major question here. Nihal looks very comfortable though, so let's jump back to the Gukesh game quickly. Knight e3, this is where we left it. Knight d5 check played by Gukesh, king g5, and now simply knight to e3, and now knight h4 or knight f4, defending the g2 pawn, the core of the pawn chain, and then now just pick up the h5 pawn, and 2 pawns is like an elementary win, Sahaj, I think, for any top level player.
Yeah, 100%. Yep, I think this game is just over. I think we should switch to Hans versus Nihal, because I think we still don't know what's going to happen. This position is completely lost. So maybe we can switch to a game where we are not sure what the result is going to be. So there's rook a3, and I think he's trying to give some checks on the a file.
Very interesting.
I'm still not sure how whether Nihal should just keep the pawn structures intact or he should play f5 or g5. I mean, I'm surely not f5 or g5, right?
No, I think unless white shows a clear plan, right?
Wait, that was a mistake apparently.
I think it's okay. I think it's
So
okay.
rook a7 check is there. No, king e6 and rook g7.
Oh, but okay, king f8 maybe. Again,
But that's your cutoff on the back rank.
But
That's
we've
a
been
problem.
there. Been there before, Sahaj. No, like we were here exactly here, I think, earlier.
Were we?
Yeah, we were here exactly. The king was on
you're
d3.
right, you're right.
So I think the problem is to bring the king and the knight forward, you need the rook back to allow the king to escape the cutoff, and then again the black king moves forward. So I think it's tough. It's tough. Hans can try for a long time, as he is kind of shown. He will push, but most likely result right now would be a draw for Nihal Sarin.
Yeah. Looks like it. I think he's going for a move. I think he just played rook a5 there for some reason, and now
Rook g1, I think he played.
yeah,
Yes.
rook g1. Sorry, sorry, the rook is on a3.
And by the way, just a quick look at the Gukesh game. Something happened. He's trying some last-ditch effort to pick up these 2 pawns. I think this was the position. Just finishing because I think this game might end very, very soon, actually, chat. So let's have a look. This is the Sahaj, any chances? G4, some, I don't know, king G2, something here?
No. It's 2 pawns. You
Okay,
have an extra.
G4,
You
king
have
G2,
knights on the board. 2
H4,
connected pawns.
king
There is no
H3,
way that
Knight
Gukesh can hold
f6,
this
yeah?
anymore.
And the game is over, I think. H pawn just runs like crazy. Wow. So that will be a heartbreaking loss for the world champion, who will be likely at his lowest rating. So he's going to lose around like 4-5 points from this. So he'll be lower than Nihal. 2712, I think, will be his new rating, I think.
Just taking a quick look. Yeah, you're right.
Knight d1 played, by the way.
712 would be accurate in the sense, and that would put him at world number 29 actually.
Wow.
That's crazy.
He would be rated low.
Oh, he just resigned. Wow.
Wow. So that is resignation from Gukesh, the world champion. I mean, Firouzja played a marvelous game, but there were twists and turns there. Sahaj, Gukesh had his opportunities there, but he couldn't pounce on them. And at the end, that one move at 6, h5 instead of h6, cost Gukesh the game. They're analyzing right now.
By the way, he's going for that Queenie 1 idea as well.
He had
remember,
to.
I think he just showed that Queenie 1 idea to Firouzja. That I think he saw it, but it was a good fight regardless. Yeah. It was a good game.
He had to go for it, but now Firouzja takes home the point and will be the leader after round 2 at the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. So now 1 game remaining, 3 games are over, 2 draws and 1 win for the tournament leader, Firouzja. So let's jump to the Hans Niemann versus Nihal Sarin game. As we discussed, the last capture was on move number 44. Now we are on 68. So 20, half the moves, basically have...
You need half more, yeah?
Yeah, half more basically. So Hans is running out of time.
At this point, you've already realized that the position is a draw, but you still try to play on hoping for a mistake of some sort in the position. And, it's a very real possibility that Hans will just go into a rook knight versus rook endgame.
And
which is your favorite?
Absolutely agree. And meanwhile, as these players figure the details out, both players, Hans trying to push, Nihal trying to defend, we do have an interview from the tournament leader Firouzja. Let's get his thoughts on how he feels, after defeating Gukesh, the world champion.
Grandmaster Ali Reza Firouzja goes 2-on-2, second win in a row. Your thoughts on this amazing win?
Yeah, I felt like I was putting pressure most of the game, but he was defending very well, I think. So I got good chances, but then time trouble, I changed the queen. Maybe not the best idea, but okay, was like safest way.
Yeah. And the night endgame was tricky still, but you
Yes.
finally got the job done.
Yeah, night end game is very hard for him to defend, of
Yeah.
course.
With low time, no increment
Yeah.
after move 40, maybe helped you.
No extra time.
Extra time, yeah.
Yeah, no, we had increment, but no, it's good.
And coming back to the world top 10, you've been 2800, but it's nice to be back in the world top 10 for you on live ratings.
Yeah, no, I don't care about that so much. I try to play good.
Yeah, and just one thought about Chennai. Are you enjoying the food, the atmosphere, the conditions here?
Yes, everything is perfect here.
Right, thank you, Ali. But before we let you go, one prediction for the World Cup final: Spain or Argentina?
I don't know. All my favorite teams lost, so I don't care even, actually.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Wow, we are back, and it felt like Firouzja had a hanger in his mouth, Sahaj. He couldn't stop smiling. Yeah, very happy to lead the tournament after 2 rounds and very, smooth victories at the end. And he's going to be a contender for every single, match, the title of this event as well. And tomorrow in round 3, he plays Nihal Sareen with the black pieces. So that's going to be an exciting match to look forward to. Today, all the Indians had black pieces. Tomorrow, all of them have white pieces.
Oh, wow. That's actually quite nice. Going to be an interesting match, but let's see. Let's focus on this match. Rook A3 played. Sahil, what do you think are the chances that we see a Rook Knight versus Rook?
No chance, I think. I think Nihal draws this. In fact, look at this.
Immediately.
Yeah,
no, but
because-
Black has to play F5 at some point, no?
Yeah, but I think he will just wait for the 50 move because White has no pawn breaks, right? White has no pawn breaks, so Black decides the pawn breaks. So how does White even avoid the 50 move rule if he cannot make progress?
He can just offer the E4 and H4 pawns and take F6, and the rest he can take later on, and then he can drag the game on for another.
But then
50 moves.
that's possible. That's possible. Then G5, then you get the Rook Knighted game as you pointed
Yeah.
out. Also, by the way, if King F3 was the move, then F5 instantly was possible, and that was an instant draw. So King F2, nice move, but Rook A4. And now again, you're forced to kind of bring this back or move the knight, and still no progress made. 73 moves have transpired here, Sahaj, and we are closing in on 30 moves now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to find that one mistake, or he's waiting for that one mistake from Nihal, but that mistake is not happening.
Wow. Okay, you never know, even little drops of water, Sahaj, sometimes can break through a stone if it's, if they're applied for long enough. So the pressure, matters. If Hans can create a plan which forces Nihal to, think, change his structure. If we can somehow,
But there is no time to think.
yeah, but maybe you can somehow convince Nihal, create a plan which forces Nihal to change the structure himself. Because that's where the opportunity lies, maybe.
Could be. But Nihal actually has made the move. He has 1 minute on the clock and he's not even at the board.
He gets off when he has 1 minute on the clock, yeah? That's still more time than he had during the Bullet Chess Championship. Yep, and this means the last game for today is Hans against Nihal. So the results overall, 2 draws. Endrakin against Pranesh was a very quick draw today. In the opening itself, Pranesh managed to surprise Endrakin and get a comfortable draw. Nodirbek Arjun was a tense battle. Arjun was close to winning, in fact, objectively winning at some point, but couldn't finish off Nodirbek. And then Nodirbek himself had some chances that he missed, and the game ended in a draw. And of course, the world champion going down to Firouzja, as we saw a few moments ago. And on night 2 A1, and still
F5 is now possible, I think.
I would not even do it. I would not even play F5 because then I'm kind of going back to square one. That's a choice.
But it's not square one, right? Because I think it's up to Hans when you go into a Rook Knight versus a Rook. So the earlier you do it, the faster the game finishes. Because I think he will find a way to exchange those pawns earlier. Okay, he has an extra knight, right?
And also benefit that F5.
See,
if you
he plays-
take, then even the H4 pawn falls instantly.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm going for it. Because I'm getting the H4 pawn immediately after.
So crucial decision for Nihal Sareen. 15 seconds on the clock. Will he decide to play F4, reset the counter, or will he stay with the same structure? Crucial decision. What does he do, Sahaj? Plays F5. Wow.
It was, I think, the right call here. But now E takes F5 is forced. And this is also why Hans kept putting his knight on g2 as well, because he wanted to defend the h4 pawn if Nihal plays f5. But now that's not possible anymore.
You know, maybe I'm a bit scared as black here, but I would have kept the same structure. I feel like I'm 20 moves away, 30 moves. My opponent has shown no signs of creating pressure. Now he has the g5
there is
square.
pressure for sure, but you can play something like knight d3, rook b2. You can even give up the e4 pawn. At some point, you're going to win the f6 pawn and all the pawns will fall. So you will play that rook knight versus rook anyways.
But okay, f5 now. So now the counter has been reset. So no 50 move draw anymore. f5 played. You don't want to take, of course.
We're about to see rook knight versus rook, I think.
Okay, does Hans even play in that endgame? Because we've seen players just accept the draw often.
I have played myself, rook knight versus rook. I think nobody will accept a draw there. Because I think it has been proven that you can win. Magnus did defeat Vidit, I believe, in the World Rapid Championship. Was it?
The trauma of losing a rook knight versus rook is, people recall that game for years to come.
Absolutely. And there is a game of Kasparov also. I think he defeated Judith Polgar, if I'm not mistaken, in a rook. That's a very famous game. So, and Magnus has also done it in the past. So it is possible to win it. But theoretically it's a draw, but it is possible to win it.
It is possible, but I think it was Arjun against Nodirbek in a classical game when he just kind of exchanged the rooks. So it depends on how much you believe in your opponent making a mistake.
But at the same time, you have zero chance to lose. You have all the, chance to win. So
yeah, you should play on.
You should play on.
You should play on always. There's no harm in trying out. I remember World Championship, Magnus versus, Fabi. I think even Magnus played on with like 3 versus 2 pawns on the same side of the board. Yeah, you always should play on in these end games. By the way, King f6 played by Nihal Sareen. And now, okay, if I'm going to maintain this structure, might as well have not played f6. Okay, just my thoughts, but let's see what happens.
He's on 41 seconds and he's not on the board. Now, that's very impressive to me. I would have never gotten up, from the board with that little time on the clock.
He's been walking a lot though today. I don't know why that's the case.
Yesterday as well, right?
Yeah, I think when I was in the hall for a few minutes, for the entire duration, he was just walking. So 10k steps he's already achieved that like 2 hours ago. By the way, knight c5 played, the best move by Hans Niemann. What now from Nihal Sareen? The rook is hanging.
Rook c4. Rook c4 looks very good, I think.
Yeah, knight d7 check, king e6, knight f8.
Oh, but that doesn't even go to a rook knight versus rook. If you played knight d3 instead, can I go rook takes c4? Oh yeah, rook takes c4 is a draw.
Rook takes, pawn takes.
And knight c5 and king f5 first.
Okay.
No, knight c5 first.
Knight c5. Okay.
Because
okay, let's go to live position. It was 10
check.
seconds for Nihal. Let's go to live position.
Plays knight c5 actually. Same position. Rook d4. I don't think we will see rook knight versus rook anymore.
Sahaj, that's a minor error. That's a minor error by Nihal Sareen. Now rook b2 with rook b6 incoming.
Wait a second. So king f5, there is a mating net. Wait a second. So rook b2, fe4.
King e3 maybe, yeah?
King e3, okay. King f5.
King f5 is getting tricky now actually.
So,
because knight e4 and rook g5 is mate. Or not mate, but you lose all the pawns at least.
Yeah, but rook g5, knight e4, I think you can switch the order and that's still annoying.
Okay, he plays rook c2 though. Now there's no check. So all safe for Nihal.
But he can still do the same thing, no? F takes e4. He plays rook d1.
Best move, by the way. Getting away
king
from...
e2 perhaps. Rook h1 is possible then.
Okay, if you pick up the h4 pawn now, then it's a draw, right? Because these will be traded off. Then rook knight versus rook is kind of forced. So getting the h4 pawn could be a big deal for Nihal here. Rook a2 played. I'll just pick up the pawn maybe.
But picking up the pawn is so difficult because you're disconnecting your pawns, right? Yeah, so it's not an easy... Maybe you'd play something like g5, but that's why you played rook a2. So you can play rook a6 check.
Exactly, and that's where you end up losing. So Nihal is tough choice. Rook h1 is one move, fe4 is one move. Which one will he choose?
Rook h1, there is... I don't know. I feel like rook a6 check, king g2. I feel like there is something in this position does not make sense. Okay, he goes for rook h1, attacking the h4 pawn, and now rook a6 check could be, I think, a logical move. You could play king g2 or king g3 as well to defend that pawn on h4. Give the check on a6.
Yeah, basically he's saying, I'll give you all these pawns I'll just keep these two and pick up this. So basically, he won't hold on to his 2 pawns and he'll go into rook knight and rook directly. I think that's what he's thinking. King e7 now. Pick up g6. I don't care. I'll pick up h4.
Why not king f7?
Because this might come with some check. That was my worry. Yeah. The king f7 also possible, I think.
But rook knight versus rook is going to be tough. I think very, very tough to play this. Plays king f7. Logical move. And now knight d7 I think is possible.
Shari saying tough luck for Gukesh. Indeed. Loses his first game. Let's see how he does tomorrow. Tomorrow I think it's an important game against Andraken for him with the white pieces in round 3. But for now, sticking to this game, both players playing on increment. Hans Niemann potentially the one pushing here with the extra piece. But Nihal holding on.
Knight d3 I think is the move for me. Knight d3 or knight d7.
Knight d3, but I think maybe just rook h4, right? Because
and now knight e5 check.
Knight e5, let's say king. I have to place this carefully. King e8 maybe. Okay, I'll lose the rook. I know.
King g7.
King g8 maybe.
Why not king g7? Isn't it the
king
same?
g7 also works, yeah.
Oh wait, he's gave rook a7 check. There's some. I don't think we had that in our. Oh, maybe he's trying to gain some time before he goes for that. That's actually quite clever.
And also trying to see where the black king goes, yeah. Because king e8 we saw was the problem in one of the variations, right?
But wait, knight e6 is now a mating net. I can bring my king somehow.
Yeah, because I think there was a problem, right? King e6, you can't take on h4 or something. No, you can. What was the problem?
You can.
We saw this in a position like king e8 was a big mistake.
Maybe ef5, gf5, rook. No, not really.
Okay, imagine the white king was here, yeah? This is game over.
It's GG, yes.
That's it. King e8 on the board. And by the way, 80 moves. So I think, will this game touch 100 moves, Saj?
I think we will see. I think a very good chance. Very, very good. Because Hans is not giving up in this position.
Okay, Nihal thinking, what will he play now? About to play King G3 played by Hans Niemann. What will be Nihal saying? Holding on to the h4 pawn for now. Check. Rook G1. Okay, some sort of repetition being threatened again. Because King H2, there might be Rook G4 ideas as well. Tough. I think we might be very close to a draw here actually.
I'm sure Nihal feels the same. But, Hans is not going to make it easy.
Clearly, not
maybe he just repeats now with King H3. I mean, he could be tired as well, himself. It's been a long day for him too. Oh, he's going for the king?
No, that's me.
No, he's also going for the king.
He has to go for the king. I mean, send the check.
King H2 played.
Unfortunately. Yeah, King H2. And now Rook G4, I think, seems to be the move played.
And now King H3. And now very important move, G5. Yeah, because if you go F takes E4, there is knight E6 and there is no more G5 anymore.
But G5, EF5, do I really want to enter this hedge?
No, check. No, because you will...
I have Rook F4 check. Oh, that's a smart way to do it.
Rook G4 check first.
Oh, that's an instant draw, right? Because I don't want to enter this. Because now black could start pushing.
Rook knight versus rook is... Okay, it maybe not an instant draw, but it's a draw.
The question: do I want to play this as white?
I would play this 100 out of 100 times. Of course,
got it.
Because you have no chance to lose. Plus, those 2 pawns are kind of like a distraction for Nihal, because you would be stuck defending those pawns rather than the king. And I think Hans could try to play on. Plus, you have less than 1 minute on the clock.
By the way, Hans had this expression there, kind of accepting that maybe this game is going to end in a draw. Nihal thinking about getting up again. It does so. Okay, G5 finds its edge. Wow, beautiful move. Kind of liquidating the last pawns as well on the board. And this should seal the deal for Nihal Sarin in terms of holding a well-fought draw. He sacked a piece for a, attacking defense, a counter-attack, which seems to have worked.
Wait, but what if I go pawn takes G5?
F takes E4, right?
But knight E6?
Knight E6, E3.
How did he calculate this?
That's a good question.
Minute on the clock. How? Because that's
a good question.
The question is that rook is stuck defending the 7th rank and no one is protecting the pawn. So the moment you play rook A3, you can play king E7 and take the pawn on G5. How fast is he? That's crazy. Look, he's going for that line actually with pawn takes G5.
But 1 minute is like 1 year in Nihal years, Sahaj Bhai. He's the world bullet champion. So I think he can calculate really fast these variations, these subtle details, which are very important in these endgames. By the way, taken on G5, as you mentioned, takes on, he's not even looking at the board. He's seen it all. He's seen it till he reaches his room. He's seen everything. He's visualized everything. And now 96, the only way to save the pawn. And then, of course, black creates enough counterplay, enough,
Do you think he
distractions.
offers a draw here?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think depends. If Hans is getting for sure a rook knight versus rook, I think he'll play on. He's not going to.
But wait a second, e3. What if I go knight g7 check, king f8, and knight h5? Because I was thinking if you play e2, then king takes g4, and I could.
What do you play here? Knight f5.
Knight h5.
Knight f5 is better for black. But knight h5, rook g5.
I missed rook g5. I thought we were going to go e2.
E2,
e2, then king takes g4. I was ready to play this.
Got it. Yeah. By the way, e3 on the board by Nihal Sarin, played in about 5 seconds. So very tricky. Said, I think rook knight versus rook incoming in this position. Hans Niemann will not accept a draw, is my guess. e3, 18 seconds for Hans. Plays rook a5. Attacking all the pawns on the board.
Plays rook a5.
Maybe e4 now.
Or king e7 also, no?
King e7, rook e5. And king d6, yeah.
Then rook e3 actually. No, we have to be careful. So e4, yeah. e4 is making sense.
Somebody said, no way Hans spoiled his advantage. I think it was not easy though. Because...
also, we still don't know if he spoiled it yet. Because if it's rook knight versus rook, he can still win it.
That's a good point. It wasn't like an objectively, clearly winning position. Nihal always had counterplay, because I think engine evaluations can be misleading sometimes. He's thinking, which is rare, but he is. What will he do now?
He plays e4, I think.
Yeah, on the board.
Yeah, that's a very good move.
And now the king is coming to e7. The knight will have to move, and then you pick up the g5 pawn. White will, of course, pick up all of these pawns one by one. But then we're going to have the epic endgame set by the exciting endgame. Rook knight versus rook. I'm sure we are thrilled about coming to endgame.
I know it's your favorite endgame. It's something that you've been waiting to commentate for such a long time.
Yeah, if I had a choice between watching the Football World Cup final and this endgame, I would choose this endgame 0 out of 10 times.
But still, I think White has some chances to win. I mean, you still wait for that one miracle of a game where White, the side with the rook and knight can show some insane technique and, find something that, the other people haven't found yet. Like I remember in the game of Kasparov and Polgar, there was this, it all happened because of the G file. Like basically the game was lost for, I think 20 moves or something like this. So that's pretty much where it started, and something similar could happen. You never know.
And so as they try to reach that raw rook knight versus rook endgame, day 3 tomorrow, right? It's going to be very interesting to see how the players come back, because Firouzja for the first time I think will be under pressure against Nihal, who's played some very nice chess in the first 2 rounds. Then Gukesh against Andrekin will be very interesting as well, because Gukesh would love to come back with the win with the white pieces. And Pranesh against Nodirbek is going to be exciting. Nodirbek not, playing the best chess, his A game, at least in the first half of the game. So let's see how Pranesh handles that. And of course, Arjun against Hans Niemann. That seems to be the game of the day for tomorrow.
Yep. The game of today. Is this one?
Yeah. I think we can agree Hans Niemann always offers some exciting chess.
Yes, for sure. This is very exciting. So black is going to go king f5, I think. So I think the way to win is to don't take the pawn. To not take the pawn on h5. Just keep that pawn, because it's going to be a distraction at some point. Where Nihal would have to decide whether he should save the king or save the pawn. And some players make the mistake of saving the pawn.
Yeah.
So don't take the pawn. Also, this way you can drag the game longer. Because if you have the pawn on h5, the timer has begun. Like, you can only play for 50 moves. So play for, let's say, 40 moves, take the pawn, and now the counter has reset to, just 0 again. And then you can play on forever. Like
And also for black, I think a good principle to keep in mind is keep the rook and the king as far away as possible, because then you avoid these knight forks that can be very tricky sometimes in time pressure. So this is going to be exciting, of course. And let's see how that turns out. Meanwhile, I think Sahaj, 2.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes. I don't even think time is much of an issue now, actually. Nihal completely letting go of the edge pawn. It's free to be grabbed. And there we see Hans even about to capture the last pawn. And we will get that raw endgame now as we expected.
Yep, there it is. Move 95 is the timer. So the ultimate, stoppage time is going to be 145 moves. That's when we're going to see a draw. If it is a draw, or if Hans is able to find some technique in this position where he can, try to put pressure. Now, if Hans had a bishop instead of a knight, if it was a rook bishop versus rook, then this is not as simple. It's still a draw, but it's not as simple.
It's very tricky, actually. In fact, I would say even at top level chess, whenever I've seen a bishop rook versus rook endgame, I would say maybe it's just my selective, games that I've covered. But in general, I've seen like 50% of the games end in a win for the winning side. So I feel like rook knight versus rook is much, much simpler than a rook bishop versus rook.
For sure. So I have a question for you. Do you think, let's say you have 5 minutes on the clock and your opponent has, let's say, 10 minutes on the clock. It's rook knight versus rook, no increment. Would you be able to save that?
I have 5 or my opponent has 5?
No, your opponent has 10.
Oh.
So I'm
moves,
giving your opponent more time so they can pose, let's say, tricky problems.
So
and
50 moves, that means 300 seconds. And that means 50 moves, 300 seconds. That means 6 seconds per move. Oh my God, I feel like I'm doing calculus right now. So 6 seconds per move I have. I think yes, Sahaj. I think I should be able to hold it. But I think, of course, like if I play 100 games, like maybe I'll lose a few. Yeah, it is totally possible. Like time is always a factor. And also it depends who's attacking, right? Is it Nihal Sarin? Then I will lose 100 out of 100 games. So that's always going to be a factor. Okay, King D4. I think, of course, from Black's perspective, keep the rook as far away as possible, give as many checks as possible. And the only winning plan actually comes into action when the Black King is stuck on the back rank. And then the King is stuck here. Like, that's where at least you have to think as the defending side. Until now, I think it's just very smooth.
Yep, absolutely. Rook e5 check played. And now the king can just literally go anywhere. I think also another thing you can try here is don't put your king in the back rank. Don't put your king in the corner. That's what happened with Polgar as well. So if you know those openings, I think you're fine.
Agreed.
Those end games, I mean.
By the way, somebody chat said, that Gukesh's rating is now 2712, and we discussed this before briefly when he lost, but he's 12 points away from falling below 2700 Sahaj. And if accidentally he has a nightmarish tournament, that is a possibility. That is a possibility that he could potentially be below 2700. And I wonder what would that do to his confidence. So he'll be looking forward to a comeback tomorrow.
I seriously don't think that's a worry, at least for this tournament. But speaking of a nightmarish endgame, I think this is this is perhaps more of a appropriate term for it.
Yeah.
White goes knight b5.
He's trying to build up something, but King c6 is a nice move, not even allowing King to move forward. Nihal could do this in his sleep, actually, and very likely the game will be a draw. And yeah, Hans Niemann definitely had winning chances in both the games. So he is showing potential. It's like he's punching the wall. It's not breaking just now. But I think at some point it might give through and he might get the win in the 3rd or the 4th round. So he's playing some first test so far.
Rook d1 check played and now knight d4. Okay, so now at least you can kick the king towards the back of the corner. So
but can you? Because Rook h1? And if Rook a5 then check,
f3, no?
then check, can you pick up the Rook?
Well, I'll play knight f3 perhaps and Rook h5, maybe there's knight e5.
Wait, then I give this check again.
Yeah.
Okay, King e5.
King e5 and the game goes on.
Game goes on.
So Rook c6, interesting. That's a very interesting. Okay, he's basically doing it rank by rank, so as slowly as possible.
Actually smart because if Rook check, you have king c4. And if rook h4, you can move the rook here and you have at least cut him off on the 6th rank now. Yep, rook h4 will be played, threatening rook takes d4 and picking up the rook. Very interesting. Okay, Hans does look like he's a bit dejected. I think he maybe realizes he had a winning opportunity there. And sometimes it can play on your mind. Yeah, okay, I was winning. Oh, 2 games in a row. I was winning. I could have had 2 wins. I could be leading the event. Firuza is running away with this event now. And it might put a lot of pressure on him. And maybe, you don't want to overpush in some of the future rounds, yeah?
For sure. I'm hoping at least there will be some nice pattern where you can do a stalemate by sacrificing a rook. You know what I'm talking about? It's possible.
Be very careful with that, because I remember I was playing this endgame for the first time. I had never studied this endgame. It happened on the board. I was defending and we reached the 49th move. I was like, let me finish off in style. I'm going to play rook check. He will take with my knight and he will take with the knight and that will be stalemate. Not stalemate, like that will be the 50th move. Then I realized suddenly, wait, brother, if he captures, the counter will be reset and I will lose and it will be reset at 49 and a half moves.
Wow.
Luckily, I paused and realized that. So you have to be careful there, Saj.
For sure. I thought you meant like it was a stalemate, but it wasn't a stalemate, which I think would be quite funny because you are offering your handshake and you think that it's a draw and your opponent think that they have won.
Yeah. Okay, now 94.
Play. So we are about halfway through. So I think about 30 more moves to go. But I think Hans has made some progress in the position.
I think the thing is, at least Hans, you look at the clock here. They have 9.5 minutes now. So how much time do they think they have by the time the game is over, Saj? It'll be like 20 minutes, yeah?
Depends. I think definitely possible. If you give a check on a7, black will be play king f6. I remember the last time I played this endgame was I think in 2022. But I had a rook and a knight and I played until the very end. Because you're hoping for that mistake, right? You're hoping for that one blunder. Plus, half a minute is just too much time in such an endgame because even if, Hans poses some kind of a problem, Nihal will have 10 minutes to think about it. That's way too much time.
That is true. So I think the last exchange was on last capture was on move number 95. We've already reached move number 115. So 20 moves in, 30 to go. But I think they will fly by us very soon because Hans Niemann is not really thinking too much. There's not much to think actually. He can just try his level best to confuse Nihal Sarin. Okay, h1, okay. Not much has changed though. Maybe rook a3, maybe rook g. No, not rook g3. Okay, let's not go rook g3.
I was waiting for it.
Let's not go rook g3.
Yeah.
Because I want to move it as far away as possible, but it's not far away. It's not far enough. Yeah.
But rook a3 would be far. No,
yeah, on the other side.
King f6 played.
Okay, very smart. Okay, rook f1 check. Now Hans trying to cut off the king on the right side of the board. And this is often a technique, right? So you confuse black by, first attacking him on these 2 ranks. Then you shift the battle to these 2 ranks. Even in the rook bishop versus rook, right? And then you bring it here. You keep rotating the board in terms of where you are attacking. Yeah, and it gets a bit confusing sometimes.
For sure. Rook f4 played. I think, okay, now maybe they are just making hand moves at this point.
Yeah, Nihal not letting go of the pinned knight. If this was the Titanic, and this was Jack and Rose, they're not letting go. Rook f3 now. Okay, no improvements there. Hans looking at I think there's a screen in the hall where they can check out the moves. So Hans looking at the screen there, the 2D version of the game.
So why is he checking the moves though? Because he shouldn't be checking the moves, right? It should be Nihal who has to claim.
Yeah. Maybe he's also analyzing the position in the 2D board. He's just looking at the game and trying to remember maybe, where he went wrong, where he could have pushed better. But it's too little too late now. Maybe King E5 is the move now. By the way, 25 moves have transpired. So 25 moves to go. Half the moves have been done. And Nihal just walks off the board. So now he has enough time on the clock. Okay, knight g.
Like, at this point, you can even see that Hans has given up on the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, also you have to consider the fact that he had good chances, earlier, and well, Nihal held on for so long. He has not given him a chance since then, so quite nice.
King d7, king c6. So if the king runs this side, we'll go this side, making it as difficult as possible for white to push us on the back rank. It just makes it all easier.
And now rook g3, I guess. Oh, sorry, knight g3.
Yeah,
He's
played.
trying to find some shelter for the checks. If rook e1,
Yeah.
there is knight e4.
Absolutely, but again, maybe just king c6 now, and I run away here. So, doesn't feel like Hans has made any real improvements here, Saj.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, he has improved his time. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But okay, such endgames, there is nothing in the position, but you still play on. Or you have to be extremely fortunate to get a win out of this. But this is, if you win a rook knight versus rook, you will remember it for the rest of your life. Like I have, I think, one rook bishop versus rook win, and I will remember that forever.
Because first of all, these endgames themselves are quite rare. Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't happen every day. And knowing that's an objective draw and winning it is of course memory.
Actually, I just want to ask a question to chat as well. That what's the most unique endgame you have gotten in your games? And Tikbai, what is the most unique you have gotten?
Wow, I think it was bishop knight versus bishop or something, or bishop knight versus knight. I had 1 9 piece, my opponent had 2, and I was defending and somehow did. But there was one moment where I missed a certain move, and I felt like, oh no, it's going to be
Wow.
checkmate now. But luckily, I had a sequence of moves and I had time on the clock to calculate it. So that was such a case, I think. And it was weird. You think there's nothing, but somehow suddenly there could be something. What's yours, Saj?
I think it was. I mean, I'm really waiting for 2 knights versus a pawn. I will you have 2 knights and your opponent has 1 pawn. You use the 1 knight to stop the pawn, and then you use the other knight to trap the other king. And I'm waiting for that. I got a similar position like that, but black's pawn was a bit too far advanced, so it wasn't
What?
possible to win.
Somebody in the chat said the most unique endgame for them has been 5 queens versus 3 queens. I'm sorry, are we talking about chess?
5 queens, versus, but how? But no, oh, come on, that should be winning, no?
No, that should be winning, but that's the endgame they had. No, that's impossible. How did you get 5 queens? And how do your opponent get 3 queens?
By promoting, I guess.
No, but when you have 3 queens as white, I mean, you're going to win the game anyways. Why promote 2 more? And black is sitting here. No.
Fair point. And chat is saying bishop, knight, king versus king. Okay, that's I think that's a very typical one. But difficult to win though. Very difficult to win.
By the way, we are on move number 32
for
now.
example, you mentioned bishop, knight versus bishop, right? But if it's bishop, knight versus knight is the endgame you got, right?
Knight, I had knight, yes.
So bishop, knight, your opponent had, and you had a knight.
Yes.
So if you add a rook, bishop, knight, let's say if you just add a rook to this equation, so your opponent has rook, bishop, knight, and you have rook and a knight.
I think it's lost.
That's losing, for you.
Yeah. That's lost. I think mating material. I think the rook is very valuable in these endgames. By the way, rook e2, we have reached 129 moves in this game. A long battle. And, you would expect Nihal to just chill in his room now. I'm pretty sure he's going to go for his main sports hedge after this.
Absolutely. He's going to go play pickleball.
This is just warm-up, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, by the way,
130 moves have been played. So we have, about 14 moves left, I think? Or 15
moves left. Yes, 35 moves have been done. Nihal has not allowed Hans to even make a glimmer of improvement. We've been stuck on the same position for the past 20 moves or so. King c6 again.
Yeah, but he's waiting for a mistake. Also look at their times, by the way. They were playing on seconds for so long, and now one guy has 15 minutes and the other has 14 minutes.
Yeah.
So they just played 28 moves without giving up any time whatsoever. That's crazy.
Okay, king
So
goes
chat
to
and
C7.
my final result prediction. Do you think this is a draw or do you think there is some chance still?
No chance. No, I think at the start maybe at least a 1% chance, but now with 132 moves gone and Nihal barely breaking a sweat, yeah, while calculating this endgame, I feel like it's a comfortable draw. Like he's not gonna even reach the back rank, I think, in this endgame. So very easy draw here. Chat, what do you think? Let us know.
I think it's a draw as well. I think it's a very simple draw, but because he hasn't made any progress so far, and the fact that both players have so much time on the clock.
Wait. Oh, they agreed to a draw, yeah? Oh, they agreed to a draw. There it is.
Oh, they have agreed to a draw.
They have agreed to a draw, so that is it. I think Hans Niemann offered a draw there. I think fair enough because only 10 moves or so were left. That was not enough time to checkmate anyways. So that is a insanely hard draw for Nihal Sarin that he found and held on at the end. Sahaj, at one point it felt like Hans Niemann will get his first win of the event, but it was not to be. So Nihal Sarin holds on. Barely.
And you know, you asked me this question after the second break whether sacrificing that bishop was a good idea for Nihal or not. And looks like it was a good idea because if he had not done that all those hours ago, probably the game would have gone Hans's way because he didn't have any. Nihal didn't have any counterplay, in that position, and he sacrificed his piece, went for the active defense, and managed to hold on.
Yeah, and I think both the players will have to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out where did Nihal go wrong, how could Hans have pushed further. I think it's the perfect time to check out the standings if possible because this is the end of day 2 and there we see, man, that's a surprising graphic, Sahaj. We have one guy on top, Ali Reza Firouzja, who's just winning game after game, 2 points. We have nobody on 1.5. Then a complete packed field on 1 point. There is Nodirbek and Draken, Arjun, Hans, Nihal, and then Gukesh on half a point, suffering a loss at the hands of Firouzja and Pranesh on half as well. So, surprising standings, or what do you think?
Well, I think the only outlier here is Firouzja because both players who are on half a point have played Firouzja.
Yeah,
that's it. So
who plays Firouzja tomorrow?
is just on another level in this tournament so far.
So do we have the pairings for tomorrow?
Firouzja plays against Nihal with the black pieces. And
oh wow!
Arjun plays against Hans, Pranesh goes against Nodirbek, and Gukesh plays against Dimitri Andrekin. So by the way, today all the Indians had black pieces today, and tomorrow they will have white pieces altogether. What do you think about the overall expectations? Because today I think the overall result was 3 draws and 1 loss, I believe, for Gukesh.
Yeah. I think tomorrow's going to be a crucial game for a lot of players. I think first of all, it is going to be for Gukesh, who lost today. Can he strike back? Then, of course, Hans Niemann as well, right? I feel like he's about to, break through a bridge. Either he's going to win his first game tomorrow or he's going to over push after missing out on 2 wins and then just lose. So I think tomorrow's game will be exciting as well. And of course, Firouzja at the end. Like, can he continue his winning run? But he will have a motivated Nihal Sarin, fighting in front of him, and Nihal will have the white pieces. By the way, we have, Nihal's interview, after that well-fought draw. Let's figure out what he has to say.
Bullet world champion holding Hans Niemann to a 125 move draw. Nihal, your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge save. I'm honestly very lucky to have held this. I think I went wrong soon after the opening, probably. I don't know where exactly, but maybe castles was, or maybe bishop e5 itself was inaccurate. Maybe I should just go king e7.
And the piece sacrifice worked out in the end.
I mean, it was not exactly a happy sacrifice at all.
Yeah.
But I thought at least, if I'm going to suffer, I thought I'll at least suffer, actively. And there is also, there are chances for white to go. Also, especially if I got the third pawn, I thought my king side is very fast. I thought so. But okay, he played really well. He neutralized everything, and I don't know. I think after this b4 and rook c1, I thought there is rook e2.
Yeah,
I saw rook e2. I was kind of hoping I have something there. But yeah, when he allowed the queen side pawn trade, I thought it should be holdable.
Yeah, pawns on one side was the draw. But well done, Nihal. Before we let you go, quick segment we have. Just one question for the World Cup final.
Spain or Argentina?
I mean, Argentina is big favorite for sure, but I would say Argentina.
And lastly, before you go, your Insta bio says professional pickleball player and amateur chess player. What are your plans after this interview?
I mean, I think today it definitely reflected that. Probably. I mean, my chess definitely.
Yeah.
But
any pickleball plans tonight?
yeah, sure. If there is. Yeah.
We'll see you there. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, that was professional pickleball player Nihal Sareen with his thoughts. So Sahaj, I think overall an exciting day. I think we again expected more results than we got at the end, but a heartbreaking loss for Gukesh to Amaraju there with the black pieces. It was just a case of one move, yeah, h5 or h6, 50% odds, but the odds were not in his favor.
Absolutely. And it just came down to 50-50 and he just chose the wrong move. But I think overall still it was a good game by the world champion, and it was even a better performance by Alireza Firouzja as his perfect score shows.
Perfect, but will it be perfect tomorrow? Because, we have Nihal against Firouzja, and it's the rematch of the final of the Bullet Chess Championship where Nihal, landed a 15-0 streak dropping against Firouzja. So will Firouzja, try to catch revenge, or will Nihal Sareen try to repeat the same? It's going to be an exciting match to follow.
Absolutely. If there's history is evidence that if anyone can stop Firouzja, it is Nihal.
Yeah.
So tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be interesting, and it's going to be day 3 from Chennai. We'll be back at the same time, same place. See you tomorrow. Thank you for joining. Bye-bye and good night.